The guy fights hard next to a crowd of terrible monsters who stand behind him and look straight, and the plot tells that the war in the labyrinth, which lasted for decades, has ended. A crowd of people stands under a huge flag against the backdrop of the sunset, and the plot noted that after the defeat of tens of thousands of labyrinth masters, the prisoners were rescued. A huge number of people slowly emerge from the dark and deep cave, carefully looking at the light. A small child lies on a small pillow, and the plot tells that among them were children born in the labyrinth. An unknown silhouette stands in the dark against the backdrop of a red circle with his arms spread out to the sides, and the plot added that having lost their mothers during the war, they were forced to feed on the milk of monsters. 3 guys stood at the entrance to the cave and shouted that another boss was coming. And at that time in the cave there was a little boy who looked at them carefully, and the plot noticed that these children had supernatural abilities and were so strong that they were barely could they be called people. 2 soldiers looked straight ahead with interest. One of them, scratching the back of his neck, said that it seemed like he was one of those born in the labyrinth, and the other, putting his finger in front of him, said that he appeared rather late. Did he really come from the lower floors? The soldier abruptly covered the child with glowing and angry eyes with a piece of cloth and noted that he was now safe, and the second soldier told him to be on the alert. He was probably not yet able to fully control his powers. The guy stood with a sad face and looked at the floor, and the plot noticed that such children were called the child of the dungeon. A sad guy appeared in the frame of a video camera aimed at him, and behind the scenes conversations were heard that they were going to film the second level of the labyrinth. He had been planning to film here for many years. 2 children were sitting on a stone. A huge number of soldiers stood around them, and they were talking about whether the children of the dungeon had not become famous due to great publicity in the media. And the guy answered her that this was partly true, and the girl, moving her hand to the side, said that they had a chance to become millionaires. They were at the very top, and the guy asked what peak they were at. The girl moved towards him, lowered her head, and answered with a slight smile that she had conducted a little investigation, and the guy stared at her in surprise. A moment later, the girl sharply extended her finger in front of her, gritted her teeth, and asked what he knew about how obsessed the dungeon children were with dungeons. The girl looked carefully at the sad guy sitting nearby and noticed that, as it turned out, this guy was the only child of the dungeon, afraid of the labyrinth, and therefore, he was also the only child of the dungeon with an unknown level, and the boy next to her, after her words, began to carefully examine the guy. The boy abruptly covered his mouth with his hand and quietly asked, maybe because he was a weakling, and the girl spread her arms to the side and answered that she, of course, took security just in case, and the guy opposite groaned and grabbed his head. A moment later, he stood up sharply. The children were both surprised and frightened, and noticed that it was time to continue. The guy approached the girl, looked at her carefully and said that it was dangerous to stay here. They needed to get at least to the second floor before making a pass, and repeated again. After these words, the main character pointed his finger at the soldiers and asked to tell the guards so that they do not use weapons, even if they encounter monsters. 2 soldiers turned to him, heard that they needed to avoid skirmishes at all costs, and one of them screwed up his face and asked displeasedly if he was worrying too much. Then he opened his mouth wide with laughter and added that he was only required to accompany them, and the man behind the guy began to laugh loudly and added that they would take care of the children themselves. The guy looked at the soldier with displeasure, twisted his face, and, gritting his teeth, thought that they were arrogant fools. While they were conducting this meaningless dialogue, they were tearing someone apart in the labyrinth. The guy thought that gazers should not be underestimated. After these thoughts, the boy next to him looked to the side in horror and loudly asked what it was. A horned monster appeared in the corner of the cave and looked attentively at the squad. The main character took a closer look at him, saw blood on his body, and replied that this underground monster is most often found on the first floor of Gazer. He is already wounded. They better leave here before the smell of blood is absorbed into the clothes. The soldiers abruptly interrupted him, put their weapons in front of them, and shouted that it was time to get together and show the monster. The guy opened his mouth wide and, with his eyes wide open, shouted not to shoot. One of the soldiers sharply opened his mouth and gave the command to shoot. A moment later, the soldiers began firing with all their weapons. The monster raised its mouth and began to growl loudly. The soldiers dropped their weapons and, covering their ears, began to crouch. They opened their eyes and saw a huge corpse of a monster in front of them. The soldiers froze in horror and carefully examined the corpse. After a moment, they looked at each other and started laughing loudly and saying that it was easy. The girl looked in surprise at the camera in the boy's hands and asked if he had filmed, and he replied that of course he had, and the soldiers stood near the corpse and shouted that everything that moved would die from bullets. Then another soldier threw his leg over the corpse and said that he felt a little uneasy because a lot of people were dying here, but they were no different from wild animals. The guy clenched his fist tightly, looked at the soldier, and noticed that they needed to return immediately. And the soldier opened his mouth in surprise and stretched out his finger in front of him and said that they had already taken care of everything. He was scared or something. A moment later, the entire cave shook with a loud roar. One of the soldiers turned his head and asked what that sound was, and the guy made an arrogant face and replied that the predator heard the shots, he was still far away so they still had a chance. The guy opened his eyes wide after the soldier said that they would kill him. They stood in a circle, looked at each other carefully and said that if they take a narrow trajectory, they will definitely kill the monster. This death from just a couple of bullets, the one they just killed is estimated at several million won. The soldier moved his hand to the side and shouted that if they kill several of these creatures, then each will earn 10 million, and the guy behind him put his hand to his forehead and noticed in his head that they were talking about money again. The soldier confidently gestured with his hands as he discussed the plan with his comrades. The guy looked sadly at the ground and looked thoughtful. A moment later, he raised his head, looked at the soldiers and said that it was their business, but they would stay here, and the soldiers turned to him and shouted that finally, just don't think about begging for their money later. The guy confidently walked straight past the children and told them to follow him, and they looked at him in surprise and the girl noticed that they needed to take it off. The guy turned his head, looked at them furiously and roughly repeated. The guy and the children went into a deep and dark cave, and the soldier, looking at them, shouted that they would see each other soon. And the other soldier turned straight and noticed that they needed to discuss their plan. They needed to explore the area in that direction. The guy ran through the cave, and the squad behind him and the children shouted for him to wait and stop. The guy stopped abruptly and turned towards the exhausted children. The girl wiped the saliva from her chin and asked where they were going, and he ruined the whole shoot, and she heard the answer so as not to whine. The guy looked at her pitifully and replied that they were leaving here. The girl sharply pointed her finger into the dark tunnel, became all gloomy and shouted that they had agreed. The girl sharply lowered her finger, opened her mouth wide and stared at the guy in horror. She looked at him carefully and thought that the reason why this child of the dungeon avoided the labyrinth was because he was a coward. The girl took her friend by the sleeve of his jacket and said that they needed to come back, and the guy looked at her with fear and asked why, to which he received the answer that they needed to film their fight. The girl opened her mouth wide, crawled forward slightly and shouted that they had spent a lot of money to come here. If they left now, they would be left with nothing. A moment later, a loud howl was heard from behind and everyone looked back in fear. The children looked carefully at the dark tunnel and the furious screams from there. The whole cave was shaking. The children suddenly became gloomy, opened their eyes wide in horror and began to walk towards the exit. The guy looked at the girl carefully and said that they needed to shut up. They couldn't let them know that their group had split up, and the girl looked at him in horror and asked what was happening. The guy looked at her carefully, gritted his teeth slightly and replied that the predators heard the shots. The one they killed was their prey, and the boy on the side secretly turned on the camera and filmed it. The boy pointed the camera at the boy and the girl while they said that he would let them die knowing this, and he replied that if he tried to convince them, they would have died already. A moment later, when the protagonist, looking carefully at the girl, noticed that the blood had gotten on their clothes, so that they were doomed from the very beginning, the boy shook the camera. He pointed the camera at his feet as screams could be heard in the background. The boy pointed the camera at his leg and saw a trace of blood on it. A moment later, huge, bloody nails appeared in the lens. The boy suddenly began to turn the camera and the body of the monster could be seen. He turned the camera to the monster's face and saw huge teeth and hiccuped in fear. Hatem the monster opened its mouth wide and pointed it towards the child. The guy and girl turned their heads sharply in horror after the camera fell to the floor. The huge monkey grabbed the boy in its mouth and began to tear him apart. The boy burst into tears and asked to be saved. A moment later, the girl sat on her knees, covered her ears with her hands and began to scream loudly, and the guy behind her opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked what the wolf monkey was doing on the first floor. The guy sharply turned his head to the side and began to look around. He turned his head and saw a crowd of wolf monkeys approaching them and said that they had really fallen into their trap. Were they really watching them? The guy turned his head sharply when he heard the monster approaching the little girl. A moment later, his eyes glowed and began to shoot sparks. The guy quickly jumped out of his seat and flew towards the girl. The guy grabbed the sword from his backpack tightly and stared at the monster. He abruptly began to pull the sword out of the girl's backpack. Then he looked at the monster with crazy eyes and began to raise his sword. The guy bent over, put his sword in front of him, and the wolf monkey began to raise his paw to him. He looked carefully at the monster, searched for weak spots, saw how to cut and jumped away. A moment later, he had completely cut the monster into small pieces. It then landed on its head and stared straight at the other monster. The wolf monkey raised its paws high above its head and was about to hit the defenseless girl sitting on the floor. The guy suddenly threw his sword and began to jump away towards the next monster. He quickly flew towards the wolf monkey with an aggressive look. The guy abruptly picked up the girl in his arms and noticed that now he would run with all his might. The wolf monkey grabbed his wounded eyes, raised his muzzle and began to yell, and the guy threw the girl on his shoulders and added that a couple of her ribs might break, so let her get ready. A moment later, the guy jumped out of his seat with lightning speed and ran towards the exit. The wounded wolf monkey scratched his temple and stared at the ground with a thoughtful look. A moment later, she began to slam her fists on the ground in rage. The guy sat the girl down on a stone and knelt down in front of her. He looked away, put his chin on his hand and said that they had fought back. She was holding on well. They were not far away, so they needed to hurry. The guy turned sharply on the girl after she said that they died because of him. The girl was covered in tears and through her snot asked why, if he could kill them. The girl looked sharply at him, opened her mouth slightly, and he noticed that she apparently wasn't catching up. The guy looked at her coldly and noticed that he was an escort, not her guard. He looked at her carefully and added that did the contract say that he had to enter into battle, and the girl, putting out her hand, noticed that people had died. The girl turned all red from tears and stared at the guy carefully after he said that it was a geyser. The guy stood up sharply, put his hands in his pockets and, staring at her, noticed that she hired a bunch of arrogant soldiers who had never come down here, didn't care about his warnings, so why was he the one to blame? The guy turned his gaze to the side, opened his mouth slightly and added that if they, spoiled people, had listened to him from the very beginning, they could have survived. They would not have even encountered the monsters, or he was mistaken. The girl began to cry even more and asked why he saved her. She raised her head sharply and heard the dry answer that if she died, he would not receive his money. The guy put his hand in front of him, looked at her carefully and added that he was only doing his job, and she was paying, he would protect her until then. Before he could finish speaking, a bright light and a loud sound appeared behind him. The guy turned around with a scared look and they both stared straight ahead. A gate with a snake around a dagger appeared in front of them and the guy shouted in his head that this was the emblem of the labyrinth. The guy put his hand in front of him, looked gloomy and noticed that this was the entrance to the labyrinth. Then he began to step back and at the moment when the ground began to crack under his feet, he began to think that they needed to get out of here right now. A moment later, the ground beneath them completely cracked and they looked down in horror. The guy opened his mouth wide and looked down in fear. The girl did the same, only she started yelling. They began to fall into a deep and dark abyss. The guy began to slowly open his eyes. Then he sharply opened both and looked up in fear. He slowly stood up and pulled his left hand behind him. The guy put his hand to his arm and doubled over in pain. He then opened his eyes wide in surprise when his arm did not move and noted in his head that his left arm was broken. The guy looked up carefully, thought a little and said that it could have been worse. The guy stood up sharply, looked around and, looking dissatisfied, noticed that he did not think that the customer survived after falling from such a height. His money was crying. Then he turned straight and made a displeased face. In front of him was a round entrance with a snake emblem around a blade and the guy said that he was deep in shit. This was the heart of the labyrinth. The guy slowly began to walk towards him, looked straight ahead and said that he needed to look around. He didn't feel anything. He turned his head sharply back, looked thoughtful and said that he was really abandoned. The guy turned his dissatisfied gaze sharply towards the door and hunched over. He looked carefully at the snake whose eyes began to slowly light up. A moment later, the eyes suddenly lit up with a bright light. The snake began to quickly grab the guy from all sides. She opened her toothy mouth wide and headed towards his body. She quickly bit his left hand and squeezed it tightly. The guy opened his eyes wide with fear. He began to slowly lose consciousness, heard that the 18,000th liberator of the snake. The guy closed his eyes and fell, noticed that he was dying, and someone added that he would inherit this ominous dungeon. The main character suddenly woke up and clenched his teeth. Kim stood up. He was lying in the middle of a dark cave, completely alone. The main character carefully examined his hands and noticed that he was alive, but he definitely felt the poison. Then he looked at his left hand and clenched his fist and noticed that his hand was also fine. Kim carefully examined himself, lowered his head slightly and said that to hell with it. With his hand, his whole body had completely recovered. The main character quickly stood up, straightened his clothes, and said that this place seemed to be somewhere near the entrance to the first floor. A moment later, he saw the girl lying unconscious. He then quickly ran up to her and shouted her name. Kim took her in his arms, looked carefully and noticed in his head that despite severe injuries, she was still breathing. The main character hugged her tightly, looked around and added in his head that there were no medicines or people around, no one would help her here. A moment later, Hangjai coughed up blood. The protagonist threw her on her back, opened her mouth and thought, what the hell? There is no time to think, she could die at any moment. The main character confidently walked towards a long tunnel, at the end of which an exit was visible, and told her to hold on a little longer. They were almost out. The guy came through the gate of the house and said that he was home. Then he quickly entered the house, sharpened his hearing and heard on the news that today, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, an accident had occurred with the expedition team. The main character stared attentively at the TV and the presenter added that 7 out of 9 died. The monsters ambushed them, destroying the entire fighting force of the squad. Kim carefully walked up to the sofa. On TV they said that the survivor, Miss Jang, was saved by a child of the dungeon by a Mr. named Kim, and sitting down he said that the spirit of the clock had not passed yet. Damn journalists. The main character abruptly took the remote control and, turning off the TV, noted that it would be good if they recorded it on camera, otherwise they would have blamed him for everything. Kim scratched the back of his head, yawned widely, and added that he would not want to pay fines because of a bunch of brainless people. The main character abruptly brought the envelope to his face, examined it carefully, and said that he left part of the salary in Hengjae's room. She hopes she noticed. These are difficult days. A moment later, Hyunji came up to the side of the protagonist and sadly called the protagonist, and Kim sharply turned his head at her and was surprised that she was home. The girl sadly held out the envelope, and the main character asked what was wrong with her face. She was crying. Kim stared at her in surprise and slightly moved his face away. Then he looked at the envelope in her hands and thought that it looked like she had just seen the money. It was a huge amount of money for her. She must have been scared. The main character abruptly handed the girl another envelope and told her to take this one too. It will come in handy later. She doesn't have to ask where he got this money from. He didn't do anything wrong. A moment later, an angry man appeared behind the girl. The man stared furiously at the protagonist and gloomily asked what it all meant. Kim smiled broadly and asked that he had a day off today, and his father, looking at him, noticed that he was an ill-mannered boy. The main character cringed slightly, pulled his eyebrows away from misunderstanding, and heard that his father heard. He went to work, risking his life. The father looked at his son furiously, slightly pushed his face forward, and shouted that naturally he quit work and came home, and Hengjae stood and cried. The father turned sharply on the little girl and shouted that he told her to give them back. Why did she still have them? To give them back to her brother. Kim opened his mouth wide in surprise and, putting his hands in front of him, tried to interrupt his father. His father looked at him menacingly and, slightly opening his mouth, noticed that he considered them so useless that he decided to risk his life for the sake of money. The main character spread his arms to the sides and said that he didn't understand what he was talking about. Nothing bad happened to him. He just earned some money, and the father opened his mouth wide and shouted that this was enough for him. Kim turned pale, opened his mouth slightly, and heard his father add that he knew that they were not blood relatives. But he greatly underestimated him. He really thought that he would not find out about anything. The main character sadly lowered his head, began scratching the back of his head, and apologized. Kim turned his head sharply towards the outstretched envelope. Hengjae sadly held out the envelope and told her to take it. The main character slowly took the envelopes and looked sadly at his sister. The girl ran away from the room, and the father, turning to the surprised protagonist, noticed that he thought he raised him properly, but he grew up to be selfish. The father put his hand to his nose, squeezed it, and added that he understood that raising a child was not an easy task, and Kim opened his mouth wide and shouted, interrupting, that he gave her this money because he wanted it that way. He still couldn't what to spend it on, so why not save it for her wedding then? The main character opened his eyes in fear and stared at his father, who noted that if she had known that he received this money, risking his life, she would never have accepted it. The father began to quickly leave the room, lowered his head and, covering his eyes, said that he was also a member of this family and asked not to forget this. The father began to scratch his head and added that he should go rest and promised that this would not happen again, and Kim turned to him and promised. The main character followed his father with his eyes and said in his head that it would be a family if he took upon himself to raise the child of the dungeon. The main character looked carefully at the envelopes in his hands and added in his head that you receive a decent amount of money. There were many cases when a child was taken into a family just for their sake, which is why such children often killed their guardians. Kim sadly put the envelopes into the inner pocket of his jacket and noted in his head that he was lucky. Kim headed to his room and thought that he had a real family. The main character quickly entered the room and, closing the door, thought that now, because of Hengjae's wedding, it's hard for them, but this is nothing. The guy looked carefully at his hand. Kim rolled up his sleeve and, carefully examining the tattoo, noticed in his head that an unknown tattoo had also appeared. The main character carefully ran his hand over it and it lit up. Kim stared at the screen with the snake that appeared in front of his face. In front of him was a screen with information about Naga's labyrinth, and Kim noticed that he had no idea what it all meant. Then he sat down at the computer, leaned back in his chair and scrolled through the internet and noticed that he was able to find nuggets of information on the internet. The main character carefully placed his finger on the green screen and, looking at the computer screen, noticed that this green panel was similar to those that can often be seen in games. Kim looked thoughtful, put his hand to his chin and, looking carefully at the green panel, noticed that Naga's labyrinth seemed to belong to the labyrinth where he was bitten by a snake. The abandoned labyrinth chose him as its new master. Kim tilted his head slightly, looking carefully at the screen and added that there is such a thing in games. Then he saw a new inscription on the screen and noticed that something had appeared next to the portal. The main character carefully touched the red circle near the portals and made a huge crack, which was not there before. A moment later, the whole world around the protagonist cracked and he flew into the air. Kim opened his mouth wide and, crouching, did not understand what was happening. The main character landed sharply on a tile in the middle of a huge cave. Kim stood up slightly and, staring at the emblem on the door with a snake, shouted that this was the place again. The main character began to slowly rise, looked straight in horror, and, opening his eyes wide, noticed that it was different. He ended up in a different place. The guy suddenly froze and stared straight. The snake with brightly glowing eyes began to move again and look furiously at the protagonist, and he shouted that it was her again. Kim began to slowly take off his cloak and noticed in his head that she was so fast that he couldn't even follow her. He needed to use all his strength. A moment later, the main character jumped out of his seat. Kim began to throw his cloak over the snake's head. He then began to wrap it around her head. A moment later, he tied a tight knot and blocked her view. The snake was tied by the head to a dagger which it clasped. The main character landed on the tile, leaned on his hand, and with a huge smile asked if she thought he would fall for her trick. The main character stood up abruptly, put his fists in front of him, and thought that this would only hold her back for a while. She would have enough strength to get out of her clothes without any problems. He needed a weapon, but then the snake said that 18,230th liberator of the snake, he who will inherit the dungeon and take the Naga throne. The main character froze, lowered his fists, and stared attentively at the snake. Kim came closer to her, looked carefully, and she added that he was too young and unfit to take on the burden of the crown, but she was not in a position to turn back time, so they would consider it fate. The main character began to quickly walk towards her and asked that she was one of the maze masters. Kim opened his mouth wide. The snake did not answer him and said that the king had fallen. Long live the king, wished him good luck in his difficult reign, and shouted that she had not explained anything about what was happening here. The snake froze and began to ignore the protagonist. Then Kim sharply withdrew his hand and shouted that she should not play with him. He would not return to this hell. The main character clenched his teeth tightly, began to sparkle all over, and thought that for years he had been avoiding these fucking labyrinths. But he had to come down here for the sake of money for Hangjai's wedding. Why, he was haunted by one trouble after another. Someone was watching the protagonist from around the corner, and he straightened up and said that he should have listened to the advice of his parents and avoided these labyrinths. Then Kim turned his head into the darkness and someone disappeared there. Kim turned his head and heard his sister's voice. Kim stared at the gap in the air that led to his room and heard his sister shouting if they could talk, and he shouted that he was changing his clothes. The main character froze near the portal, examined it carefully, and said that this is the portal through which he got here. It seems that the sounds of the outside world penetrate here. Hangjai suddenly began to pull the handle and shout that she was coming in. The main character sharply clenched his teeth and noted that he didn't care. A moment later, without hesitation, he jumped into the portal and appeared in his room. Kim then began to examine his body, looked closely at his hand, and noticed that he felt like his body was being torn apart, but he was fine. The main character quickly approached the door, which opened and the face of his sister appeared in the crack and asked what that sound was. Then she carefully examined her brother and shouted that he was also sweating in street clothes, and the protagonist began to nervously scratch his hair. Then, behind the protagonist, screams were heard from the computer. Hyunji quickly began to barge into the room and ask what he was playing, and Kim held her and answered that it was a stream. The main character looked at his sister with a smile when she said that she would never have thought that her brother, always close to himself, would be interested in such things, and asked what it means to be always close to himself. Hyunji put her finger up, made a smart face, and replied that he has no hobbies, no friends, no girlfriend. He sits here, within four walls, all day long, and Kim asked, this is how she sees him. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head of him sitting little in the dark and holding his head, and he noticed in his head that although she was partly right, after he left the labyrinth, he tried with all his might to forget this terrible place. In his head, he held his ears, clenched his teeth tightly, and added in his head that the piece he was used to was causing discomfort. The reason why the other children of the dungeon were so drawn to the labyrinths was probably this. The main character looked carefully at the girl and asked what she wanted. Hangjai sadly lowered her head and narrowed her eyes slightly. She sharply lowered her head and apologized, and the protagonist looked at her in surprise. Then he started scratching his head, heard that she didn't know that he returned to the place because of her. She was really sorry, and replied that he thought something had happened. The main character smiled broadly, pointed his fingers at the room, and noted that everything was in order. Don't worry and take it. Hangjai stared at him in surprise and waited for him to continue, but he was silent. He then began to slowly close the door and told her to wait outside the door while he made a mental note that he had left his coat in the maze. In the portal, the Red Devil was rummaging through the protagonist's coat with particular interest, and Kim noticed that there was money left in the coat. The main character suddenly froze and stared like the devil was stealing his coat. Kim opened his eyes wide and froze in horror, and then said that the devil had stolen the money. The main character abruptly looked out the door after his sister called him and noticed that everything was fine. She didn't have to worry. He would have been so absorbed in the game that he completely forgot about yesterday. Kim looked carefully at his sister and asked if she would mind if he played sometimes, and she looked at him in surprise and replied that of course he should play. A moment later, the main character slammed the door and thanked her loudly. Hengjae opened her eyes wide, moved back slightly, and looked surprised. The main character put his ear to the door, heard that she had never seen him so passionate, and mentally asked her for forgiveness. Kim abruptly locked the door. Then the next moment he jumped into the portal and found himself in the middle of the cave. The main character quickly rushed to his coat and ran barefoot across the tiles. Kim picked up his coat, looked around and noticed that it seemed he had already left. The main character began to stir in his coat. All the things fell out of the jacket and the protagonist noticed that there was everything here except money. Then a screen appeared that informed him that while he was outside the maze, the devil had stolen all his money. In order to find the devil, he must complete the synchronization and activate the entrance to the maze. The main character opened his eyes wide in surprise and stared at the screen. Then he sharply opened his eyes, then his mouth, and shouted why some devil needed his money. Kim sadly lowered his hands and silently stared at the screen. A moment later, he threw his coat to the ground and cursed in anger. The main character sat down on the throne and lowered his head thoughtfully. The main character pinched his nose with his fingers and asked how it all came to this. Kim opened his eyes wide and stared attentively at the flaming ball on the throne. A huge number of screens appeared in front of the protagonist with different information and the question of whether to continue synchronizing Naga's labyrinth. The main character began to slowly move his fingers over the sphere and noticed that this sphere seemed to work in the same way as a tattoo on his hand, although he no longer cared. The main character thoughtfully and sadly took his head away from the notification with a question. Then he straightened up sharply and added that okay, he's in sync, he won't leave here without money. The main character leaned back on his throne in the middle of the hall and said that if it weren't for them, he wouldn't have been here, and I don't care what would have happened to this old labyrinth. Kim confidently clicked on the answer yes and asked what might have begun to attract him to his place of birth. A loading screen appeared, informing us that the characteristics were being checked. The main character looked thoughtful and stared at this screen. Then he started waving his hand and said what it was. He pressed the button. It was definitely written there that the gate would appear immediately. Kim began to slowly rise from the throne, looked away slightly and noticed that apparently he was wasting his time. It would be much faster to find the devil if he ran after him right away. A moment later, a notification appeared that the verification had been completed, Kim Jinwoo had been identified as the Naga King, and synchronization had begun. Then the world around the main character began to turn bright white. The protagonist looked at his hand in fear, heard a voice in his head that the 18,230th snake nest in the Naga labyrinth was registered by a master named Kim Jinwoo. The main character appeared in the middle of a boundless white room and a voice in his head added that the labyrinth was being transformed, taking into account the synchronized data of the labyrinth master Kim Jinwoo. The floor under the protagonist's foot suddenly cracked. Then a renewed labyrinth appeared in front of him in the middle of the cave and Kim froze in anticipation. The main character stood next to the new, luxurious throne and the voice noted that the synchronization was complete. Kim began to roll up his sleeve, looked around carefully and asked if the design had really improved, although it was still dark and creepy here. Then a green screen appeared which announced that the owner of the labyrinth was Nagi Kim Jinwoo, rank 4. The main character waved away the screen and noted that not much had changed. Kim looked straight ahead, saw a gate in front of him and said that somewhere there must be an entrance to the labyrinth. A small devil appeared in the dark gate, looked out in fear and looked towards the protagonist. The main character turned his gaze sharply at him and froze. Kim opened his eyes wide and began to emit lightning. The devil began to walk slowly through the hall and began to shake after the words of the protagonist that he dared to come to him in person. He believes that an ordinary person would not have noticed. He would not even have known that someone had entered here. The main character sharply extended his hand in front of him, jumped towards the devil and shouted that he was a kleptomaniac and ran into him. Kim grabbed the devil tightly by the neck and he stared at him in fear. The devil tried to escape and screamed loudly. Kim then struck him powerfully in the face, crushing it into his skull. Then he removed his hand and the devil, his muzzle turning red, spat out some blood. The main character pressed him to the wall and noticed that the brave thief dared to return to the crime scene. The protagonist squeezed the devil's neck harder, looked at him with a mad look and furiously said that he should return his money, otherwise he would tear him to pieces. The devil began to shake and wave his paws, and the protagonist looked at him and asked that he didn't have them. The devil looked at the protagonist's hand in fear and Kim asked what he knew, what kind of money it was. The devil began to quickly reach into his t-shirt and look for something. Then, with joyful cries, he handed the red stone to the protagonist, and then the protagonist asked what he decided to pay off. Shin opened his eyes wide in surprise and stared at the stone. The stone in the devil's hand glowed bright red and the protagonist thought that it was a deep gem. Several beautiful stones of different shapes and colors appeared in his head, and Kim said that deep gems, special jewelry that can only be found in Gazer, are deep underground or can be hidden in rare plants growing in geyser. In the protagonist's head, a man appeared with a sword in his hands, standing on the corpse of a wolf monkey and looking at the red stone in his hands. And Kim noticed that, however, their extraction is so difficult that people choose to hunt the most dangerous monsters, which is why deep gems cost so much. The main character took a closer look at the gem and thought that even a 1-carat gem is valued at a couple of million won, but this gem is the size of a thumb. The main character squeezed his trembling hand harder, pulled the other towards the stone, and noticed in his head that it was definitely worth tens of millions. The devil began to shake harder and again put his hand under his t-shirt. A moment later, he pulled out another blue gem. The main character looked at them in surprise and was incredibly happy. The devil crouched all over and turned red. Then he threw the stone screaming high into the air, and the protagonist looked at it in fear. Kim abruptly released the devil's neck. Then he rushed for the stones and, grabbing the red one, pushed the blue one away. The main character sharply turned his head towards the devil, but the blue stone jumped back to the throne. The devil quickly jumped into a dark tunnel. The main character carefully tossed his stone in his hands and, looking carefully at the fleeing devil, noticed that at least he received the gems. Behind the protagonist, the blue ball cracked and began to glow brightly. The main character became all gloomy, and a powerful light began to shine behind him. Kim turned his head there and stared in fear, clutching his stone in his hands. A screen appeared in front of the protagonist's face, informing him that he had sacrificed a mid-rank deep gem. The damaged part of the labyrinth would be restored and improved. Then the protagonist rushed to the broken gem and began to curse loudly. The main character tightly grasped the glowing stone in his hand. He then looked into his hand and saw only a small fragment, and then the screen noted that there were 24 hours left before his durability was updated. He had 72 hours to increase the rank of the labyrinth. Kim looked at his hands, sweated, and looked sad. Then he leaned on the pedestal, looked straight ahead, and noticed that he could have bought a car. 4 days later, Hangjai stood in her wedding dress with her husband, and the protagonist said that despite the worries about her sister's wedding, thanks to the blessings of other people and the generosity of the groom's parents, everything went well. The main character looked carefully at the old man opposite who offered 18 million for the crystal, and then noticed that he was able to sell the deep gem for a good price. The main character sat at a table in front of a green screen, said that although he sold it for less than he expected, it was enough to buy a decent wedding gift, and leaning back in his chair said that he would have problems if this my father finds out, so I'll have to give it to her personally. He can't believe that some stone is worth 18 million. The main character sharply turned his head to the screen, which said that there were 24 seconds left before the completion of the labyrinth update, and noticed that he could have received 38 million if not for this labyrinth. Kim looked carefully at the screen that reported that the renovation of the labyrinth was completed, and noted that there was no point in regretting something that could not be returned. He would hope that it was worth it. The main character abruptly rose from his chair and, starting to walk straight, ordered the gates to be opened. A moment later, he slowly emerged from the portal and found himself in a labyrinth. As soon as he entered, a notification post appeared in front of him, which he looked at in surprise. Many notifications appeared. The most important were that the rank of the labyrinth moved from first to second and new structures were unlocked, and a Naga nest structure was created next to the owner's room. The main character tilted his head in surprise and thought about the Naga's nest. Kim sharply turned his head to a new room from which a column of dust was coming. The main character began to walk slowly there and coughed while brushing off the dust. Kim opened his eyes wide in surprise and stared straight ahead. The protagonist looked carefully at the nest, straightened up, and noticed that a room appeared where the wall was. This was the Naga's nest. The main character put his hands in his pockets, walked inside, and, looking around, noticed that it looked different than he had imagined. He thought it would be somehow more snake-like. A moment later, a paw came out of the ground behind him and the protagonist looked at it in horror. A green notification appeared which reported that 6 Naga slaves of the first rank had appeared in the Naga nest structure. The number of slaves would increase as the rank of the labyrinth increased. The main character looked at them in surprise and shouted that they were slaves. Kim looked carefully at the small animals and wondered why they were so cute. The main character put his hand to his chin and looked carefully at the notice that said that the slaves were waiting for the master's instructions. Kim turned sharply, began scratching the back of his neck, and said that he knew well what slaves should do, because he worked as a laborer for the government. The main character looked carefully at the 3 reptiles and said that the 3 of them would be scouts. Let them draw a map of the labyrinth, starting from the center. The main character folded his hands at his sides, looked carefully at the reptiles, and added that they should explore nearby risk factors, resources, ecology, and the rest. Let them remember that the priority is survival, no battles. And the green Naga raised her paw and hissed in approval. 3 Nagas left and the main character, turning to them, thought that in theory, he should have sent someone with them. But he's homeless, where did he get the money to protect them? Kim turned his head sharply at the remaining ones and ordered them to dig up the wall opposite the nest and create a storage facility. One of the Nagas took the pickaxe in her hands and stood in place, and the main character noticed in his head that he did not have much hope for them. They were small, plump, and, most likely, slow weaklings, ideal prey for the creatures in Gazer. The main character sharply raised his head up, put his hand to his chin and said, which is quite impressive. Kim watches carefully as the Nagas dig the vault and notices that he did not think that they would cope with the wall in just an hour, and the notification said that the vault had been built. Then the next notice reported that some of the slaves had returned from exploration. Kim turned his head sharply towards the exit and asked in surprise what part meant. The main character saw a green Naga coming out of the darkness and asked if there was only one. The main character began to quickly run to the Naga with a full backpack and ask where the others were. They were killed. Kim looked at the Naga in horror and, opening his eyes, noticed that they were really so weak, it was obvious that the slaves were not even close to the monsters. The main character stood exactly opposite the Naga and began to think that he had lost them forever. But the Naga interrupted him and hissed, and the protagonist asked that they were okay. Then the Naga noticed that there was so much loot that he had to return. It was an honor for him that he was worried about them. The 3 Naga behind him jumped with joy, and the protagonist stood in complete surprise, and then a notification appeared that said that the mood of the 4 workers had been improved, and their work efficiency had increased. The green Naga approached the protagonist and handed him a card. The main character carefully opened the map, looked at it carefully, and after that the notification reported that the map of the labyrinth had been updated. A screen appeared in front of the protagonist with a detailed map of part of the labyrinth and the locations of all the slaves. Kim tore up the map, looked carefully at the screen and, with his mouth open in surprise, noticed that it looked like he didn't even need to open the map. There was so much nearby. A moment later, Kim cast a careful glance at the stuffed backpack. The main character turned to the prey, looked at the Naga and asked why there was so much prey, and the Naga made a confident face and hissed loudly. The main character pointed his finger at all the loot and asked that he brought everything he could carry, and he shushed him. The main character looked at the prey in surprise and said that he didn't even know whether he should thank him for this. Kim began to look at a bunch of things and noticed in his head that apparently these things had been here since the time of the Great War. It was clear from them that there had been no people here for a long time. The main character was completely lost in thoughts and began to say that it was interesting how deep they were, but his words were interrupted by the fact that he saw shiny stones. A moment later, the main character quickly flew into a pile of junk, scattering everything in his path. The main character picked them up and began to study them in surprise. Kim looked at them carefully and thought that these were deep gems. Naga came up from the side and hissed, and the protagonist looked at him in surprise and shouted that he had seen a bunch of such stones. Kim took the Naga by the shoulders, started shaking and screaming to carry them faster and did not forget to tell others about it. The main character began to quickly run to the pedestal and shouted that they urgently needed to be assessed. The protagonist stopped abruptly near the portal and said that he did not know what would happen to the workers if he left now. The main character sharply turned his head back and said that if the labyrinth is attacked while he is not here. Kim looked at the 3 workers and how they made sad faces. The main character looked carefully at the green Naga and asked that he was sure that there were more deep gems here, and he turned and hissed in approval. Kim moved his mouth and said that so be it. Then he looked into his hand where the gems lay and noticed that the labyrinth was still benefiting him. The main character abruptly threw all the gems onto the pedestal and added that be it money or opportunities. The 3 gems glowed brightly on the pedestal and the notification said that he had donated the low and low rank gems and they could be converted into labyrinth 4 energy with an average probability. The main character covered himself with his hand from the bright light and asked that he had just sacrificed millions of one for the sake of some kind of probability. Kim clenched his fist tightly, looked carefully at the bright light and said that over the past 5 years he had tried his best to get rid of thoughts about the labyrinth, but once here, he was completely absorbed by it. The main character relaxed his face, then his gaze, and added that he thinks that now he understands why the children of the dungeons are so obsessed with them, why they are ready to give their lives for them. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head as he sat in a dark room and held his head, and then Kim thought that despite the danger and pitch darkness of Gazer, an unpleasant feeling never left him while he lived in peace and security on the surface. This is not the same, that can be corrected or forgotten. He was overcome by a simple one. The main character stood against a backdrop of bright light, looked at it carefully and noticed that it was boredom. Kim didn't look away from the bright light, straightened up slightly and added that he was going crazy with boredom. The Nagas behind him stood and watched him intently, and then Kim shouted that he would bring glory to the Empire to the Naga King. Kim put his hand in front of him, looked straight ahead and shouted that he would bring glory that would spread throughout Gazer. The main character sharply moved his hand to the side and shouted for Naga to come. A huge screen appeared in front of the protagonist with information about who he can summon. Kim put his hand to his chin, looked thoughtful, and said that this is all he can call at the moment. It would be the right decision to call on soldiers to protect the labyrinths. The main character straightened up, looked carefully at the pedestal, and said that given that there is a cost for their maintenance, he cannot mindlessly call up many soldiers. The main character began to slowly walk straight and raised his head and said that he was calling for 1 soldier and 1 servant. A notification appeared in front of his face and informed him that he had spent 1 unit of abyssal gem energy to summon 1 Naga soldier. The next moment a white stripe appeared in front of the protagonist. Then it began to glow brightly and Kim put his hand in front of him to shield himself from the light. A guard appeared in front of him and the protagonist looked at him in fear, and the Naga behind him hid behind the gate and looked straight ahead in fear. A huge warrior appeared in front of the protagonist, a standard Naga soldier, and Kim said that he was wondering if the soldiers would have any weapons. As it turned out, this was more than enough. The main character looked away, raised his hand to his neck, and ordered that he would protect the vault along with the workers, to which he heard an approving hiss. The Naga soldier quickly crawled away to the storage room, and the main character put his hands in his pockets and, looking at the ceiling, noticed that judging by his physique, he thought he was not so bad. A notification appeared that informed him that he had spent 2 units of abyssal gem energy to summon 1 Naga minion. Then the second notification said that Gazer's secret was activated. He summoned a heroic rank servant of Naga. The main character opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked what heroic means. A white stripe appeared in front of him again, which began to make loud sounds. A moment later, a huge, bright rift appeared and the main character screamed slightly in surprise. A Naga in beautiful clothes appeared in front of him. She had green hair and armored ears on her head. A Naga with purple hair appeared in front of the protagonist, and then notification said that the heroic servant of the Naga, Dominicana, was summoned. Dominicana is far superior to the standard servants of Naga. She is a faithful advisor who will serve her master with all respect. Dominicana closed her eyes, smiled slightly, and greeted her master. Kim opened his eyes wide, looked at her in surprise, and thought that her voice was sounding in his head. It was something like telepathy. Naga abruptly folded her hands, lit up all over, and shouted that she was asking to give her first order. And the main character looked at her in confusion and noticed that she was speaking. The main character was chatting with a naked woman in the middle of the host's hall. Dominicana put her hand to her temple, heard the protagonist that this was the current situation, and looked thoughtful. A moment later, she looked at him and asked what was going on. He hadn't even finished training yet, and Kim looked away and replied that something like that. The main character opened his eyes in surprise when the Dominican Republic asked him for the explored map of the labyrinth. Then she carefully looked at the screen with the map in front of her and, folding her hands on her chest, noticed that there were deposits with deep gems nearby. And the main character opened his eyes wide in surprise and noticed in his head that she even knew how to use cards. The maid with a huge smile began to walk towards the exit and, turning around, said that he needed to look at them with his own eyes. She would explain everything to him along the way, and the protagonist would note that they would look around at the same time. First they came to a cave with sharp stalactites. Dominicana opened her mouth in surprise and happily said that there is a stalactite cave in the labyrinth. The wall of the cave is quite thin, so they can break it to get to the deposits, and they can also set up a mining station in the stalactite cave, and Kim opened his eyes and listened to her carefully. The maid led the protagonist to a cave with deposits and, with her mouth wide open with joy, said that the deposits are located right behind the wall. Sometimes, deep gems can be obtained by processing other minerals, and the main character calmly agreed. Then Dominicana extended her hand towards the flowers and, turning to the protagonist, opened her mouth wide and said that even if the plant with the gem is small, they will be able to take the flower with them. Gazer's plants are quite tenacious, so they do not need special care. The maid leaned towards the flower and shouted that she would gather a couple since they were here, and the main character looked at her in surprise. Then they came to a large cave with water, and Dominicana, with her mouth wide open, noted that they must guard this territory since it belongs to part of the labyrinth. The nearest passages are easy to defend. There is also drinking water here, and they are also located in the very center of the floor. The main character and the servant looked carefully at the map, and Kim asked what the red zone on the map was, and the Dominican Republic smiled and replied that she thought there were wild creatures here. The protagonist looked carefully at the red zone with a dark head with horns and noticed that it seemed that this zone was blocked, but probably the slaves discovered the creatures there and decided not to meddle there. The Dominican Republic raised a finger in front of itself and noted that this territory with monsters could be considered as a hunting zone in order to be able to recruit more soldiers and servants. The main character looked carefully at the girl and asked that her name is Dominicana. Her name is difficult to pronounce, so he will call her Dominic, and she shouted that this is true. The maid opened her mouth wide and heard that this was incredible. Absolutely. Dominicana became embarrassed, put her hands to her cheeks, and shouted that this was the minimum set of knowledge for a servant who helps manage the labyrinth. and the main character clenched his teeth and asked her not to be modest. Kim looked at her carefully and, opening his mouth slightly, said that he could not even imagine that there could be someone here with whom he could talk. The main character put his fingers in his pockets, turned his head to the servant, and noticed that, as she knows, he came from the upper world, he does not intend to leave the labyrinth, but will be here very often. The servant suddenly became sad and noticed that she understood his concern, and Kim looked at her carefully. Dominicana closed her eyes, lowered her head slightly, and said that since the labyrinth does not yet have a core, a swarm of monsters will not appear here soon. But anything can be expected from Gazer, recommending that he summon more soldiers and servants to improve the labyrinth before it is too late. The main character looked at her carefully, and she added that he also needed to collect more deep gems. The main character turned to the servant, looked at her carefully, and asked if she would help with this. Releasing energy from the deep gems and calling will help only be carried out by the master, that is, the owner of the labyrinth. Then Kim turned and started to leave, noticing that he had one last question. The Dominican Republic's eyes widened after hearing the question of what would happen if he did not meet their standards. The servant looked carefully at his back and replied that some Nagas may leave or start a rebellion, but even if the monster harms the owner of the labyrinth, they will never be able to take over the labyrinth. The Dominican Republic lowered her head slightly, opened her mouth slightly, and added that only the one chosen by the labyrinth can be its owner. Then the main character turned to her, put his hands in his pocket, and heard that the Nagas were not so stupid as to overthrow the power of the labyrinth, whose glory would be spread throughout Gazer. Kim looked at her carefully and in surprise. Then he turned his head sharply, closed his eyes, and smiled, noticing that's how it is. The main character slowly walked to the throne with the servant and said that they had a lot of work, so they needed to stop talking, and he was pleased to meet you, and the Naga shouted that she was also glad. Then the main character asked that she said that he could improve the labyrinth with the help of gems collected from flowers, and she loudly replied that she thought they would be enough for him. Then a notification appeared that said that he had donated 3 good quality mid-rank deep-seated gems, and the renovation of the labyrinth began. The main character entered the jewelry made of deep gems and heard a joyful cry. The man carefully began to study the gems and said that he had heard that not everything was so smooth in Gazer lately. Where he found such beauty, even eminent researchers did not bring anything like this when the lower levels were discovered. The main character hid his hands in his pockets and noticed that it seemed that everything was especially bad on the first level. The man leaned back in his chair and said that exactly, wolf monkeys from the 8th level suddenly began to appear on the first level. The man began to scratch his head, closed his eyes, and added that over the past 5 years the professionalism of researchers has decreased, due to which the supply of deep gems has dropped sharply. The man spun around in his chair, extended his hand to the protagonist, and noted that he would not ask where he got them from, but wanted to offer a contract. He was not going to sit on his neck, don't worry about it. The main character put his hand to his chin, looked thoughtful, and thought that he had lived away from Gazer for a long time, and had absolutely no idea what the situation was like there now. Also, he could learn more about the labyrinth while he collected gems. Kim turned his head at the man and said that it was good, but his condition was information about the labyrinth, and the man leaned back in his chair and noted that it was not difficult, especially for such lovely stones. The man put his hand close to his chin and said that since they had agreed, he was providing him with information. No, he could give him a good job. The main character approached the old man as close as possible, and he put his hand to his mouth. Then Kim suddenly became gloomy when he heard the question, "Have you ever heard of hell spiders?" The man moved his hand to the side, closed his eyes, and said that the hellish spiders are difficult to deal with, but each one has a deep gem. The protagonist has a high rank, and if he kills at least one, he will receive a huge amount of money. The main character turned sharply and, interrupting, replied that he would not take on this. The man clenched his eyes and, looking at the protagonist's back, asked that he was going to refuse that kind of money. The main character stopped abruptly after saying that he has a family that needs to be taken care of. I heard that not everything is so smooth with them. A moment later, the protagonist broke the table into small pieces with a sharp blow. The man was covered in sweat and fear was visible in his eyes. Kim made a furious face, looked angrily at him with a glowing eye, and asked what he was really digging under him. The merchant sat on a chair near the broken table and asked the guy to calm down and just listen to him. He would work with the strongest children of the dungeon. The man lowered his eyes and said that they do not have such a gentle character as him. He asked to understand him, because when he receives materials of unknown origin, he is also responsible for it, especially his gems. With the exception of his first gem, the quality suspiciously excellent. Kim narrowed his eyes and said that he mined them with his own hands. The merchant put his hands on his knees, leaned forward, and said that of course, he had no doubt, many people here had a hard life, parents, brothers, and sisters who fell by the sword. The gray-haired man lowered his head and added that it is difficult to trust loners who have nothing to lose in this life, and since they only cared about themselves for a long time, they will not be able to take responsibility for anyone else, but he has a family that he wants to protect. The main character leaned close to the man's face and warned him if he even laid a finger on his family. The guy looked closely at the merchant and added that he would experience anger that he could not even imagine. The man put his hand on his neck and said that he understood and promised that this would not happen again, and then added that it seemed that he had sacrificed his trust to make sure of his. Kim opened the door, turned his head and said that he had gone and asked to send money for the gems to his account. The gray-haired man replied that it was good. The merchant sat on his chair and looked at the closed door. The man looked at the broken table and said that he didn't even mention the table. Damn children of the dungeon. A girl with big blue eyes looked in front of her in surprise and heard someone shouting to her to run because the hellish spiders had gone berserk. A woman in a torn dress ran to the side screaming, "Save me," but she stood there confused. The spider's leg pierced the back of the girl, who said that all their lives they had worked for their labyrinth, so why? She opened her eyes wide and screamed in pain, "Why?" The girl looked confidently at the spider and shouted, "Duke Gazer." The monster's eyes glowed red. The main character lowered his head and looked down with horror in his eyes. Dominique opened her eyes wide in fear and called out to her master. The guy looked at the assistant, who asked if he was okay. Kim sat on the throne, holding his head, and said that he had a dream from the past. The maid asked again, "A dream?" He replied that everything was fine and asked her not to worry. These were things of bygone days. The main character touched his cheek with his hand and looked ahead tiredly. Dominic and the workers looked at the master with concern in their eyes. Kim laughed, put his hand on his head, and the assistant looked questioningly at the master. He replied that no, nothing. The workers stood and looked at the master, who said that he was simply surprised at how different they were from other creatures. Dominique looked at the guy and said that if he didn't like them, Kim interrupted her, saying that no, it wasn't that he liked strange things, since he was born and raised in a labyrinth. The main character put his hand on his chin and thought, although precisely because they do not look like ordinary inhabitants of the labyrinth, he is not so nervous while being here. The guy removed his hand from his face, looked at the girl's surprised eyes, and said that hellish spiders lie not so far from here. It's good that they are at a great distance from each other, but other creatures from deeper levels can come here. He asked how many left until the update. Dominique looked at the screen and noted with a smile that there were still 3 seconds left before the maze would rise to rank 3. Kim looked to the side in surprise and asked what. The guy stood and looked at the screens that appeared. In the first window it was written that the upgrade of the labyrinth to the 3rd level was completed. A notification appeared that previously inaccessible structures had been unlocked and new workers had been recruited. A message popped up that 6 first-rank Naga workers had been added. The last screen said, "Creating a labyrinth core." The main character and all his workers looked in one direction. A pedestal with a crystal appeared on the ground. Dominique explained that this is the core, the heart of the labyrinth. If it is destroyed, the labyrinth will be deactivated. The assistant smiled and explained that the labyrinth had limits on its power, and from time to time things would appear in it that would increase its power, although it seemed like an unnecessary weak point had been added to them. Kim looked thoughtfully to the side, and the servant continued to say that during the destruction of the labyrinth, if the core was destroyed, if he managed to survive, he would be able to restore it again. The main character turned his head and looked at the screen that appeared. A notification popped up that due to the activation of the core, nearby creatures and monsters learned about the existence of the labyrinth. A red screen appeared, on which it was written that a herd of 20 horned rats was heading towards the maze. There was a timer on the next red window, 59 minutes and 59 seconds left until arrival. Kim looked to the side and shouted, "Attack! The number of troops must be increased. They cannot cope with one soldier." The main character approached the core and said that he was summoning Nagi, and thought to himself that he had never even heard of horned rats or seen soldiers in action. A screen with a green snake appeared, which indicated who could be summoned. Naga soldier of the 1st rank, the caretaker who guards the labyrinth. The Naga soldier knows no fear, specializes only in combat skills. Naga archer of the 2nd rank, a deadly sniper, strikes the heart of enemies with sharp arrows. 2nd rank Naga warrior, a born warrior, have an incredibly strong body. Low rank Naga magician, one who explores the secret of Gazer. Magicians dominate enemies using the strongest magic. Low level Naga priest, the first priest who idolized the snake, heals the wounded nag. Kim looked ahead in confusion and noted that more classes had appeared. The guy looked at the screen and said, but he didn't think it would take so much energy to summon them. The main character looked at the warning that a pack of rats was heading towards the labyrinth, and noticed that he only had 21 crystals. A herd of 20 horned creatures was running towards them. He figured that he would have to bet everything on the soldiers. Dominique opened her eyes wide and explained to the master that if they were talking about horned rats, then one soldier could cope with 4 at once. The assistant imagined equalities in her head and began to explain that a warrior or a priest is equal to 2 soldiers, an archer is equal to 3, and one magician is comparable in strength to as many as 5 rats. Kim happily grabbed the girl by the shoulders after she said, however, everyone except warriors lacks close combat skills, so he should be more careful. The maid opened her eyes wide when the main character shouted that she was great, Thank heavens that they sent her to him. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, smiled, and confidently shouted that he was calling on 1 soldier and 2 Naga warriors. Kim stood and watched what was happening. The main character and his workers looked at the warriors, who appeared with joyful faces. The huge horned creature opened its mouth with sharp fangs. A screen appeared with information that soldiers and warriors had been called up. The main character smiled and noted that they exceeded his expectations. With them, they could even compete with wolf monkeys. Kim looked carefully to the side. The little worker put the tool on the floor and looked ahead with sad eyes. Kim looked at the slave in surprise and asked what was wrong. Dominique lowered her head, closed her eyes, and replied, "Oh, this, the worker, is a consequence of the mutation of high-ranking Nagas. The stronger the Nagas, the higher the likelihood of the birth of a subspecies." The creature with sad eyes looked up. The worker stood and looked at the huge warrior, and the servant explained that this child was looking at the version he could have become. The main character folded his arms across his chest, looked to the side, and noted that this little guy continues to follow orders, but he looks a little lethargic and clearly lacks willpower. The slave was breaking stones with a pickaxe, Kim said, but since he had more strength than others, he did not notice the difference in the speed of work. Dominique made a serious expression on her face and said that she needed to teach him a lesson. The guy stopped her by saying that there was no need for this. The warriors began to approach the master after he asked the slaves to come here, even those who had just appeared. The assistant was surprised by the master's words. Kim looked ahead and asked her not to worry. He would not send them into battle, they would go on a short excursion. The servant opened her eyes wide in surprise when the protagonist explained that she said that for the Nagas, respect is of great importance. This is the first battle in their labyrinth, so it would be too cruel to hide them at such a significant moment. The little slave looked at the master, who said that he would make sure that they were not in danger. He would protect them by any means necessary. The creature with big eyes looked at the handle in the hand of the master, who asked what about the weapon. Kim looked at the large pickaxe in his hand and asked what weapon he should take. The slave looked up and heard, a small but weighty weapon of a warrior. The main character looked to the side and smiled. The guy approached the warriors, raised the pickaxe and shouted, "Now Nagi, into battle." Kim narrowed his eyes, holding the weapon in front of him, and said that these rat creatures who dared to encroach on our labyrinth must be shown to them that they themselves crawled into the mouth of the snake. An army marched through the dungeon, kicking up dust. The horned creatures moved with swords in their hands and thought that they had finally found the cave of these snakes. We would eat their children and rape their wives. There were 3 workers standing in the passage. The rats thought that there were only working snakes here, and not a single warrior. The new owner of the maze was a real idiot. He didn't even understand his capabilities. The leader of the rat army put his hand on his sword, and his subject said that their Tretch can do everything. Their Tretch is smart. Tretch has a big horn. The larger the horn, the smarter the ruler. The commander extended his hand with his sword and shouted that he was the smartest Tretch, the strongest. These snakes will soon know their end, the last snake cave. The warriors joyfully raised their weapons and opened their mouths when their leader said that they would devour them. Destroy the cave and devour these creatures. They would become stronger, and the horns would become even larger. The main rat raised his sword up and announced that they would no longer run away. They would finally become predators. One of the fighters said that Tretch is smart, uses smart words, and the second thought that the words are complex. He does not understand. The commander opened his mouth wide and shouted that they would never work, and the warriors began chanting his name. The leader pulled his sword forward and ordered everyone to go on the attack, into battle. Tretch walked in the center of his squad and commanded, "Destroy them, kill them all." The little slaves looked with horror in their eyes at the approaching army, from which came a cry, "Kill the snake descendants." The rat jumped up, swung his sword, and shouted that they would kill their children. The main character rushed to attack his opponents. The offender's weapon flew up. A bloody body with a broken horn fell to the ground. The horned creature looked at what was happening in surprise. Kim swung his pickaxe and shouted, "Nagi." The protagonist, surrounded by his warriors, picked up the dead body of the rat and ordered to show what they were worth. Huge soldiers put their weapons forward. The frightened enemies began to retreat, and the main character shouted for them to finish off every rat. Opponents ran away with frightened faces. Some of them flew into the air from the blows of the fighters. They shouted that it was a trap. Tretch stood with his ears down, looking at what was happening and remembering. He stood with a pickaxe in his hands and heard someone ask him, "Are you satisfied?" The rat with the tool on his shoulder walked to the side, saying that he called him during work for the sake of empty chatter. Tretch goes to dig further, and the man in the cloak asked again, "Is he satisfied?" The horned creature looked to the side and replied that he would be eaten if he stopped working. The owners were big and strong, and he was small, weak, and had to work. The hooded stranger said that it seemed to him that he was the strongest here, so it was a mistake. Tretch, without turning around, replied that he was a fool, not knowing the difference between courage and recklessness was stupidity. The rat stopped near the exit when he heard the man say that okay, in that case, he will tell him and the other rats about a way that will allow them to achieve the power of their owner. The person in the hood, when asked if this was true, answered that of course. Tretch turned and looked away in surprise after the man said that who knows, maybe he himself could become the owner of the labyrinth. The leader stood, looking ahead in confusion, and heard his subjects shouting his name. The rats with frightened faces asked what they should do, because they would all die. The commander looked at the core and said that this was the pearl they were told about. The leader looked forward confidently, pushed the soldier away and shouted, if Tretch swallows this pearl, he will become stronger and protect everyone. The commander ran to the core, saying that they could win. He was going for the pearl, but he thought to himself that no one would use them anymore. The rats rushed to attack the huge soldier, shouting that they would help him get to the pearl, they would protect him, they would no longer be treated as prey. The little fighter grabbed the head of a huge soldier with his teeth, who was holding a large sword in his hands. The rats attacked the enemy furiously and thought that they would no longer bow their heads and pretend that everything was normal when their brothers were killed and eaten. The fighter extended his hand forward and shouted to the leader to run and save their species. Dominique looked in surprise at the rat running past her, who was wondering if she would eat this pearl. The servant turned her gaze to the other side and called the master. Kim took a break from the battle and listened. The huge soldier was holding a rat in his hand, and the main character took the weapon from him, saying that he would borrow a spear. The little workers tried to stop the leader of the rats, who was approaching the core, and shouted that he could take revenge on the owners. The main character jumped high, swung his spear. All his workers looked at this with hope in their eyes. The gentleman threw the weapon and pierced the rat with it. There was an explosion on the pedestal. A screen appeared with information that the altar was attacked. The strength of the altar was 274 out of 500. The main character knelt down, looked to the side, and said no. The dust began to settle, and the little slave covered his mouth with his hands and coughed. The spear was sticking out right next to the core. The rat's face became visible under the pearl. Tretch lay on the altar with a spear in his back, looking at the cannonball and saying that freedom for his brothers was right in front of him. The rat raised its head to the crystal. Kim swung his pickaxe behind him. The protagonist was carrying a bloody weapon in his hand and said that he was purposefully moving towards the core, apparently trying to eat it. They were in danger. The main character looked at the dead body of the enemy, put his hand to his chin, and Dominique noted, given how weak the teeth of horned rats are, he couldn't even leave a scratch on her. The master's spear was much more dangerous. The guy said that even without danger, he got to the core too quickly. The body of a rat lay on the altar with a weapon in its back, and Kim added that he did not think that he would sacrifice his comrades to break through. He needed to be more vigilant next time. The guy looked at the spear in his hand and said that he needed to return it. The assistant answered with a smile that there was no need. The rat stood and looked at the huge warriors in fear, and Dominique noted that it seemed that this rat was their leader. Their morale instantly dropped, so their defeat was only a matter of time. The soldier struck and turned to the side. The small creatures began to run away from the battlefield, and the main character noted that if he knew that they were so weak, he would have worried in vain. The servant said that they could take them in numbers, but they are unlikely to be stronger than usual Naga workers. Kim looked at the girl in surprise and asked what, the workers, and she replied that she had heard about labyrinths where people caught them and forced them to work. The guy looked to the side and thought that it reminded him of the children of the dungeon during the war. It sounds terrible. The warrior held a huge cleaver in his hand, and next to him stood a rat with a small sword. Dominique noted that their enemies were weak, but the Nagas showed themselves well. The soldier struck with his weapon, and the opponents began to run. Kim asked how their huge bodies could move so smoothly without legs. The assistant replied that due to their long tails, the center of gravity is in a free position, so they are more flexible and fast. The guy said that he wouldn't want to be their enemy. The main character looked towards the girl and asked what after she called him. The warriors approached the exit from the labyrinth, and a stranger in a cloak looked at them from behind a stone and said that after analyzing the level of Naga's strength, the following results could be drawn. The man turned around and walked in the other direction. The cloaked person knelt in front of the huge torch and said that there was 1 heroic rank and 4 standard level soldiers. The stranger rested his hand on the ground, lowered his head and continued to report. Their owner was likely very inexperienced. He had watched him call for troops in a hurry when the invasion had just begun. A man was kneeling at the huge feet of a monster who said that he sent 20 soldiers and could only find out this. The stranger bent down to the ground and apologized, and the monster replied that he did not care, and ordered to collect even more rats. And what about the mercenaries? The guy lowered his head and replied that they were engaged in enslavement outside the labyrinth. The monster added that they should prepare for war as soon as they return. The hooded man clarified in surprise that he would send ordinary mercenaries to war. The monster's paw with huge claws was lying on the stone. He said, "Isn't he one of them? Some bastard claimed to be a descendant of a dragon. Even if it is just ancient blood, he can still take care of a weak level labyrinth." A huge eye opened above the monster's head. He noted that an interesting sight awaited them. The tournament table was displayed on the screen, which indicated that Kim had defeated the horned rats. A message appeared that the Nagas fought against a small number of enemies. The opponents were too weak, so they earned a minimum amount of experience. The owner's influence increased slightly. A notification popped up that the title, Novice Commander, had been received. Kim put his finger to his lips, and the joyful assistant congratulated the master. The main character turned his head and looked at the girl, who asked if something was wrong, and he replied that there were a lot of things wrong. The guy introduced a rat with a spear in his back and added that the rat leader had sneaked into the owner's room. If he had not been interested in the core, they would have suffered. Dominique looked at the gentleman in surprise, who said that he was glad that they were their first opponents. Kim began to put on his jacket and thought, if the situation in Gazer does not change, they could be blown to pieces at any moment. They need proper protection. The assistant wiped away her tears, saying that she should worry first of all about them, and not about the core. Two huge warriors stood near the entrance when the main character called them and said that let this triumph forever remain in their hearts. Kim extended his hand to the side and loudly said that they were in Gazer, a place where the weak die and the strong survive. They have no time to celebrate victory over the weakest enemies. Dominique looked in surprise at the main character, who said that at the moment Naga's labyrinth is very weak. All the workers and warriors stood and listened to the words of the master, who said, however, they will do the impossible. The storehouse will overflow with treasures, new territories will appear, and this place will become their fortress and pride. Kim extended his hand forward and added, a fortress that they will create themselves. The guy looked in front of him and thought that legends would be made about them. Slaves removed the dead bodies of rats. Because many days have passed since the battle with the horned rats, the corpses have gone to food, and their weapons are in storage. A message appeared with information that the Nagas were satisfied. The price for maintenance was reduced for a long period of time. Dominique pointed her finger at the workers and said, since she was appointed leader, they would have to obey. The main character sent slaves to the cave to install equipment for mining gems. Small creatures broke stones with pickaxes under the supervision of a soldier, because the rest of the workers, along with the guards, were ordered to extract gems from deposits and plants. Kim folded his arms and thought that in the future, he wanted to create two units, namely hunters and patrollers. The main character lowered his head, put his fingers to his chin and realized that now he did not have enough deep gems to summon. The merchant took the horn in his hand and asked in surprise, these are the horns of rats, and then added that these creatures are always hiding or running away, so they were difficult to find. Great job. The guy explained that he accidentally stumbled upon their lair. The man looked carefully at the item after Kim asked if it could be sold. He explained, everything that comes out of the ground can be sold. These things are often used in everyday life, but he is more interested in deep-seated gems. The main character closed his eyes, put his hand on the back of his head and said that it's been hard to find lately. Beck looked at the guy and said that it's clear that even for him it's not so easy. The merchant threw the horn into the box and said that he believed that was all for today. He would transfer the money to his account. Kim silently looked at the man who was sitting on the chair. The protagonist lowered his head and closed his eyes, and Beck asked if there was anything else. He replied that the hell spiders he was talking about then, is the offer still valid? The merchant narrowed his eyes and asked, were you really upset that you were missing out on such a chance? The guy honestly admitted that he just needed gems. Kim stood near the table and when asked why he needed them, he answered to sell, then noted that he needed money. The man put on glasses and said that last time he even broke the table because he didn't want to agree to this. He believes that money is everything. The merchant lowered his eyes, looked at his phone and said that the first team had already left. If he wanted to join, he would have to join their main squad. And what was his level? The main character lowered his eyes and replied that he didn't understand after he broke the table. The man responded by shouting that he was a scoundrel. How long would he keep him in the dark? Kim sadly lowered his gaze and said that he did not know his level, but was born and raised at 12th. The merchant took off his glasses, opened his eyes wide in surprise and said that on the 12th level, it's better not to joke like that. The main character explained that before he came out, he lived in the labyrinth of one of the Dukes of Gazer. Beck smiled and noted that he turned out to be a child of the highest level dungeon. The guy scratched his ear and asked why he was making such a fuss about some level. The man shouted in response, is he kidding me or something? The merchant looked carefully at the protagonist and clarified that he knew the strength of the children of the dungeon. The young man closed his eyes and said that he did not go down there after he got out. He does not know anything about the current situation in Gazer. Beck covered his face with his hands and said, this is why he needed the information. The man picked up the pen and horn and said that he would try to explain in a nutshell. The merchant drew a hierarchy of the inhabitants of the dungeon and began to say that each child of the dungeon gains a level after birth. It's simple. His level is equal to the floor on which he was born. He is level 12, and he is one of the few children of the dungeon who came from the deepest levels. Beck pointed his finger at the top floor, introduced the masked people, and explained that from the first to the third, these are the upper levels. They are usually a little stronger than an adult, so they are often taken into expeditionary forces rather than armed ones. The man put his finger to the horn again, imagined a superhero, and said that from the 4th to the 6th levels, these are the average levels. Most of them belong to armed units, and their strength is comparable to the strength of super soldiers, or those heroes from films about guys with panties over tights. The merchant pointed to the level below, drawing an image of a big green man in his head, and began to explain that from the 7th to the 9th, these are the lower levels. This is already the territory of monsters, and the power is corresponding. There are not many of them, so they are often arrogant. Beck put his finger to the very bottom of the drawing, imagining a smiling pink monster, and said, and finally, the 10th level, which people could not reach even during the war. It belongs to the deep levels, roughly speaking, a very dangerous territory or something like that. Kim lowered his thoughtful gaze after the man said that there is practically no information about the lower levels, since there are only a few children of the dungeon from those levels. But if he really is from there, he does not need explanations. The man introduced people with unusual abilities and added that he almost forgot. The deeper the level, the higher the chance that a person will have super strength, superpowers, and so on. Beck smiled, looked at the guy, and asked if he had any superpowers, like whether he could spew fire or shoot lasers from his eyes. Kim looked at the man with sparkling eyes and replied that with his current strength and speed, even without knowing his weak points, he could easily finish him off with his bare hands. The merchant's body turned red when Kim looked at him and said that his body was one continuous weak point. The man put his hands forward and asked him to stop, because he understood everything, and the guy clarified it, so there is a place for him. The main character scratched his neck and heard Mr. say, if he is level 12, even if they don't have room, they would still care. Kim interrupted him and told him to tell them that he is not that high level. Beck looked forward and noted that he had said that he needed money. If you lower the level, the reward would decrease accordingly. The young man replied that he did not care. The merchant looked at the phone and said, okay, then he will give him the schedule and keep him updated. He will lend him the equipment, so he asked not to break this table anymore. The guy thanked him. The main character calmly looked ahead, and the man continued to tell him that they needed to make a dungeon child card for him, and asked him to give him his ID and photograph. Beck was looking at the phone screen when the guy asked him what kind of ID it was. 3 slaves with joyful faces stood and listened to the speech of the servant. Emonique extended her hand and said loudly that they would be the stuff of legends. Kim watched as the assistant waved her hand and said nice words to the workers. Emonique froze when she heard the main character ask what she does. The girl turned and saw the master leaving, who said that the report first. She answered of course. The main character and the assistant walked through the tunnel. She began to say that mining in the cave was successful, and they were also able to collect a small amount of deep gems from plants. Demonique lowered her head, closed her eyes, and said that they managed to collect a little more from the wild beasts that they had subdued. The beasts were sent to storage. Kim turned his head and asked, that's good, but where are the gems? The servant lowered her head, extended her hands forward, and said that the main character had taken them. The guy threw stones towards the cannonball. Demonique stood aside and looked at it in surprise. A message appeared on the screen that the gems were being converted into labyrinth energy. The stones lay on the altar and sparkled, and Kim said that he was calling on the Naga. Demonique opened her eyes wide, covered her mouth with her hands, and exclaimed that he immediately put everything into the maze. The guy, looking at the screen, explained that they needed it. The servant opened her mouth in surprise when she heard the main character say that he would not be in the labyrinth for 2 weeks. She asked if she could find out why. Kim, looking at the screen, put his fingers to his chin and explained that he needed to deal with the hell spiders, and therefore he would not be able to open the portal. The guy moved his hand to the side and said that flowers with gems grow very slowly. Each spider carries an abyssal stone with them, so they will need them. The main character turned his head and looked to the side, saying that it was time to call on the archer. A message appeared that a naked, normal archer had been summoned. A warrior appeared with a huge bow and arrows on his back. This is the standard form of the green slave Greenie. Kim looked at the archer, pointed his finger back, and told him to go to the gate and stand guard with the Naga soldier. The main character extended his hand to the side, looked at the screen, which showed that there were 2 gems left, and noted that the energy they had received in a couple of days had already been used up. The servant replied that this was true. The guy looked to the side and said that he would leave 2 more to maintain the maze. Emonique looked at the master in surprise after he addressed her. The archer was approaching the entrance, and the main character asked, the portal through which he entered, can it be changed in size? The members of the expedition stood on the steps near the Gazer Gate to Paju. The girl looked at the squad and said, a short briefing before starting. Lian leaned on a huge axe and said that her name was Lee Jun-young. She was the commander of this expedition. Given that most of them already had experience, they would cope faster than usual. The guys in helmets looked at her, and she continued to say that within 2 weeks they will get rid of the hell spiders that have invaded the second level. The expedition team consists of 22 people. The girl looked forward with a serious look and said that the cleanup team, 7 people. Ordinary researchers, 15 people. The cleanup team is lined up according to their level. Lian averted her eyes to the side and looked at the party. She said their levels and explained that their right hand indicated their level. The girl turned around and said that the briefing was over. The military man put the radio to his mouth and told the expedition team to enter and asked to open the gate. Kim stood next to the red-haired guy. Someone shouted that the gate was opening. Lian slung her weapon over her shoulder and said, given that they were far from the first team, they would move quickly. She hoped they would get there safe and sound. The man in the blue helmet was crying and screaming, a red tentacle wrapped around his neck. The researchers looked at what was happening with horror in their eyes and heard screams asking them to save him. The girl extended her hand to the side and said loudly that this is a whip lizard. They must be careful of the tail. The clearing team stood to the side and looked at Lian, who advised hitting the armpit of the front leg rather than the back. Zhang noted that they started with a monster that would earn them pennies. The guys looked at what was happening, and Ho suggested that they could rest for now. The red-haired guy said that he heard that the professionalism of the researchers had dropped significantly. The guy in the orange jacket closed his eyes, put his hand on the back of his head, and added that they said they were going through some kind of selection process. But how do they see? Useless. His dark-haired comrade said that 10 years had passed since the war. It was obvious that the most experienced of them had become rich and retired. Zhang looked in front of him and began to say that he thought most of them were in debt. Yang Ho said that this could not be. They fought well in their time. The guy with red hair looked at the main character, who began to draw his sword, and the dark-haired young man continued to say that it didn't matter whether the collectors from above or the monsters grabbed him, since their lives were at stake. The young people looked in one direction, and Zhang noted that this was the 7th level guy who was hired by the boss. Kim jumped high and stabbed the monster in the neck with his sword. Lian narrowed her eyes and assessed what was happening. The girl extended her hand forward and shouted to aim at the wounds. A man's body lay on the ground. Someone from the group said that he was dead. The commander replied that she could see it herself. Lian averted her eyes to the side and ordered them to leave before the smell of blood spread. But first they need to check for the presence of deep gems, and they need to remember to use deodorant. The guy standing next to her replied, "That's right." The girl closed her eyes and yawned. She turned her head towards the main character and said that he had good skills. Kim looked at her silently, and Lian continued to say that the skin of the whip lizard was quite strong. The old man was clearly not mistaken about it. The girl knitted her eyebrows and asked him to follow orders next time. She understands that they want to show off their strength, but they don't want to lose people because of their own mistakes. The main character raised his head and asked if he had done something wrong. She replied that no, but as she said, he could violate discipline. Lian folded her hands on her chest and added that an ordinary person is able to cope with such creatures, but very soon they will come across ones where they will be powerless. The girl looked at the main character standing next to him and said that if he wasted all his energy here, they would have a hard time. Kim asked her not to worry. Lian and the protagonist looked to the side in surprise. He said that he was worried that he would become numb from the cold, so he decided to move. She briefly replied that of course. The girl turned her head. Jungti approached her and reported that they were ready to move on. She asked how long it was to the safe zone. He replied that it was about an hour. Kim thought that, as expected, the attitude towards ordinary people and the children of the dungeon was different. The guy in the mask raised his hand and clarified that the corpses of the researchers would be left here. Lian reminded her that she said, "Does he want to lure monsters?" The main character lowered his head and thought, when someone dies, no one will blink an eye. But if it was about the children of the dungeon, the reaction would be different. He cannot say that it bothers him. But a squad of researchers on the site installed equipment. This happened 2 weeks later at the entrance to the 2nd level of Gazer. A guy in a helmet approached the boss and reported that during the battles with the whip lizards they had lost 3 junior soldiers. She clarified something else. The hiker opened his mouth and began to say that there were deep gems, but the guys behind him shouted that they were here. The guy in the helmet with the yellow cross looked at the stone in his hand and said loudly, "Deep gems, how many have they already found? And they are only at the entrance to the 2nd level." The researcher turned around when he heard the question. "There are so many of them." He answered that with a stone of this size there are about 5,200 per person. The guy rolled his eyes, sighed and said that it was only 200 each, and they were risking their lives. And he heard the answer that he was an idiot. This is the smallest, and already 200 per person. They had found such people before. The researcher in the helmet with the cross looked to the side in surprise when his friend said that he had heard that spiders, or whatever they would fight with, had gems the size of a fist, and said that the gems were medium in size. He had never seen anything like them. He hoped you will be able to collect a couple. The guy in the blue helmet looked down in disappointment and asked how much they would get for 2, and heard the answer that he was stupid, had completely forgotten how to count, several thousand each. The researcher looked up and said, and the work is only a few thousand. Gems began to fall from above. Jongti approached the boss. She asked if something was wrong. The guy in the mask began to say that something was confusing him. They thought they were catching up with the first squad, but the tracks became too chaotic. It felt like there was a battle there. The girl looked at him and suggested that they had run into spiders, but he replied that no, the matter was different. The traces of the first detachment were everywhere, as if. Lian turned around when she heard someone calling her boss. A guy in a helmet with a cross ran up to the commander, and she asked what the noise was. The researcher pointed his finger to the side and said that deep gems began to fall from above. They wanted to pick them up, but their bodies, they got stuck in the air. The two guys opened their mouths in surprise. Lian asked again about falling from above, but thought to herself that this was the work of monsters. She wouldn't cause a fuss and would calm down. The girl looked alarmed at what was happening. The main character looked to the side, where the commander, waving his hands, gave the order to prepare for battle, and Jongti asked to provide light. The guy in the mask took a pistol out of his pocket. A red flare flew up. The bodies of people, wrapped in cobwebs, hung on the ceiling. The squad looked up and their mouths opened in horror. Human faces were visible in the cocoons of the web. Someone below, stuttering, said that these were people. Lian threw the axe over her shoulder and said what he said. The marks were everywhere. The guy answered, 10 people, only some of them. The girl turned and gave the command to quickly retreat and regroup. The commander looked in front of her in surprise when she heard someone shout to her that there was someone behind her. Lian clenched her teeth and grabbed her weapon. She struck with her axe at the spider, which was trying to attack from behind. The girl climbed onto the monster, surrounded by part of the cleanup team, and shouted the command, camouflage, the children of the dungeon should attack, and the researchers should quickly hide in the bunker. The guys put up shields in front of them. Lian raised her eyes and looked at the fading light. The girl raised the axe and shouted that the fire was dimming and ordered to keep the light on. The main character fought next to the commander, who told him not to slow down. Kim raised his sword above his head, and Lian stood behind him, holding a weapon in her hand. The main character opened his mouth and ordered the fire to be lit faster. A flare flew up. In the red light, many spiders became visible, descending from all directions. Zhang looked at the two huge spiders approaching. He smiled widely and furrowed his brows. Kim, swinging his spear, cut one of the spiders into 2 parts, and then, jumping forward, he thrust it into the spider's carcass with all his might, and it fell down at great speed and hit the ground. Suddenly, another spider appeared behind Zhang. Zhang turned around, screamed loudly, and pushed himself to the side with his feet. And then he hit the spider in the abdomen with all his might, shouting that he had thrown one. Kim, smiling, sat down and, pushing off from the ground, said that this was great. While in the air, he swung from the spider's back, and then a second later he cut all his paws. The spider hit the wall and then fell to the floor, dead. The big man walked up to him and stepped on him with his foot, and then, pressing, he smeared the spider's head. The big man, frowning his eyebrows, caught his breath, said that Young's methods. Suddenly another spider appeared behind him, his mouth wide open. The big man turned around and hit the spider on the head with all his might, shouting that these methods were disgusting. Pressing the spider to the floor with his huge hand, the big man stopped. 2 more spiders watched in horror as their comrade was destroyed. Then the big man turned around menacingly, grabbed the spider's body and swung it with all his might. He began to spin the spider in a circle, picking up speed. And then, opening his mouth wide and looking menacingly to the side, he screamed. The spider flew away from its fellow at great speed, sweeping it to the side. A girl with a short haircut, extending her rapier towards the spider, stood calmly. Suddenly she stopped and turned around, and then she made several swings in front of herself. A second later, the spider's body was completely covered with red cuts. The girl with the short hair waved her hand and the spider was crushed into pieces. She looked towards the big man and, indignantly, asked what it was, to which he, smiling, replied that she was sitting out her cowardly life here, so he had to intervene. Hearing this, the girl with the short haircut replied that it was very insulting. She, gritting her teeth, turned around and asked that it was really necessary to fight them with all her might. The warriors behind her listened to their conversation in horror. The big man answered her question that these were hellish spiders. What was she talking about? The warriors, covering their bills, opened their mouths wide, and the girl with short hair shouted that they shouldn't yawn on the other side either. The warriors saw two huge spiders approaching them at great speed. A girl with short hair shouted for them to get ready, to which a squad of knights shouted that they were just ordinary people. Suddenly Kim appeared, waving his sword. He cut down several spiders at once. Then he landed and they began to surround him. A second later, swinging his sword, naturally, in the teeth, he destroyed several at once, rushing forward at great speed. The warriors looked fearfully in his direction. The captain, holding an axe on her back, asked him exactly the 7th level. Kim continued to cut the spiders. The captain approached the medic and told him to check the wounded first, let those who were normal check the spiders. Jong, smiling, sat on a stone. He said that he had finally warmed up. A guy with curly hair, sitting next to him, said that he thought he would die of boredom after a whole week of idleness. Looking at them, a girl with short hair said that she will go wash her hands. Looking to the side, the captain thought about it and said that this was very strange. Jong approached her and asked what exactly she didn't like. The captain replied, turning around, that, judging by the records, hell spiders live at deeper levels. They never rose so high, so the only records they had were from the time of the war, but those who came from deep levels. Jong looked at her in surprise and asked that they were light. She was getting at this. A guy with curly hair standing next to him said that for sure, they even seemed weaker than these boring lizards. Suddenly, a medic approached them and said that, anyway, Jong interrupted him and, turning around, asked that maybe the monsters from the deep levels are not so strong. The guy with curly hair added that, most likely, it's just that they are too powerful. The medic smiled, took out a small bag and said that he was very glad that they did not have to use explosives. We are transported to Kim. He sits next to a dead spider carcass and then says that these are not hell spiders, they may belong to the same species. Kim opened the spider's jaw and felt its legs. He added that hell spiders are much larger than these. The ones here do not have an exoskeleton and the stratum corneum is very fragile. Kim, examining the spider, added that maybe this is a subspecies or lower individuals. Even the fighting style is different for the hell spider to go into battle at such a close distance. The captain approached Kim and was about to say something. But suddenly he jumped up and, interrupting her, raised his hand and told everyone to stop. He thought that spiders were behaving very carefully. The medic and his friend probed the web. They, not understanding, asked why there was so much of it here. The medic replied that it was all because they were fighting against spiders. Kim thought that the spiders would never have taken the first step. The guy, probing the web, said that when they first came here, it was not there. His friend asked what exactly it was. It was too strong. Kim again thought that they would wait until the prey itself fell into their trap. The medic looked to the side in surprise and then said that there was something there. He looked at how the entrance to the cave was blocked with thick cobwebs, and then asked if this was not where they came from by any chance. Kim looked forward in fear. He felt someone's stern gaze behind him. He thought that he felt a thirst for murder. Kim approached the warrior and asked that he said that he had explosives. The guy replied that yes, but they had not been useful yet. Kim, having examined his team, said that he thought it would be better to install it on the blocked exits and as soon as possible. A guy with curly hair approached him and asked, puzzled, why, isn't the fight already over? Jong smiled and replied that he understood. This often happened in comics. He raised his finger up and, smiling, added that the most powerful creature hides somewhere throughout the battle and then suddenly appears. Kim, looking into the cave, added that hell spiders were hiding somewhere here. The guys looked in his direction incredulously, and then they all smiled. The guy with curly hair asked what that was all he would say. Jong laughed and added that they were just worrying in vain. The big guy asked why they didn't just kill them when they showed up. Kim, frowning and looking menacingly to the side, added that he told them that those they fought were not hell spiders. The captain put her hand on his shoulder and said that how could he know? Suddenly a drawn-out scream was heard throughout the cave. A girl with a short haircut, her mouth wide open and angrily looking ahead, shouted that how dare some small bug leave a wound on her body. A huge spider stood in front of her. Looking at him, she shouted that he should not even dream of a peaceful death. Kim, watching this picture, looking ahead in fear, took out his sword and shouted for her to step back. The girl with the short haircut turned around, frowning. Kim said that it was a hell spider. The captain, laughing, replied that he had just opened his eyes or something. She didn't have time to finish. A second later, her body was pierced right through by a huge paw. Blood poured from her mouth. She looked ahead with a lifeless gaze. The bleeding increased, and her eyes began to fall out of their sockets. In the last seconds of her life, she watched as a huge hell spider opened its mouth wide. A huge crowd of hell spiders emerged from the darkness, appearing in front of the party. The largest spider opened its mouth wide and screamed. The squad captain turned around in fear and saw a crowd of approaching spiders behind her. She extended her hand forward and, looking at the soldiers, shouted at them to quickly throw them into the pile. Then she walked up to Kim and said that these creatures. Kim stood in a stupor and did not make a sound. He looked in front of him in horror. Meanwhile, the hell spider killed one of the soldiers of their squad. The guy looked ahead with tears in his eyes. He screamed to be saved. He didn't want to die. Looking at the soldier's frightened face, he remembered a similar situation from the past. The captain asked if he was okay. A second later, he returned to the real world and turned around in fear. He, looking at the captain, apologized to her. And then, looking at the hell spiders and picking up the sword, he said that there are 2 offspring of the hell spiders and 1 queen. The rest are the lower subspecies they fought earlier. They need to use all the explosives to create an escape route. Kim turned to the captain and added that they don't have to worry about the cave collapsing. The web of these creatures is much stronger than they can imagine. The captain, frowning, replied that this meant that Kim had already met hell spiders before. Kim looked menacingly in front of him, and the captain added that it seemed to her that he had a lot of experience in fighting them. A second later, someone cut one of the hell spiders into 2 pieces. Jong, looking menacingly in front of him, said that there is no end to these fucking bastards, and where is this little girl from the first squad anyway? The guy with curly hair turned around, frowned, and asked that he didn't understand. The guys hanging from above had a stash of spiders. The rest had long been devoured. The medic, installing the explosives, turned to his comrades. The guy with curly hair shouted how long they had to wait. The medic replied that there was just a little time left. The big man, clutching one of the spiders, turned around and asked why they should retreat. Zhang, looking at him, laughed and replied that because the archaeologist said so. The huge spider continued to crawl forward. The big man added that these creatures were the goal of their expedition, to retreat as soon as they found them. Stones rained down from above, and the big man added that his comrades saw the guy who had just been devoured. Zhang replied that he was an idiot. Kim, turning to his comrades, shouted to them to dodge because the spiders were preparing to attack. The big man, frowning, clenched his fist menacingly and shouted that it had finally happened. He jumped on the huge spider, swinging his hand at it. Kim, looking at this, angrily shouted at him to stop. He decided to die. The big man, looking menacingly ahead, continued to fly forward, and then he hit the huge spider in the face with all his might, and it shrank. The big man's bones immediately cracked. He grabbed his broken arm in fear and screamed. A second later, the huge spider swung its claw and cut the big guy, and he shouted that the spider was too strong. Zhang and the guy with curly hair looked up in fear, and then the guy with curly hair, frowning his eyebrows, shouted loudly. He stood in front of the huge spider and shouted that another one was coming. Kim jumped forward and swung his sword at the spider. The spider turned around menacingly and opened its mouth wide. The guy with curly hair and Jun stood fearfully behind Kim. Kim, swinging his sword, repelled the spider's attacks and tried to injure it. His attacks were so fast that they were not visible, and meanwhile the spider attacked with all its legs. A guy with curly hair, looking ahead in fear, asked what kind of monster he was. He then turned around and saw Zhang shouting at him what he was staring at. Kim made several deep cracks in the leg of a huge spider, but the spider did not give up. He swung his paw, and then the spider jumped forward with all its strength, but Kim jumped back in time. He stopped and began to breathe heavily, holding his sword out in front of him, and then he raised his sword and frowned. There were 2 huge spiders in front of him. Looking at them, he asked that they were going to fight 2-on-1. He thought that he had no use pretending to be a hero now. He would die if he was careless. Kim, holding the sword, said when was the last time he used an electric charge. Many lightning bolts appeared around Kim. His body glowed, and the ground beneath his feet caved in. Like lightning, he swung his sword and rushed towards his enemies. His squad looked at this spectacle with their mouths open. Suddenly, a soldier approached Dasha and said that there were explosives there. The captain turned around and shouted at him to explode faster. What was he waiting for? Kim looked menacingly in front of him. The soldiers began to run into the passage, and the captain, turning back, shouted to Kim that they had opened the passage. Suddenly, Kim approached Dasha with lightning speed, and then he pushed her in the stomach with all his might, and she flew into the passage, and her axe flew up. Kim pushed off the ground and grabbed the axe in the air, looking at the huge spider. Then he took the axe in his hands. He kicked the rock with all his might, using an electric charge, as his squad watched in horror. Suddenly, stones began to fall down, blocking the passage. The captain, looking ahead in fear, shouted what Kim was about to do. He replied that it was impossible to hide from the spiders of hell. Looking into the crumbling cave, he added that they should leave. Turning around, he said that they would see each other outside. The captain sat on the floor with the squad and looked at the closed passage. Kim, on the other hand, began to turn towards the hell spider. Looking at him, he asked why they were laughing at him. Looking at the 2 scary jaws, Kim added that they thought they had won, but he felt like he was the one who had finally spread his wings. Kim, holding an axe and a sword in his hand, said that it was unlikely that they would understand what he was talking about, so let them just have fun. Suddenly, a bright light appeared behind Kim. Someone said a portal, opened the gate. A throne appeared behind Kim, on which a girl was sitting, and near her there were many different creatures. Kim, looking at the huge crowd of spiders, said that he would take on the big one, let 2 warriors take the other. Kim, holding his axe forward, added that the soldiers would protect the gate and the archer, and the archer would cover them. Kim looked at the huge red spider, then said that the only problem was that guy. Dominicana, looking ahead in fear, said that it seemed to her that a huge spider was about to attack. Kim turned to her and replied that the second level was too small and narrow to attack with such a massive body. He imagined a huge spider in a small cave and said that if he behaved rashly, he would collapse the cave so he could only sit and watch them. The Dominican Republic, looking ahead in fear, called Kim, and he said that he first needed to deal with the small individuals. Dominicana watched as a huge number of spiders approached her comrade. She shouted that the spiders were advancing. Kim told her to stay behind the gate. He, calmly looking ahead, added that they should not worry, they are not stronger than those horned rats, just break through. Kim looked menacingly in front of him and added that they need to destroy these fucking spiders. He made a quick rock forward and swung his axe at the spider. He swung his axe across the cave with all his might. The spider appeared behind Kim, but he turned around and hit the spider's leg with all his might, and it scattered. A green archer appears in front of us. He pulls the bowstring, and then takes aim at one of the spiders. He fires an arrow and 3 small spiders fly away. The impact of the arrow was so strong that even a large spider jumped to the side with its paw torn off. The spiders began to run towards the archer. One of the warriors grabbed the spider by the paw, and then he swung it with all his might. The warrior pressed the spider to the ground at great speed, and then his comrade approached him and swung his sword at the spider. Kim watched as his allies destroyed the crawling creatures one by one. Calmly looking to the side, he thought that they were doing better than he expected. The archer seemed to be shooting from a cannon. Kim looked carefully at his comrades and thought that the soldiers were also doing an excellent job. Kim looked towards the spiders and asked if he could try a little more. Looking at the large spider, which had many wounds and severed legs, Kim said that he must somehow protect his name. If he dies after this frail attack, then it will be a scratch on his cheek. Kim turned around in fear. He heard the Dominican voice in his head. 2 huge red eyes appeared behind him, and Dominicana said that the queen began to move. A huge red paw fell to the floor, and Kim was thrown aside. He grabbed the ground and looked ahead in fear. He saw a huge spider, its mouth wide open, looking at him. And then the spider screamed loudly. From such an unbearable sound, Kim covered his ears. He clenched his teeth and, looking ahead in fear, shouted that a system message had appeared in front of him, indicating that the combat power had exceeded the threshold. The hell spiders had removed their fear status. Kim turned around in fear and shouted what was wrong with his legs. What he saw filled him with horror. He watched as his allies began to be destroyed, and then a system message appeared in front of him that the Naga soldier was mortally wounded. The Naga archer and the Naga servant were successfully resisting the imposition of the fear status. Kim looked to the side at the large spider and saw how it cut off the warrior's hand with its claw. A strong aura appeared around Kim, and he looked menacingly in front of him. And then, like lightning, he rushed towards the huge queen. He hit her in the face with all his might. A huge spider flew into the wall at great speed. Nikki shouted for Dominican Republic to answer him. She, standing in front of the portal behind the Naga, shouted that the gate was in danger. There were too many lower spiders here. Kim, looking ahead, frowned and shouted for them to wait a little. But suddenly, a second later, the spider struck with all its strength with its paw and swept Kim aside. Kim grabbed the ground, trying to get to his feet. A huge paw flew to the place where he had just been, but he managed to dodge. His clothes were torn. He clenched his teeth and wondered if this creature was distracting him from the gate. Kim jumped and looked at the spider's huge mouth, and then thought that she was now completely focused on him. He remembered the Dominicans and the little creatures, and then wondered that it would be too dangerous to ignore her and let her close to the gate if she ran. The little Naga extended her arms and a small magic circle appeared in front of her. Kim looked to the side in surprise, holding onto the wall. A second later, a huge paw began to squeeze him. He looked menacingly in front of him and, like lightning, darted down and then towards the spider. Kim approached one of the large spiders. The spider turned around. His eyes were missing. Blood was flowing from his mouth. Kim, at great speed, lunged forward and cut his jaw in half. And then, looking at the barely alive spider, he swung his hand, around which electric lightning appeared. He hit the spider with all his might, after which he smiled and said that he finally understood why they had become stronger since their last meeting. Kim pulled a large red crystal out of the spider's mouth and then said that everything was obvious because they always carry it with them. Having pulled it out, a huge amount of blood came out of the spider. The spider queen fell to the floor, and then out of the smoke, Kim jumped back. He swung his hand with all his might, and then he threw the red crystal towards the Dominican Republic. Dominicana looked in front of her in surprise, and then the red crystal fell into the portal, causing a bright flash, and a system message appeared in front of Kim that he had donated one good quality mid-level deep gem. Kim, turning around menacingly, shouted loudly that he was calling on the Nagu magician. A dark silhouette appeared from the portal, and Kim shouted for the mage to take down this huge creature, and then a system message appeared that the weak secret of the geyser was activated. The main character exclaims the magician and orders to kill these animals, while the shadow of the magician rises from a lightning flash with a huge staff. The notice says that a Naga mage of rare rank has been summoned. He is on a red background in a robe and with red eyes. Suddenly, the magician uses his staff and the light of energy from it to create an attacking blow, and in front of him are other warriors of different configurations and forms. Suddenly, a huge creature with 6 red eyes and a huge mouth bursts out of the wall towards the magician and his team. The main character, Kim, covered in bruises with his clothes pulled down from his shoulders, looked towards the spiders frozen as if in ice, broken into fragments. Holding a weapon in his hands, he looked more and more intently at the ice flow with the spiders, noticing that the creature had destroyed all the little things. A terrible monster roars and attacks one of the main character's squad. Suddenly, Kim's servant began to defend himself from the monster with his sword, holding the monster with both hands above him. And in the background, Kim analyzed that the real hell spiders were not affected, and they must be prioritizing scale over strength. The monster looks at the points, preparing its claws for an attack. Suddenly, Kim's servant notices that the monster's claw is flying at him from the other side. The servant fights back, and suddenly his sword freezes when struck by the monster. Both servants from Kim's squad are confused as to why one's sword froze. Suddenly, against the background of an ice sword, a magician appears and stands up, holding a drawing of magic with his hand, saying that he did it. Kim exclaimed in the master's head. Standing in profile, Kim thinks that the warriors have finished off the hell spider and says that everything is fine. Looking at the huge monster that stands in front of Kim Jin-woo, Kim asks what he should do with it. Jumping away from the enemy, she thinks that the monster's weak points are its eyes, mouth, and joints on its paws, but calls the queen a monster too big. Kim, with a look of complete seriousness, thinks that he definitely won't get to the brain if he hits her eyes at random, and he can get through to sleep, but there is one thing. Kim sits on one knee, holding her weapon on her shoulder, and looks at the sharply falling rocks in the cave. A supporter of Kim from his squad, loudly supporting him, marks the place here, thinking that the cave is badly damaged, and one wrong step, and something might happen, and from below the dear assistants of the protagonist are listening to her. The main character flies up to the eyes of the monster, leaving a trail of lightning magic behind him, and shouts to his squad to get ready. They will attack the ceiling and they will break through to the first floor, Kim indicated. A girl from the squad, Dominican, thinks with the question that how can they do this, it's too dangerous. Kim's crazy look screams at them that they don't have enough strength to take down this monster. Flying directly above the queen's monster's jaws, Shin shouts that this is their only chance. He stood up in the cave, illuminating the darkness around with his magic, and the queen was trying to get him. A calm Kim stands on the ledge and says that it's great if she follows him. With anger, a crazy look, and a terrible grin, Kim shouts that the queen needs to return the favor for ruining his childhood. It is a great honor for her, because she will be the first. Dominicana from the squad, along with the master, are talking in front of her other great ally, and the girl said that she hopes that the main character has a plan, to which the magician responded with a question whether Kim is going to bury the queen of the monster alive. The girl replies that the main character apparently wants to dig a passage for himself since he cannot bury such a huge spider as this monster, or he hopes to find something on the first floor while large cobblestones are falling from the ceiling of the cave. The despondent Dominicana thinks that her master is trying his best, but she can't help at all. Looking towards Kimu's other minions, the girl thinks that even they, the Nagas who are supposed to fight alongside him, can now only watch, and says that she has the feeling that their very existence is meaningless. Dominicana looks straight at the falling cobblestones, thinking to herself that she cannot understand the elder's intentions. Despite the fact that she is closest to everyone, she wanted to think further, saying that she is someone. Suddenly, a moment with a screaming Kim popped up in my head, saying that they don't have enough strength. With her ears down, the girl stands with her back turned. Suddenly, one warrior from the group, the Naga along with his twin, cheered up so that everyone would not feel depressed, and they are not standing aside because they are useless. Other warriors noticed. One of them with red eyes and red shades noticed that the master always rushed into battle to protect his minions, and another more green with a cape over his eyes confirmed that Kim thinks about their safety even in such a situation. Suddenly, a portrait of Kim appears like a king. Everyone from the squad begins to listen to the speech of the girl, who admiringly and lovingly says that Kim does not want to sacrifice them, and he fights alone because only he is able to cope with this, and is there really someone as noble as their leader? Exclaiming against the background of a bright glow, the entire squad, charged with motivating words, raised their hands up, shouting that they were not some kind of observers, because they were told to be ready, and if they believe in Kim and wait patiently, theirs will come to turn. Dominicana turns to the magician to ask how much mana he has left. Jin climbs up the tunnel from side to side as the queen monster tries to keep up with them. Kim stopped to catch his breath, saying that he could not bring this monster here. Jumping away from the ledge, he thanked the tunnel walls. A group of people walks through the cave in complete darkness. The red-haired boy asked his colleagues if they felt like the tremors were getting closer and closer, to which a man with dark hair and a short haircut told him that he felt it too, although there should not be attack class monsters on the upper levels. The man orders everyone to get out of the place when suddenly the guy in the hat tells the others to wait a little. He points to the ground further and says to look at what is there. Suddenly, against the background of the shadows of men, something bursts out of the ground. The notice says that the passage between the first and second levels is open. Kim appears from a whirlwind of dust and shouts to the new notification that has appeared, which says that in connection with this the parameters of the first and second levels have been changed, that he does not have time to read it, and asks to remove them. Kim talks to himself about how there would be such a huge cave on the first level, calls himself lucky, and says that he was wondering if he could break through the surface, watching the explorers leave, shouting to return to the explorer team and not turn around and just run. The Spider Queen crawls out of the tunnel, and Kim says that the question is how to throw this monster down. Dominican from the squad shouts to the magician, "Now!" The magician's face was ready for an order when suddenly he drew a picture of magic and threw a snake made of ice straight up. Suddenly Kim, incomprehensible, stopped in a stupor looking at the picture. Kim has a video of a spider attacking the ice from below and asks again if it's a magical attack from below or is it something else. While the spider is trying to reach the main character by being covered in ice, Kim calmly sits on the ledge and asks if this is a weak ice attack. The girl, standing with the magician, says that the spider must be confused because of such a weak attack, but now the path leading up is covered with a thick layer of ice. The spider falls back down the tunnel, followed by pieces of ice. Kim says that the ice cannot support the tabletop heavy creature and will collapse along with it. Happy Kim turns mentally to the Dominican Republic and cannot believe that she figured out his plan, calling the Dominican Republic the best, and in the background the girl blushes. The magician hisses incomprehensibly, but Dominicana understands him and replies that, of course, a fall will not kill the monster. We turn to the magician. The girl said that the master does not need any tricks or traps, he only needs pure attack power. Looking thoughtfully into the void, the magician listens to Dominicana, who explains that it was necessary to create an opportunity where he could hit the enemy once with all his might. A huge spider fell right in front of them. Our minions begin to shout that they cannot let the spider escape and will attack it with all the forces that they have, together with the Dominican Republic. Against the background of the squad's warriors, a seemingly defeated spider lies. Suddenly she woke up, and suddenly the Dominican Republic ordered everyone to stop so that they would allow him to finish off the spider. Kim goes down the tunnel. Kim flies through the tunnel, gaining energy, which remains behind him as a bright trail. Kim picks up speed and is now at the exit down, at which look and the spider has opened all 6 of its eyes about its huge mouth. Having illuminated everyone with light from her energy, Kim almost strikes the spider. Notice of a Naga Labyrinth battle against an adult spider where the spider's lost. Notification that the protagonist has earned a heroic victory after completely destroying his enemies, and his authority has increased significantly. Kim Jinwoo achieved the title of Normal Commander. The notification says that Kim destroyed the army of the Odorous Duke, the fame of our labyrinth has increased, his squad has earned experience points and is receiving new ranks. Kim and Dominicana looked away, Dominicana with good excitement, and Kim neutral. Suddenly, against the background of Kim's shadow, his minions, the Nagi twins, appear, but many times larger than the previous size. Kim said that he did not think that the size would also change in step with the level. Kim looks at the severed arm of one of the Nagi and says that the damaged arm also did not recover. Standing opposite a pedestal with an air sphere, Kim asks the Dominican Republic why the magician did not transform. After all, he showed himself well in bout. To which the Dominican Republic replied that the magicians need more experience points, as well as a laboratory where they can raise their level themselves. Continuing the lecture further, the Dominican Republic says that laboratories and executions can be created after reaching the 4th level, after which Kim put his hand to his chin, thinking about something. Looking at his inventory, Kim says that they need deep gems to upgrade the labyrinth, and Might only has 2 units of energy left, which is shown on the screen. Shin says that he will check their loot, and his little helpers now fly towards him, carrying a red cloth in which something is clearly wrapped. The little helpers open the fabric, revealing a bunch of different gems. The notifications respond with new prey, and Kim says that she got only 6 good quality gems received from hell spiders, as well as 44 good quality low Rana gems from the subspecies. Holding 2 large red and purple gems in his hand, he says that for the death of 1 soldier he was given 2 gems. The notice shows that Kim has sacrificed 2 good quality mid-rank deep gems, and the gem quantity mark rises to 62 gems. The notification indicates that the renovation of the labyrinth has begun, There are 120 hours left before the update is completed, taking away 50 gems. Kim warns that he will take a couple of low-ranked gems with him, and if he returns empty-handed, he may be suspected. The Dominican Republic told him to do as he wants. Kim's squad discusses among themselves that the battle is over, but that doesn't mean they can relax. The warriors emerge from the portal, while Kim says that they have defeated a fierce enemy, so the vicinity of the labyrinth will become even more dangerous, and others cannot be allowed to see this portal. Kim orders the warriors to take with them as many cowards as they need, and as soon as he leaves, they need to block all the passages to the portal with magic, pointing his finger at the huge dead spider lying behind him. Kim asks the magician and the Dominican Republic if they can handle it, to which the magician hisses in alarm. Kim asks the Dominican what is happening to the magician, pointing to the shaking body of the magician to the side, to which she replies that his mana is running out, and Kim realizes this and tells the Dominican to immediately tell about it. Kim ordered the rest of the warriors to hide the portal behind the boulders. The huge warriors hiss together well, to which Kim approvingly threw the word excellent. Dominicana asks the main character if he is already leaving, to which Kim replies that yes, and notes that the passage to the first level is clear, so he will have time to return by the time the maze update is completed, searching the guy's corpse. Kim says that she thinks there is enough food in the cave for 5 days, to which the Dominican Republic looks on in alarm. Suddenly Kim looked at her questioningly, but she looked away as if hiding something. Kim looked at her kindly and sighed lightly. Dominica's face quietly turns red, hearing Kim's words that she did a good job, although they came up with the most successful plan in history. But her initiative played into everyone's hands. Kim packed his things and was ready to leave when he addressed everyone with a task, so that everyone who fought would think about the reward that they want to receive, and they will receive it after he returns, and everyone began to rejoice in surprise. Kim turned around and thanked everyone for their work, saying that they would see each other in 5 days. Kim, with sharp, crazy leaps, jumped first onto the spider's body and then from her into the tunnel on top of her. The Dominican Republic watched all this. 5 days later, in the tent of the expeditionary force at the gate to Paju, opposite Kim stood a detachment of Leon, Young-ho, and Jong, with a surprised expression on their faces. Opposite them, at the blue table, Kim sat and calmly ate his meal, asking them if they had returned, and noting how long they had been walking. Kim turned to the leader of Leon's squad and said that it took him 5 days to do what they should have done in 2 weeks, and isn't he great? To which the girl responds with a cry that that's not the problem. Kim looks at her with silence, waiting for an answer. Suddenly Kim offers a bowl of soup, holding it out to them in his one hand, saying that they are hungry and would like to eat. Leon sighs tiredly with a loud sound. Suddenly, only Leon and Kim were left at the blue table. The girl asked the main character what happened, to which he answered her that he had a lucky chance and was able to escape, to which Leon answered whether he was serious. Leon asks if he said that there was no point in running away from them, to which Kim, with a bowl of soup in his hand, replies that he doesn't know who it was, but he was really lucky, so to speak. Leon asks if Kim has always been like this, to which he receives the answer of his ignorance. Leon says that one way or another, Kim saved her life and let him ask for whatever he wants, and she will try to fulfill any wish, to which Kim, closing her eyes, replies that they were born and raised in Geyser, so let her not say nonsense. Kim, remembering, says that they once lived here, and let her sister not forget this, to which Leon, with a firm face, asks the hero he thinks that they are still underground, adding that she owes him. Having given up, Kim says that if the girl insists, then he has something on his mind. Energized, Leon herself, as well as her atmosphere, asked what it was. Kim pokes Leon's soup bowl in the cheek, telling her to wash it. Shin is already standing at the entrance, pushing aside the tent flaps, saying that now they are even and he can go home, revolving in his thoughts that he also squandered all the loot, and Leon looks after him. The girl looks out from the entrance of the tent and says that she will call later so that he can tell her about the lower floors, to which Kim, even without looking in her direction, says that he does not understand what she is talking about. But Kim at the same time thinks that the damage was too great. If he had not lied, he would have been left with his nose. The sign of the establishment says that it is called Deep Gem Jewelry, from which exclamations and laughter can be heard, which is as expected from the 12th level. Someone is completely different from the others. The old merchant talks about 12 lovely stones, and Kim warns that he collected them secretly from others, so he asks the old man to keep his mouth shut, to which he responded positively. Turning to Kim, the merchant says that if you do not take into account the damaged equipment, it will be about 400 million, to which Kim, looking at him, asks the amount. The merchant asks Kim that something is wrong, or that it is too little, although he has already raised the price, to which Kim, with his hand on his chin, thinks about something and says that it is a matter with a friend. Kim says, turning to the merchant Mr. Beck, if he can find him a house in some secluded place for about 300 million, to which Beek, with a suspicious face and narrowed eyes, asks Kim who he takes him for. Torovitz says that he is not a realtor, sitting directly opposite Kim, and Kim, looking in the other direction, says that it seems that he will have to look for another intermediary, and suddenly the merchant says that it is not that he could not do this. Suddenly Kim points out that since the old man agreed, let him tell everyone that Kim works here, to which the merchant, not understanding, asks what. Insults are heard from the phone towards the old man, and so that he does not lie, the old man asks the subscriber to calm down. The merchant Mr. Beck sits at the table and says on the phone that this is a very ordinary jewelry store, and they don't need to go downstairs because they only work with materials, to which unintelligible insults immediately fly from the phone. Against the background of an old man with a telephone and a dissatisfied subscriber screaming from there, Kim, having opened the door, is about to leave as he said that this is the only way for him to go down to the geyser without any problems. Kim closed the door and thanked him for his help. The old man, wincing because he doesn't know what to do with this guy, holds the phone in his hand with the caller still screaming. The Dominican Republic gives instructions to the little Nagu, who obediently raises his hand to his forehead in the cave. Suddenly the portal ceded and the Dominican Republic drew attention to it. Kim came out of the portal and the Dominican Republic congratulates him on his return, to which Kim simply says aha. Kim thinks that he cannot lock himself in a room and open a portal there every day, so it's time for him to live separately. From Kim's memories, his old man swears at him that even if it was just a trip, how could Kim leave for 20 days without calling even once? And asking what kind of store this is, asks him to admit that he just wants to go down there again. On that Kim stood silently with his eyes closed. He also thinks that by moving he can get rid of the old man's grumblings. Kim sighed. The Dominican Republic noticed his fatigue, fixing her gaze on him. Dominican Republic asked if everything was okay with Kim, to which he replied that he was fine, just tired of the piled up business. Standing at full height, Kim asked if the update was completed, to which the Dominican Republic responded positively and said that it had just finished recently, and Kim noted that he did not think that anything had changed outwardly. Shadow Kim added that nothing new has been added, but the excited Dominican Republic reports that the structures are not installed automatically, but they are all added to the list, adding that external changes will be at the 5th level. Green panels with statistics appeared in front of Kim, and he replied that since they have a significant supply of gems, they will slowly develop. Suddenly, the Dominican Republic announced that a guest had appeared in the labyrinth, and Kim, not expecting this, asked again. Kim asked the Dominican about the labyrinth and the guest, and she told him that he was waiting for him at the entrance, and in the background the shadows of warriors were illuminated by the portal. Walking through the tunnel, Kim thinks, saying the guest is underground, to which the Dominican Republic says that there is one team that visits every labyrinth, and it seems they are quite powerful if they can afford to visit every corner of the geyser. Suddenly someone shouted out the title of Kim, the new owner of the labyrinth. Kim and Dominicana looked at the same point. From under a beige sheet, someone said that the dark merchant was welcoming the militia of the great dungeon. Kim was looking at him. Suddenly a creature with narrow eyes, a small nose, one of 2 horns and small round yellow glasses looked at him, saying that he couldn't wait to work with the main character. Kim thought to himself, a cramped merchant. Kim answered sharply and emotionlessly that everything was clear to him. At that very moment, standing with Dominican Republic opposite the dark merchant, Kim says, "Poor Mr. Beek," raising questions from the merchant himself. Kim asks the merchant how he found this place, to which the merchant tells him that of course he already knew about it. Another of Kim's servants is looking at him, telling the story, closing his eyes from penetration and placing one hand on his heart and the other forward. The dark merchant says that the news about the brave leader who led the brave Nagas into battle against the hellish spiders has already spread throughout the dungeon. Standing behind Kim, the Dominican Republic mentally tells Kim that the merchant is lying. Closing his eyes, the Dominican Republic thinks that dark merchants from the black market are watching almost everyone that happens in the geyser, and apparently this territory is under the control of this merchant. She thinks that even if the merchant pretends to be a picky or strange person, Kim cannot allow him to underestimate him, but for now the merchant folded his hands together, having already opened both eyes. Turning to Kim, the merchant notices that Kim copes very well with the labyrinth, to which Kim replies that it's true, and the Dominican girl is standing right behind him. Suddenly, Kim extended his hand asking what business the merchant had with him, which the merchant did not expect and screamed a little. At that moment, the Dominican Republic was still standing behind Kim, controlling the conversation. Diamonds, chests, a sword, papers, etc. are visible from the merchant's traveling bag, and he says that they, the dark merchants, would like to build and maintain friendly relations with the new owner of the labyrinth. The merchant further continued that in other words, he came here to arrange a sale, throwing his bag of goods with his hands. Kim seeks advice from the Dominicans, saying that he has heard that black market sellers can be dangerous, and if they could just kick him out, to which the Dominicans respond in the negative, while the shady merchant is being followed by a large nag. Kim listens to Dominicana, who confidently says that if her relationship with Kim doesn't work out, he will definitely start a bad rumor about him in the newspaper. Looking at the merchant from afar, he decided, since they had already noticed them, they would have to use his acting, and what kind of hemorrhoids it is, and in the background sits a satisfied merchant with a jar in his hand. Kim turns away from the Dominican Republic, but she still warns him not to forget that he can bring him benefits if he buys something worthwhile. And these are merchants after all, and they have a lot of valuable goods, which Kim, taking by the neck, he said that he would go and buy something from him. Kim, detaching his hand from his neck, asked Dominicana maybe she could also bring a couple of deep gems, and suddenly the moment was interrupted by Dominicana's thoughts, trying to tell her master something else. With the enthusiastic and at the same time calm look of the Dominican, we advise Kim, if possible, to be the first to buy the thing that the seller himself recommends. Kim approaches the merchant, and the merchant notices that it looks like Kim had a conversation with his servant. Kim responded positively and ordered to show what the merchant had. The dark merchant, putting his hands and fingers together, asks if Kim is looking for anything specific, to which Kim replies that he will buy what the merchant recommends. The merchant enthusiastically says what an honor it is for him. Kim, looking at the merchant, listens that the merchant cannot help but put in all his efforts, since Kim has shown such trust in the lower merchant, and Kim is lucky the merchant just has a rare thing. Holding a bottle with a pink liquid and a worm inside it in his fingers, the merchant says that there are only a couple of these left in the geyser, and they are called parasites. Holding the bottle of parasite to his face, the merchant reveals that the price is one high-ranked deep gem, and it would be rude of the merchant, but he thinks that Kim will not be able to afford it. To which Kim thought and asked if he could take a closer look, reaching out to the bottle to take it for consideration from the politely offered hands of the dark merchant. The merchant answered positively. Looking at the bottle up close and holding it in his fingers, Kim thought about it. Kim looked at Dominicana, who at that moment nodded positively at him. Kim hands the merchant a gem and says that if he gives him such a gem, then how many of these will he need? Spinning in his thoughts, Kim thinks that I will give him a good quality gem. The merchant, holding it in his hands, says that he will give it for 5 such gems, and opposite him stands Kim, sad from the announced price, with a bottle in his hands, a happy Dominican Republic, and a little assistant from below holding a bag of gems, and Kim realized in his head that this everything he has. In Kim's hand there is one vial with a parasite inside. Sitting on the throne and looking at the vial opposite the Dominican Republic, Kim asks what is the tradition of showing the most expensive artifact they have first, to which the Dominican Republic responds positively and says that as far as she knows, this is a fairly ancient tradition. Dominica adds that this artifact will not bring any benefit until Kim, continuing and dejectedly, Kim said that for now he will not accept it. Opening the cap of the bottle with his thumb, Kim confidently said that he had no intention of keeping his trinket. Kim poured the parasite from a bottle onto his hand and noted that the Dominican advice had never failed, so he would try. Kim looks warily at the almost completely absorbed parasite on his arm. Sitting on the throne and looking at his hand, Kim says that he has the feeling that every day he begins to look less and less like a person, although he will not say that he was particularly similar before. The Dominican Republic listens to him. Rising from the throne, Kim said that to hell with these troubles with the merchant and the parasite, and it was time to start improving the labyrinth, which he had put off for so long, opening greener information panels. Shouting out to Dominican, he says that she needs her help, and the enthusiastic Dominican responds. Information notifications say that the renovation of the labyrinth has been completed, and the labyrinth is moving to the 4th rank. Now previously closed structures are available to Kim, and also new combat forces are available for summoning. 6 Naga slaves have also been added, and geyser creatures that do not have their own home can visit Kim's labyrinth. Information about the labyrinth of the main character is presented. Noting this, Kim says that he has not looked at the screen with stats for so long, but the stamina and limit on summons have increased significantly. Raising his hand to his chin and looking at the stats with information, Kim said that it seems he was a little hasty with the update. Dominica begins to talk. Calm Dominica with a blush, opening her mouth wide, says that in labyrinths it is usually customary to first build internal structures and improve military power, and then begin to increase their rank and continue about their labyrinth. A picture appears before my eyes from the memories of Shin's strength on the battlefield. The Dominican Republic says that in their labyrinth, Kim owns more than 90% of their combat power, so she thinks Kim can afford to quickly increase in rank. Kim asks if the owners of the other labyrinths are weaklings, and Dominica replies that they just don't want to meddle with the ore, showing a picture of the fat creature and the head of the labyrinth lounging on a throne with a crown. Kim snapped that he understood. Both looking at the notifications with stats, Kim says that he has enough energy for internal structures, and let the stat system show him the list. A notification opens for a list of structures available for buildings. This is a farm that costs 20 gems, where Kim can grow vegetables and fruits for the Nagas who work for the benefit of the labyrinth. Next comes the training center for 30 gems. Named in the senior warrior as an instructor, Kim can begin to train the Naga and improve his combat power. Bars a Socrates of the gems, where Kim can collect information from neutral creatures that will visit the labyrinth, and with luck, they may become your allies. Next comes the kitchen for 50 gems, the laboratory for 50 gems, and the temple for the same price of gems. And both structures improve physical, magical, and healing abilities, because each of these structures improves the skills of your fighters. Kim controls the stat system, telling it to open the map or zoom in, with the Dominican Republic in the background watching Kim. The system shows a map of Naga's labyrinth, and Kim asks Dominicana to order the warriors and the archer to deal with the monsters that are nearby, and added that he will summon more fighters so that it will become easier, to which Dominicana gave a positive response. Pointing to the map, Shin says that he placed the farm and bar near Naga's nest. Looking at the card with his hand under his chin, Kim says that the laboratory, forge, and temple require too much energy, so he will improve the defense first. Kim orders his little assistant with his hand to carry all the low-ranked gems that they have, and says that he will sacrifice everyone, and the assistant immediately brought a bag of stones on his shoulders. The notice updated and warned that Kim had sacrificed 30 low-ranked good-quality deep gems, and now there are 162 gems in the system. Having started confidently and throwing his hand away from himself, Kim said that he was calling on Naga, but suddenly stopped. Kim stands like a villain, and in the background from the shelter shouts at the system to call in an entire army. 1 week later, the Dominican Republic delivers information to Kim that the expansion of the nest has been completed, and the Nagas have also managed to capture giant hares and black bears. Resting his hand on his cheek, Kim said clearly. Dominica adds that the unused slaves went on my search for gems, as well as to set traps, looking towards the map and sitting on the throne. Kim asks if the Dominican Republic allows them to rest. The girl answers positively, adding that they have enough time to rest. Dominican Republic says that new fighters are involved in patrol, protection, and training. And finally, the map update will be completed soon. Shin's gaze is directed to the map of his own labyrinth. Shin continues to look at the map, but says that he is glad that their labyrinth has finally found its proper form, but it seems they are too busy. Looking at the notices with maintenance costs, Kim says that due to the expansion, they began to lack deep gems obtained from hunting and flowers, and now he understands why the Spider Duke constantly went to war. Yawning with her hand over her mouth, Kim said that she thinks that they will need to go after the deep gems again, to which Dominicana, seeing his condition, asks if everything is okay with him. Kim looked at him, asking what she was talking about, and Dominicana explained that Kim had started to stay longer in the maze, but she didn't mind, but Kim's family did. Kim replied that everything was fine, and he moved out of them 4 days ago, and now he was thinking alone on the mountain ridge, the Dominican Republic looking at him with huge eyes. Showing the house on the shore, Kim says that his house has no shops or houses nearby, so if the opportunity arises, he will somehow give her a tour. The next moment, the Dominican Republic, with joy, asked him to take him there. Looking towards the wall with the portal, Kim says that the portal will close soon, and he did not think that he would stay here for so long. Kim is already at the entrance to the portal and tells Dominican that he has gone to bed, and orders the girl to rest, to which she gives a positive answer. Kim is already in his house. To his right there is a gap into another world. He says how hungry he is, and he will need to bring something like ramen into the maze. Suddenly, a notification suddenly appeared in front of Kim's eyes, where it was written that the parasite had been successfully introduced into the owner's body, and the synchronization was completed. The next notice states that the parachute will attempt to capture the owner's body. Looking at this, Kim, holding her neck with her hand, does not understand what it means to grab the body. Suddenly, his eye begins to change its human appearance. Shin screams in pain, holding his eye, and asks what is happening. Trying to hold his eye, he has already changed, and Kim screams that his eye seems to be on fire. Removing his hand, Kim's eye became black with a red pupil, adding more eyes of the same type to his skin. He screams in pain throughout his entire house, and the sound can be heard along the entire shore near his home. Leon approached a small, lonely 2-story house with an outbuilding in the middle of a small forest, next to which there was a beach. She stood in place with a disappointed look and held a note in her hand, saying that he really lives here in the very backwater of this world. Suddenly, a loud scream came from this house, which greatly surprised Leon, who continued to stand right in front of him. At the same moment, she abruptly ran to the door, opening it, and with fear on her face called out to Kim, asking if he was okay. Leon continued to look straight ahead, while Kim was kneeling opposite him, clutching his hair with his hands and groaning. He then raised his head and looked straight ahead with a face full of anger, while one side of his face looked like a skinless monster and his pupil glowed red with a cross in the middle. After some time, Kim stood right in front of Leon with a calm face, holding a tray with 2 mugs in his hands, asking if she had calmed down, and she sat right in front of him on the floor and, sighing heavily, scratched her hair and said yes. After which Kim sank a little lower and, closing his eyes, as if regretting what had happened, said that he was sorry that she had caught him in such a state, and Leon continued to not understand what it was. After which, with incomprehension, she put her hands right in front of her face, expressing her dissatisfaction, shouted that it was as if half of his face had burned off, and he, turning back, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, as if trying to hide something, said that there was nothing of the kind was. Kim turned away from Leon a little and, putting his hand on his knee, said that it was something like barley, only from the labyrinth, and Leon, who continued to sit right in front of the tray with mugs, was still dissatisfied with what had happened and said with contempt in her voice that he shouldn't lie to her. She's been in Gazer all her life and has never seen anything like this. After which she added that even the Dungeun children from deep levels whom she knows, and Kim at that time was drinking hot tea, raising a mug to his mouth, and with an arrogant look said that they were from level 12. Leon sat in her seat with a face full of incomprehension of what was happening, while Kim continued to say that he originated on the 12th level in the labyrinth of the ODESSEY. After which she, continuing to sit in the same place, said that this cannot be, and all the children of the dungeon from level 12 are either dead, or Kim at that moment, sitting right in front of her, holding a mug in her right hand, with a look full of contempt, he said that they were gone. Then he added that he was wondering why people thought he was dead when he was sitting here, and what he heard greatly surprised Leon, causing her to open her mouth wide in misunderstanding. She sharply exclaimed that this is why he knows so much about hellish spiders, and Kim, who continued to sit in his place, looking away to the side, thought with a calm face that now she knows where he was born, even if he spills the beans, he'll become the local fool. Immediately after this, Kim looked straight ahead with a dissatisfied look, leaned forward and opened his mouth wide, said that she came here without an invitation, probably the old man said where he lived, and Leon sat in place with a sad face, after which she said that she wanted to know if he would join them on the next expedition, while Kim sat in his seat with a calm face, not expressing any emotions. Leon looked away and awkwardly combed her face, saying that he would not let her in if she said that she just wanted to repay the debt, which is why she thought of inviting him to her team and would pay him the most. She closed her eyes, as if already disappointed in her own idea, and lowered her head a little lower, saying that although he was unlikely to be interested in her proposal, he was clearly stronger than all of them combined, when Kim sharply said that he agreed. Leon sat at her place right in front of the tray with a hot mug of tea, not understanding what she just heard, and Kim continued to hold the mug in his hand, looking forward, full of seriousness, and said that she should not exaggerate his strength. He had been lived on the surface for a while, but recently I've been thinking about returning back. He continued to say while sitting in his seat that it seemed that Gazer had changed a lot lately, and he could go with her if she revealed his level from others. Leon was very happy to hear the news. Her mouth wide open, she looked straight ahead with gratitude, not believing that it was true, after which she jumped up from her seat, leaning 2 hands on the tray, and with great joy said that the child of the 12th level dungeon would be with her in the first team, while Kim sat directly opposite her, leaning on his hands, leaning back a little, and with a serious look said that he would repeat again that as long as she kept his level a secret. Leon stood up from her place, taking her coat in her hand, and, tilting her head down with her eyes closed, as if satisfied, said that then she needed to go back and adjust the expedition plan. She was sure that he would refuse her, and Kim continued to sit in his place, following her with his serious gaze, saying that they would see each other again. They both left the house while Kim, closing the door, holding his other hand in his pocket, looked at her with a serious look, and Leon, putting on his coat, turned back a little, with a smile on his face, saying that the next expedition is in 4 days, they are going to go down to level 6 for 2 weeks, and in addition to them there will be several more people in the team. After which, continuing to turn back, looking at Kim, who simply stood in his place, not showing any emotions, she said that there would be 5 children of the dungeon and 10 ordinary researchers. He had already seen 2 on the last outing. Kim was very dissatisfied with what he heard and looked straight ahead with an arrogant look and, crossing his arms at his chest, saying that the team, which was very bad at level 2, was going to go down to level 6, and Leon, who was standing right in front of him, lowered her head slightly down, closing her eyes. She raised her hand to her face and said with awkwardness that it might indeed seem from his side that they were not qualified enough. After which she turned to him and awkwardly, spreading her arms wide to the sides, said that their team had been working for a long time, and they could even go down to level 8 if they didn't mess up. And Kim, standing right in front of her, continued in disbelief. His look says that he understands everything, and the enemies were weak. Leon began to smile as she walked away from him, and turning around a little, said that they would prepare all the equipment themselves, so she would expect him in 4 days and send all the parts by mail, and Kim continued to stand in his place, keeping his hands in his pockets, and didn't say anything. Then she added that she still had a lot to prepare, so she went, and Kim watched her go with a calm expression on his face and wished her luck. After which, crossing his arms over his chest with obvious dissatisfaction in his eyes, he said that if she wants to come again, she must call first, or he will report to the mentor about a preoccupied girl who decided to abuse him. And Leon, who was standing in front, shuddered and she was very surprised by what she heard, showing her awkwardness on her face. At the same moment, she abruptly ran forward, leaving only thorns behind her, or saying that she would definitely call, and Kim, with his hands in his pockets, stood silently in place, watching what was happening. He was very disappointed by what had happened and, closing his eyes, tilting his head down a little, raised his hand to his head, choosing it, and said that he had just moved and it was good that he had closed the portal. The events of the story take us 4 days later to Gate D near Pajo, where there was a huge dark gate in Tien, and next to it there was a checkpoint with a huge number of fences and inscriptions about Gate D level in yellow and black, while Kim, standing next to Leon right before all this, he said that it was like he was entering the subway. Leon stood next to the tents in a fur jacket, smiling a little, looking in his direction, holding out a yellow card with one hand, saying that Gates A, B, and C are used for large-scale expeditions, while D, E, and F are accessible to everyone and Worth just show her ID and tell her how many people are going to go, and Kim stood next to her, raising his hand to his chin, listening attentively. After which she, turning everything in his direction, said with great surprise that a new passage had appeared on level 2 and it had become a little dangerous there because of the crowd of monsters, and Kim was not surprised by what he heard and tried not to show his awkwardness. At that moment, he turned back with an emotionless face at a sudden sound coming from behind him, after which, an old man in blue clothes appeared in the same place, holding a bag on his shoulder, smiling widely with 2 guys standing next to him, and said that he must be the same Tim who saved them Lian Yang. After which he extended his hand forward, saying that he was glad to meet you, and he was Young Chan Sik, level 7, and Kim shook his hand and with a calm face said that he was just lucky and introduced himself, and the red-haired guy standing next to him with a grin face, putting his hands on his belt, looked in his direction and said that he was not just lucky, but that he was incredibly strong. Immediately after this, the red-haired guy laughed, closing his eyes, and pointed his finger at the curly-haired guy standing next to him, saying that when this man saw him, he immediately ran away, and his partner standing next to him, with a clearly displeased face, said that he was talking nonsense, and he was the one who got scared and ran away. Kim looked at the two with a smile on his face, listening carefully while the redhead said that they were glad to be on Team 1 again, and the curly-haired one, picking up his thoughts, said that they would do their best. At the same moment, Leon clapped her hands, interrupting everyone, focusing attention on herself, and said that we needed to end the conversations and it was time to get to work, telling Yongho to lead the researchers, to which he, scratching the back of his head with dissatisfaction, said that he understood. After which she turned to the old man, saying that she hoped for an excellent job, and he responded with a wide smile, closing his eyes, and said that he, of course, would do everything right, while Kim, who stood aside, watched with curiosity behind what is happening. After which Chan rushed straight to the dungeon gate, calling everyone around, and Kim, looking at Leon with a surprised look, said that isn't she the captain? Leon smiled contentedly and said that he would understand everything. At this time, in the bar of the Naga Labyrinth, Dominique was lying on the table with saliva dripping from her mouth next to an empty wooden mug. After which, raising her head a little, she held out the mug to the small purple Naga, the bartender, and told him to pour one more while the others watched. A small blue Naga, looking straight ahead with her big yellow eyes, raising her paws to her chest, said that she looked like an adult depressed woman looking for a man. A small yellow Naga standing next to her with the same big yellow eyes said that she was always in this state when the master is not around. The yellow little Naga, narrowing her eyes a little, spreading her paws to the sides, said that they now have a bar. Before its appearance she was a real hysteric. After which she, pointing her finger upward, recalled how Dominique was chasing her, running away with fear in her eyes, stretching her paws forward, smiling broadly, holding a huge butcher knife in her hand, and the blue Naga, listening to all this, held her hand's mouth and with fear in her eyes she said that she was an abnormal snake. Then the yellow Naga, coming closer, covering her mouth with her paw, said that there are rumors that she has a secret room where she keeps the master's used panties and socks. And the blue one was very surprised by this, until the silhouette of Dominica appeared behind them with obvious anger on the face. After which she, leaning down, took them by the head, directing her dissatisfied gaze in their direction, and with a malicious grin on her face asked about the secret room. Then she was very happy, realizing that this was a cool idea, and her eyes seemed to become several times larger, and she smiled while the little Nagas begged for mercy. The parting takes us back to the Leon expedition, which was significantly different from the previous one, where there were hired explorers and children of the dungeon in front of a huge detachment. One of the explorers was Chan. They say that there are a bunch of monsters right around that corner, and they will quietly pass through them. Kim noted that since everyone here is from the first team, the children of the dungeon and the researchers behave very harmoniously, while Jeong said that Hyan will pursue the pursuit if something happens, and they, the guy in brackets, should move to the center and Lian and Kim should be in the back. Young stood in place in the middle of the cave with a very serious expression on his face, pointing his index finger up, holding it straight in front of him, while Kim was thinking, especially Young Chak-sik. They walked behind everyone when Lian happily and with a wide smile on her face looked towards Kim and said that this was cool, and he, continuing to walk forward, stretching his arms along his body, fixing his serious gaze in front of him, said that now he understands why he takes the role of captain, despite the fact that he is below her level, and she added that yes, he is quite a capable man, although he was born at average levels. It's as if a certain map appears in Chan's head, emanating from him, on which you can see various branches of the cave and different monsters, while Kim thought that this was a detection skill that allows you to see all living beings. With the exception of those who have the ability to open, this cheating ability can lead to victory in almost any battle. After which Lian, with a smile on her face, continued to look at her brother, saying that she thought he also had such an ability. While he looked in her direction with incomprehension, after hearing, does not show any emotions. They say that he does not, and he then simply felt their presence. Lian closed her eyes and put her hands behind her head with her mouth wide open, saying that she believed that the sixth sense of the level 12 dungeon children was on a completely different level, while the people around were whispering. Several people with spears in their helmets and backpacks on their backs were very surprised and turned back, whispering that she mentioned level 12. At the same moment, Kim, with a face full of anger and dissatisfaction, looked towards Lian and said that he told her not to talk too much, and Lian, putting her hands in front of her, asked for forgiveness with embarrassment. Suddenly, a man in a helmet and blue clothes said that the captain ordered the children of the dungeon to gather together, and Kim and Lian, who were standing in their places, were very surprised. The 5 team members stood right in front of the huge gate made of stone until Kim realized what it was. Immediately after this, Chan, pointing his finger towards the gate, said with an arrogant look that this was the entrance to an abandoned labyrinth. The wolf monkeys had occupied the path along which they usually moved, and if they wanted to bypass them, they would have to go through it until 3 of the squad listened to him. Then he continues to point his hand in the same direction, standing right in front of Kim and Lian, who listened to him carefully, saying that he can't detect anyone with his skill, so they don't think they're taking much risk, but it's still a labyrinth, so their opinion is important to him. 5 of the squad continued to stand in front of the huge stone gate, while people with spears and backpacks on their backs waited nearby, and Kim said that it seemed like he was huge and that they might not be okay if they lost. In response to this, Chan said that he remembered the entire path that they had gone through, so everything would be fine. At the same moment, Kim, raising his hand with a face expressing no emotion, said that he had no objections then, and thought that maybe he could get some ideas to rebuild the labyrinth. Chan sharply waved her hand forward. Don't look back, with a serious look, saying that then everything is decided, and they will reach the center of the labyrinth, so they need to be careful. At this moment he thought that when he said this, he hoped his subordinates were okay, while Dominica stood over 2 small Nagas who were swinging small pickaxes with diligence, telling them to dig harder, calling them dirty gossip, and not to tell anyone about the existence of her sanctuary. The narrative of the story takes us deep into a cave with brightly burning purple lights illuminating the room, where a certain man in a robe bowed before the throne, saying that he was seriously injured and would need a couple of days to recover, and in response he only heard that he was a pathetic insect and how dare he call himself a descendant of the great dragon. The man in the black robe with white hair continued to be in the same place, bowing while the purple glow of the torches illuminated him, and they said that they would not be able to bypass the area marked with blood, and he responded by saying that it was possible, but the distances for a master and ancient dragons are enough. At the same moment, the silhouette of a huge monster with horns and yellow eyes interrupted him, saying that there was no need to worry about it, and everyone in Gazer knew that they, the ancient dragons, were quite slow, which the man in the robe immediately agreed with. After which he continued to bow, lowering one hand to the ground, while they asked him how long it would take to go around, and he answered that it would be about 3 months, after which they asked him, and if he went around one, then he had to answer that 2 weeks would be enough. The ancient dragon, pointing with his huge hand, extending his index finger with a claw forward, said that then, since the dragon had become no more a useless burden, he would do all the work one. After which the man in a black robe with white hair raised his head, pointing sternly looking forward with his yellow eyes, listening to him being called a traitor to Rikshash. The narration takes us back to the squad, which found itself in one of the rooms of the cave, where right in front of them there was a small seat resembling a red throne, while Chan said that this was the owner's room, and Kim just stood silently nearby. Chan turned back with a serious look, listening to Kim, who with a serious look forward said that this could not be, and several hours had passed since they entered the labyrinth, but they still had not come across a single monster or trap. At the same moment, all members of the squad stood in their places, carefully listening to Chan, who, turning to the side, pointed straight ahead and said that this labyrinth was abandoned after the end of the war, and here it is empty, which is why it is not marked on the map nothing valuable. After which, turning his thoughtful gaze upward, he put his hand to his chin and said that the military was saying that they were planning to set up a base in the center of level 3, and Kim was asking about the map at that moment. Chan was very surprised by what he heard, and with a look of incomprehension on his face, he turned to the side, lowering his hand from his face, and said that when it is sold in the Maze shopping center. Chan turned to face Kim, pointing his hand to the side, saying that they only have a map of the upper levels, but the military also has maps of the middle ones, and Kim, standing right in front of him, raised his hand to his chin, looking down, thought, which is logical, because expeditions have been going on for more than a year, and you will need to buy a couple to synchronize with the labyrinth map. Immediately after this, Jiang, turning back to the rest of the squad members standing behind him, pointed his thumb in their direction and said that they need to create a pass here, giving the order to Lian and Youngho to take the investigators, install motion sensors at the entrance, and the rest must organize a camp. He looked at the rest of the squad and continued to say that the faster they cope, the more time they will have to rest, and Kim stood to the side, folding his arms to his chest, saying that he did not entrust him with anything, while she looked in his direction. Lian came closer to her brother and with a smile on her face, looking at his side, said that she told him last time that he needs to save energy because he is the strongest in the team, so he must get used to the fact that they treat him like that, and Kim continued to stand nearby, watching what was happening without saying anything. After which she pointed her finger to the side and said that if he was so bored, he could look around the owner's room in that direction, and Kim immediately turned there, directing his serious gaze forward. A stone, broken, red throne stood in the same place with a staircase located right in front of it, while Lian said that this was the throne of the master who used to rule the entire labyrinth, and she could not even think that they had kings, while Kim thought that he wasn't used to it. Suddenly, a notification and system window appeared right in front of Kim, and he immediately directed his gaze in its direction. The system notified him of the activation of the parasite skill, which was detection. At the same moment, Kim winced from unexpected pain in the area of his eye, which immediately after notifying the system began to change its color to red. Lian stood next to him in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening, and looked in his direction, while Kim, from severe pain emanating from the eye, groaned and bent over, leaning his hand to his head. After which she asked if he was okay and if his eyes hurt again, and Kim, continuing to cover his eye with his hand, looked in her direction and with a dissatisfied look said that yes, but everything is not as bad as it was last time. After which he added that she should not let anyone in here, it might scare someone, and Lian expressed concern on her face and immediately agreed with him. After which she ran away, moving away from Kim, who leaned over, resting his hands on his knees, following her with his eyes, and thought that it was good that she did not see these pop-ups. She stretched out her arms, and right in front of her, where several stones lay, between which a small red glow emanated in the form of a cross, and said that this time there was no pain. After that incident, the parasite no longer manifested itself. Kim clenched his hands into fists a little, until from the same place where the glow came from, it began to come out brighter, and he said about his vision. He insisted in his place, stretching one hand a little forward, and the other continuing to cover his eye, and said that there was something under the altar, and he had not had such an ability before. Lian stood behind him, telling another member of the squad till he came later. Immediately after this, Kim approached the fragments of stones and began to dismantle the small rubble that had formed in that place, raising dust around. After which, looking straight ahead with a red eye with a menacing look, he said that this was a discovery. Kim held in his hand a gray stone with red flecks, which he took out from under the rubble, and said that it did not look like an abyssal gem. Immediately after, he held the stone tightly in his hand, and the system notification window appeared right in front of him. The system notified him when a labyrinth fragment was found, saying it was 11 out of 30, and explained that this fragment, which retained the energy of the labyrinth over time, was old but good. Kim continued to look arrogantly at the notification window and the system with one red glance, saying that, apparently, the eye was caught on it precisely because of this, although it would have been better if it had been a gem. At the same moment, the system notified him about the expansion of the parasite's detection ability, and Kim's attention was drawn to this same notification. Suddenly, he looked straight ahead, and an incredible thought came into his head while he did not understand what was happening. Kim continued to stand right in front of the destroyed throne as blue lights sparkled brightly around him as he said that these were all deep gems, while Dominica continued to lie drunk on the table next to her with a wooden mug. The blue and yellow little Nagas looked straight ahead and, without saying anything, continued to hold the wash in their little paws. At the same moment, their attention was attracted by a voice from the side, addressing them, saying that they were on watch today. He incomprehensibly kept his paw forward, holding the other bag on his back, and did not understand why they needed picks, while the other two turned to him. Dominica continued to sit at the bar table with the naked bartender while Greenie said that something was wrong with the boss again, and the little purple leg didn't understand how to tell him everything. Greenie continued to stand in place, holding the bag with one paw, and was very surprised by what he heard from his other two brothers. The blue and yellow Naga told him to react more quietly, and while Greenie was talking, they wanted to say that she felt guilty for making a room with his underwear in secret from the master. At this moment, Dominica perked up a little, continuing to be in the same place, and he said that why didn't she just ask them to make this room? They could have made a room for the master and for her too. The blue and yellow little Nagas continued to shake in fear as Greenie continued to say that she was more like a human and her status was much higher than them. At the same moment, a silhouette with a broadly smiling Dominique appeared right behind the small green Naga, while he continued to say that this is why it was probably uncomfortable to live in one nest with them, and did not understand what you put everyone else in. Dominica, having sank a little lower, looked straight ahead with a malicious smile on her face, saying that fresh meat had come to her, and Greenie was very frightened by this. The parting takes us back to the research party, which continued to advance in the dungeon portion. Kim walked along with everyone, looking away while Leon said that he seemed tired and she was very curious. At the same moment, Leon turned towards him with a smile on her face, saying that he might have some strange hobbies or something like that, and Kim continued to walk forward, behind the people in blue clothes with backpacks, saying, "That no, and he was tired because he didn't get enough sleep. I think most were small and of poor quality." He continued to walk with a dissatisfied face and said that he was in a bad mood and felt very bad, while Leon watched him from the side with a displeased look. He remembered how, in secret from everyone, turning back, he lit small stones to the sides and thought that, however, he was lucky to collect dozens of deep gems and hide them in the labyrinth. He also ran through the closed part of the map and left several marks. A projection of the map provided by the system appeared in his head, with the location of the treasure of gems highlighted on it and a red arrow on top, while he thought that next time he would have to come there alone. Leon continued to watch what was happening with incomprehension, while Kim did not express any emotions with his face, thinking that everything was thanks to the parasite, and he would even thank him if such a thing was at all possible. Immediately after this, a system notification appeared, notifying that the parasite wanted would like to try human food. Suddenly, the men with spears wearing blue clothes and backpacks on their backs walking right in front of them stopped, which greatly surprised Kim and Leon. They continued to stand in their places with their faces showing no emotion as one of the people in blue clothes said that the captain was asking the children of the dungeon to gather together, and Kim thought that all he was being ordered was to either stand back or gather together. Kim had a small smirk on his face and looked straight ahead with a serious look, thinking that there must be a monster there. Chan pointed directly behind him, where there were narrow passages, and a turn to the side, saying that around that corner, right at the exit, there was a crowd of monsters. All 5 dungeon children from the party sat together as Jian continued to say that based on the sounds they make, they are either 4-legged monkeys or fang bats. Worst case scenario, there will be wolf monkeys. There are about 20 bats and 8 monkeys around the corner. At this moment, Kim, who saw him sit in his place, said that he believed that his ability would not be able to determine their appearance for sure, and Youngwoo, with a serious look, looking straight ahead, waved his hand, raising it to his face, and said that he can only determine their location, number, and belonging to the same species. After which, looking to the side, he said that there was no way for them to get around them and they were not going to leave. Then Leon, who was sitting next to him, looking in his direction with surprise, said that they could wait until they killed each other, and Chan said it was even more dangerous. After that, an image of huge scary monsters appeared in his head, whose eyes were filled with ferocity, and said that there were too many of them, and other predators might come here at the noise and smell of blood, and in the worst case, they would simply be driven into a corner here. After his words, furious arguments began among the party members, and Leon said that they believed that they had no choice but to attack them. And Leon, who looked in his direction with an arrogant look, said that they could avoid the battle until level 6, but apparently there is no other way, after which Youngho, folding her arms at her chest, looked to the side with a look full of discontent, and said that they had not yet started fighting each other, so they need to start at 1, and Chan and Kim simply watched what was happening from the sidelines. Immediately after hearing this, Chan, with fear on his face, stretched his hand forward, opened his mouth wide, saying that everything is not so simple. There are 28 medium-sized monsters at level 3, and they are also fighting for territory, and Leon and Youngho turned in his direction and listened carefully. Then Leon, stretching one hand forward and the other covering her wide open mouth, narrowed her eyes and laughed and said that level 3 monsters were just small insects, after which she proudly put one hand on her belt, and with the other pointed at her brother, said that it was for Kim, and he just stood nearby, not expressing any emotions, with his arms stretched along his body. Chan was very surprised by what was happening, lowering his head down and not knowing how to react to what he had just seen. Kim, who continued to stand in his place, his mouth open with dissatisfaction and his eyes closed, scratched the back of his head. Immediately after that, he walked forward with a determined look, drawing his blade from its sheath, and said that this wouldn't end if they just stood here. Then why don't they just kill them? And Jiangwoo, looking away with an incredulous face, said that if he succeeded, it would be great. Then Kim added that then they should do it. Kim stood in front of everyone, putting his sword on his shoulder, and with a confident look straightened his collar, looking straight ahead with a menacing gaze, began to study the energy of the blue glow, reminiscent of lightning, and said that he would take half of it, while the rest of the squad stood behind him and looked at what was happening. Several monkey monsters screamed very loudly as they killed the bats as they met them in a fierce fight. The mutant monkey held the bat by the throat, strangling it, while people from the squad watched from the side, along with Chan, who said that they had already begun to fight with each other. He continued to look straight ahead with a surprised look and said that there were about 30 creatures, and it seemed that today was his last day. Kim was right in front of him, squatting, leaning forward a little, holding a blade in his right hand and saying that you're welcome. After which he immediately rushed straight forward with great speed, leaving behind only fragments of stones. He charged with fury in his eyes and with a deft movement of his blade, struck one blow after another at the monkeys and bats, covering everything in blood while the rest of the squad watched. Chan stood aside while a huge amount of monster blood was flying around, and with surprise and incomprehension on his face he said that this was impossible, and with just one blow, usually the children of the dungeon deal with monsters in just a couple of minutes. Young-ho and Lian, full of determination, came down with blades in their hands and wanted to help him in this fight, while Jiang stood on top with the rest of the squad and held a sword in his hand from below, thinking that their fighting style matches the labyrinth in which they grew, as well as his level and environment. Two warriors from the squad tried to fight with a huge mutant monkey, holding it down and hitting it on the back, while Jiang continued to watch what was happening and thought that attack without thinking until the enemy fell down, which is how most fight children of the dungeon. After which he turned his head to the side with a serious look, looking straight ahead in complete surprise. Kim had already killed more than one monster, scattering their corpses everywhere and spilling a huge amount of blood, deftly waving his sword in different directions, approaching his next prey in the form of a bat, and Chan said that this one kills everyone with one blow. Kim seemed to be consumed by rage, directing his terrible gaze forward while half of his face resembled a monster, and Jiang said that he only aimed at weak points, as if he could see them clearly. Loud sounds of battle were heard throughout the cave, while Chan stood above and watched what was happening, and, raising his hand to his chin, thought. He said that the level of his speed and strength seemed to be much higher than that of Lian, and did not understand how he managed to move like this. At the same moment, Lian's voice, saying that he was from Marcus's labyrinth, interrupted Chan's thoughts, who was immediately distracted by her words. Lian stood near the corpse of the monster, holding a huge bloody axe in her hand, and the other leaning on her belt, while Chan asked about Marcus's labyrinth, saying that she was up to the deepest part of level 7, about the labyrinth of the Scarlet Lion Marcus, to which she answered positively. Lian turned sharply in his direction, throwing the axe onto her shoulder with a deft movement of her hand, and with a smile on her face said that he had to make his way through many labyrinths and creatures to reach level 6. Probably during this time he realized how to most effectively fight to survive. She turned towards Chan, still holding a huge battle axe in her hand, and said that since it was even lower than the entrance to the 8th level, and Chan, holding a blade in his right hand, sank a little lower, kneeling, and said that then everything would work out, since he was born in the famous labyrinth. Lian continued to look at him, thinking that despite the fact that he was restraining himself, all she could think of was Marcus' labyrinth, until Chan turned his back to her and confidently walked forward, saying that he must have innate fighting talent. He cannot find any other explanation for this. Lian, awkwardly scratching the back of her head, looking down guiltily, thought that she would need to think through Kim's story better. Kim stood on a huge mountain of monster corpses right in front of those who remained alive, and holding his blade in front of him and pulling his hand back, said that he would stop chattering and get to work. And behind him stood Lian, holding a battle axe in her hand and standing nearby Chan, who continued to hold the sword in his hand, said that it's true, he alone takes the rap for everyone. Jian stood in his place, looking straight ahead with a serious expression, putting his sword on his shoulder at the side, saying what to show, while there was a huge bat at his side. After which he leaned forward a little, holding his sword in front of him, and showing with his appearance the fullness of his seriousness and menacingness, he said that they were capable. Kim looked very menacing, as if in the heat of rage, while one of his eyes remained normal, and the other became more like the eye of a red skinless monster, while he thought that his body had become much lighter. He stood with his blade out in front of him, right in front of the huge bat monster, and thought that the enemy's movements seemed slow. He lowered the sword a little lower, and with his other hand, with just one finger, he repelled the blow of the ferocious monster and thought that he did not understand whether he was fighting at full strength. after which, instantly cutting the bat standing right in front of him with a sharp movement of his blade, looking menacingly straight ahead with an emotionless face. He thought that he was trying to maintain the level of his strength on par with Lian, but why does it seem to him that this is all he can do? Capable. Immediately after this notification, the system notified that the parasite had activated his latent power to a low degree, and depending on this, the level of power could increase thanks to the parasite. The abilities were enhanced. Kim stood in the same place, turning sharply back, looking straight ahead with his red, non-human eye, while the system notification window continued to be nearby. A huge mutated monkey stood right in front of him, and Kim saw its weak spot in the form of a heart glowing right in its body, which he did not quite understand. The monkey's heart was under a fur skin and behind several ribs of hard bone, while Kim thought that the ribs were protecting him, and he sees this thanks to the parasite. In the next moments, with a sharp movement of his blade, he pierced the place where he saw the glowing heart of the monster, sprinkling everything around in blood, and said that the more he learns about its abilities, the more useful it becomes. Now that price seems like mere pennies to him. Kim continued to look straight ahead at the system notification window with a surprised look, saying that, except for the moment when he tried to take over his body, he would need to experiment to reveal all the hidden capabilities of such a valuable purchase. At the same moment, the system notification window notified that the parasite recognized him as the owner and would do its best to support his life. Suddenly, a scream was heard, distracting him and telling him that they were done here. Kim was distracted at this point, looking in the direction where the sound came from, saying that he did too, while the system notification window disappeared right in front of him. Lian stood in her place, holding a battle axe with one hand and the other on her belt, and said that he would take half, but in the end he killed 70%. Kim, standing directly opposite her, held a sword in his hand while behind there was a huge number of corpses of monsters, and asked if this was too much, and Lian told him that no, the expedition was going much better with him. Kim looked in surprise towards Lian, who, coming closer to him, covering her mouth with her hand, said that only she had to invent all sorts of nonsense in order to somehow justify his abnormally high strength. The rest of the squad stood behind the barricades while Lian, turning her attention to them, continued to speak in Kim's ear that the researchers were already saying that he was a born war hero. They would soon begin to worship him, and Kim, who was standing nearby, said that, apparently, he overdid it. The rest of the squad with spears in their hands and blue clothes stood in their places when Lian, taking the axe in her hand and pointing straight ahead with the other, shouted that the battle was over and they should not loiter around, and they should collect all the deep gems until the monsters came to the smell of blood. Chan suddenly ran straight towards her, calling out to Lian with fear on her face. She turned in his direction and said that he did a great job. Immediately after this, Chan, running up to her and Kim standing next to her, said that he thought they had a problem. They stood in their places and did not understand what was happening. Then Chan, standing straight in front of them with a serious look, his gaze directed forward, said that another expeditionary force 2 times their size was approaching them, and they were going to split into 2 groups to surround them. Lian and Kim continued to listen to him attentively, standing in their places. She then added that he couldn't find any early images of them, but they were probably watching them while they were fighting, and Lian was very surprised by what she heard and didn't understand what was happening. The rest of the squad went about their business, while Lian, turning in their direction, with determination in her voice, waving her hand in front of her, told them to prepare for battle, and a battle was coming. Kim, who was standing next to her, looked at her with a face that showed no emotion and said that these were not monsters, so why were they so alarmed? Lian, folding her hands to her chest, looking in his direction, said with great dissatisfaction that in Gazer, not only monsters become their enemies. Then she continued to say that since Gazer is not subject to their laws, it is easy to steal the prey of another, and Kim, with surprise and a little fear on her face, continued to listen to her carefully. Everyone in the squad seemed to be alarmed and grabbed their weapons, preparing for the upcoming battle as she continued to say that they had taken down about 30 medium-sized monsters and the team was exhausted from the battle, while the other squad was watching from afar and intended to attack after the battle was over. At this time, Chan, sitting away from everyone on one knee, leaning on it, with his other hand extended in front of him, pointing upward with his finger, continued to use his skill. Lian said that if it weren't for Chan's abilities, they would have been trapped. Suddenly Chan, pointing forward with his finger, raising his head a little higher, looked straight ahead with a serious look and said that they were grouping and seemed to understand that they were aware of their presence, while Lian stood aside with a scared look and listened to him. After which Chan added that it seemed that they had changed their mind about encircling them, and Kim, who continued to stand in his place, with a face showing no emotion, said that they were apparently leaving, and Chan, interrupting him, said that no, they are still coming. All members of the squad gathered together, waiting for the upcoming battle, until Lian, folding her hands to her chest, said with a dissatisfied look that they needed to be alert and act on the occasion. The team was tired, so they would have been caught anyway, even if they wanted to escape, and the rest listened attentively to her words. Lian, with her back to Kim, turned to him with obvious seriousness in her voice, saying that she knew they already relied heavily on him. After which she turned around and looked in his direction with displeasure, saying that she could trust him if everything went wrong, to which he responded positively. Kim continued to stand in the same place, looking straight ahead with a serious look, and smiled a little, saying that he liked this squad. All 5 Dungeun children from the squad stood in their places, looking ahead with obvious dissatisfaction, until a voice was heard in the cave, saying who they had here. Lian was very dissatisfied with what she saw and bared her teeth in displeasure, looking straight ahead, expressing her anger. After which she said that Song Chang-hul is a very bad person. A man in black glasses and red hair, dressed in a fur jacket, pointed his hand up and leaned the other on his belt, smiling broadly, and said that why immediately insult him, they had not all seen each other for so long, while several people were standing behind him from his squad. Immediately after this, he took off his glasses, fixed his arrogant gaze forward, and said with a malicious grin that he was glad to meet them. After which he rushed towards them with small steps, leaning forward a little, hid one hand in his pocket, the other scratching the back of his head. Said that he heard that spiders had recently beaten them up quite a bit, but, as it seems, not so much, what hard workers they are, and they were apparently tired of living. In response, Lian, who was standing right in front of him, crossed her arms over her chest with obvious dissatisfaction and told him to close his mouth and go his way. And Song, mockingly raising his head up and making a gesture with his hand, opening his mouth wide and closing his eyes, said that she is very vulnerable, and in order to get to the lower levels, they need to go here. Lian continued to stand in the same place, showing displeasure and contempt with her appearance, and he continued to talk. Dream looked straight up and with an arrogant face, continuing to make a gesture with his hand, said that they might have something interesting. Kim looked at Lian, who was clearly unhappy with what she heard and clenched her teeth in anger. Then Kim, looking towards Chan, asking about this man, diverted his attention. Yes, they continued to stand in their place, looking at Sun, who spread his arms in different directions and smiled sarcastically while Jiang explained that there is an organization called the Researchers Association. Recently, they even received support from the state, but it's just a gang bandits, which holds all the entrances to the labyrinths and attacks the troops. Kim looked to the side with obvious dissatisfaction, saying that the state apparently was okay with this, and Chan responded by saying that it was hard to believe, but alas, there was a constant influx of people in their association. Behind the pulpit stood a certain man in black clothes, waving his arms widely and opening his mouth against the backdrop of a flag with a skull and a helmet, speaking to the crowd. And Chan continued to say that this is why now most teams are part of an association, and do not act independently, all because a lot of money is being poured into Gazer. Chan, with a clearly dissatisfied look, closed his eyes and, opening his mouth slightly, pointing his finger straight ahead, said that, probably, together people think that they are doing a great thing, but in the end it all comes down to a battle for money. Immediately after this, Interfere used his skill, looking straight ahead with a menacing look, using the same red eye of the monster, and thought that he did not like them. At this moment, the system notified that the parasite was analyzing the forces of enemies at the moment. Sun's group stood in their place, as if in the shadows, emitting some energy similar to evil. While Kim thought that among them there were 9 children of the dungeon, Sun seemed to be a little stronger than Lian, and everyone else was only below level 7. The members of the squad of the guy with red hair stood in capes and smiled sarcastically, while Kim continued to think that there were about 40 researchers, all armed, and their faces were like that, and asking for a fight. This must not be the first time for them. Kim imagined the image of Sun, who, with a malicious expression on his face, full of contentment, is stepping on Lian's corpse, and he thought that if they got into a fight with them, they would definitely kill everyone except him. Kim continued to stand in his place, as if barely restraining his anger, straining the surrounding atmosphere, thinking that they. After which he raised his head, continuing to stand next to the members of his squad, directed all his anger and his gaze straight ahead, as if showing that he was a wild beast thirsty for blood, and thought that they were getting on his nerves. Chan and Lian stood in disbelief with fear on their faces, thinking it was bloodlust, while Lian stood looking at them with incomprehension. Lian stood in place with a face expressing fear and did not understand what was happening, thinking that she felt the same as from the king of the labyrinth, and she could not move because of fear. She averted her gaze to the side, and her face continued to express great fear, spreading throughout her body, and she thought that the king was wandering somewhere nearby. No, he was standing right behind her. Just don't tell her that. Dream, standing right in front of her, with a malicious grin on his face, stretched his hand forward, waved at her, as if teasing Lian, and laughed, saying that she should look at herself, were they really that scared, and he was just joking, and the baby Lian had become such a coward since their last meeting. Lian was clearly pleased with what was happening and shouted with contempt on her face that this was not what he was thinking about while she was stopped by the hand. It was Chan, who stood nearby and, with obvious sadness on his face, waved his head, showing that there was no need to do anything. Greem continued to stand in his place with an arrogant look, pointing his palm in their direction, saying that she decided to put him in a bad light. Well, at least he had fun. After which he, looking back, pointed in that direction with his thumb with a sly expression on his face, said that they had already suffered so much from these creatures, and he just wanted to ask if his help would be needed. Then he looked straight ahead, gesturing with his hand, extending his index finger upward, and, smiling broadly, winked, saying that he had a lot to do. After which, as he left, he waved to them, ordered his guys to leave, and said that they would not touch the prey in little Lian, while she stood with obvious displeasure and traced anger on her face. Sleep and his group were leaving this cave, when suddenly he shuddered and said, "By the way." After which, turning around, with a serious expression on his face, he said that he did not think that they had ever met, but wanted to give him one piece of advice. Kim continued to stand in his place with a face expressing dissatisfaction with what was happening, while he continued to say that although she was a cutie, she was sorry the team could not even join the association, so he did not advise him to mess with them. Kim continued to look his way with a face full of dissatisfaction and contempt, while Song continued to say that he seemed to be a pretty skilled guy and let him know if he wanted to join a normal team, he would pay handsomely. Sun continued to leave with his squad, turning back, waving his hand, and smiling broadly, said that he could just tell the association his name, and they knew him, and Kim, who continued to watch this, said that he was not interested, and at the end he added that he would be waiting for his cutie. Lian's group continued to stand in their place while Sun headed towards the exit of the cave and, waving his hand, said that they would see each other again. Lian was clearly unhappy with what had happened and, gritting her teeth with rage, was about to rush in his direction, swearing at him, and Chan held her back, holding her hand, saying that she should calm down. They were lucky that they didn't get into a fight. After which he turned back and with a serious look said that Kim should also moderate his ardor. Kim continued to stand in his place, without expressing any emotion on his face, while Chan said with incomprehension that he had already. Kim stood right in front of his two companions and did not understand what was happening, while Chan, looking at him, said that he would stop pretending that he was calm, and Lian, who was standing next to him, said that he should not pretend that he was stupid. Then Chan, continuing to look in his direction, with obvious fear on his face, said that he had never felt such a strong thirst for blood before, and Lian, standing nearby, leaning her hand on her belt, said with displeasure that it seemed to her that there was someone standing behind her, the king of the labyrinth, and Kim at this time awkwardly scratched the back of his head, continuing to stand in place, asking for forgiveness, and said that this happens to him sometimes. Young-ho and Lian stood behind everyone and discussed what was happening with incomprehension, saying that there really was a thirst for blood, but they did not feel anything. Chan, directing his serious gaze in their direction, began to explain to them that their senses must reach a certain level in order to feel this. If everyone could feel the thirst for blood, then usually the researchers would have passed out long ago. Kim, who was standing next to Lian, said that they seemed to know that guy quite well, and Lian was very dissatisfied with what she heard and with a face full of disappointment, said that when they were from the first labyrinth. After which she remembered her past, where they, together with him, held weapons in their hands for blood stains while in the dungeon. They said that he is now a strange person, but before he was normal, he was always a little aggressive, but he coped with the role perfectly later. Then she remembered how he looked at the ceiling with an arrogant look, pointing with his hand, and said that she knew that after escaping everyone fully felt the taste of freedom and money, but she could not even imagine that people could change so much. All the members of the squad continued to go about their business after the incident, while Lian stood watching all this with her hands on her waist and said that she thought they should go back after they collected the loot. And Kim stood nearby, saying nothing, while Jeong, folding his arms over his chest, said that yes, it was better to return before anyone else got to their catch. At that moment, Kim, turning to the side, said with interest that they should have reached level 6, and Lian answered him that Sun's team would definitely get in their way again. Lian stood in her place with a serious look, looking straight ahead, and said that he did not attack this time, but she has no idea what he will do if they clash again. Besides, they have a huge squad that will attracting all the creatures nearby, while Kim, standing next to her, listened to her carefully, after which she turned in his direction and, spreading her arms to the sides, said that in other circumstances, she would have insisted that they continue on their way. But then they were quite kind, and Kim, who stood in front of her, looked away, resting his hand on his chin, seemingly thinking about something. At this moment, their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a cry that echoed throughout the cave that they had finished with the prey. Immediately after this, Lian, standing in the middle of the cave, holding her hands at her waist, shouted loudly, demanding attention that they were returning. The exploration party moved forward through the cave while a bright light appeared right in front of them, and Jeon said that he would see a way out, while Kim thought that their journey back went smoothly and they returned in 1 week. A huge crowd of researchers stood right in front of Leon, who held envelopes in his hands and said that they need to come for their salary when they hear their name. And Kim at that moment thought that every time they descend into Gazer, they will certainly end up in troubles, and it is surprising that they return in full force. Leon stood near the tents, looked to the side, tilted her head a little forward and said that, most likely, they just managed to return in time, and Kim thought that was what she said. Leon continued to stand in her place, folding her arms over her chest, while Kim walked away from her with the backpack. Turning back and waving his hand as if saying goodbye, he thought that the Association of Explorers and Song needed to find out more about them. In the middle of the street, on a small building, there was a sign about jewelry made from deep gems, and inside there was a voice speaking about Sonia from the Explorers Association. He had heard about him. Beck continued to sit at his place on the big chair, holding his head with one hand and putting the other on the table, saying that he was the lossiest guy in the association. I think that's the only reason he got his fame, although he can understand why he's going against the rules of the association and controls Gazer, and Kim, standing opposite, listened to him attentively. After which Beck, turning to the side, looked at Misha with an arrogant look and pointed in his direction with his hand, says that thanks to the fact that they set a minimum level for the descent, the survival rate of ordinary researchers soared sharply, and Kim, who stood opposite, looked stupid. I didn't seem to understand that the survival rate had skyrocketed. The old man presented the image of Sun, who was among a huge number of corpses of explorers, stood right in front of a huge monkey monster and said that in the past, the children of the dungeon had no restrictions. They could take any number of explorers with them, and therefore their number increased. Mortality, the approximate survival rate then was about 50%. After which he added that he could consider this as a set of rules or as restrictions, but society is satisfied with the ongoing control from the association, and Kim, having heard all this, raised his hand to his mouth and thought that he thought this was something similar to an adventurer's guild, which are often found in comics. After which he raised his head a little and, lowering his hand, said that Sun was creating some kind of trouble or something like that, to which the old man with a smug look continued to point his hand in his direction and, sitting on a chair, said that he had no idea, even if he had created it. He would have done it as secretly as possible. He's not a stupid person to scream at the top of his lungs about something like this. Then Kim said with dissatisfaction that this is all he knows, and the old man was very angry with what he heard, tilting his head forward a little and said that he thinks it's so easy to get information from Gazer. Everything that can be obtained today is just rumors and not more. After which Beck, thinking a little, raised his hand to his mouth and said that he remembered something. Immediately after this, he added that there are groups of human hunters, and Kim looked straight ahead with an incomprehensible look, talking about these same hunters. The old man continued to sit at his desk, leaning his head on his hand, and the other one pointed straight ahead with an arrogant look, saying that the children of the high-level dungeon, without any explorers, unite in groups and attack other people's troops to take their loot for themselves. After which, an image of evil people, robbers, killing other explorers in dungeons for their own profit appeared in Beck's head, and said that these bad people form gangs and sharpen their teeth into fangs, and among them there are guys from the abyss, so you need to look into both. After which Kim, sitting down on his table, waved his hand in front of him with an arrogant look and said that this was quite useful information and he would be more careful with them. And the old man, continuing to be in the same position, moving his hand forward a little, said that although he doesn't think he should worry about him. Beck, still sitting in his chair, asked about today's gems, and Kim walked towards the exit and, holding one hand in his pocket, waved the other as if saying goodbye and said that this time he was paid only in money, so there is nothing. Immediately after that, he walked out of the store he had just been in, looking down, and thought that although society supports the association, I wonder what caused Leon to hate the association so much. Kim rushed straight ahead along the street, hiding his hands in his pockets, saying that he didn't see any problem in them and what a pain in the ass, maybe it's not worth going there. At this time, Dominica walked along the corridor of the dungeon of Kim's possessions. Suddenly, she turned to a white crack that suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the cave and was very surprised by it. Dominica stood right in front of her master with a satisfied face, greeted the master and said that he decided to return earlier than planned, and Kim, standing in front of her with a serious face, closing his eyes, said that the expedition ended faster than planned. After which Kim asked about the situation in the labyrinth, and Dominica, looking down, as if afraid of something and embarrassed, simply remained silent. Then Kim, with a clearly dissatisfied face, called out to her. She said that they had a guest and he was waiting for him in the pub, and Kim said that something had happened again. Kim continued to stand in the same place, with his hands in his pocket, right in front of his assistant, and said that it was probably that dark merchant again. And Dominica, with incomprehension on her face, said that no, this time it was a hired low elf. Kim looked away, not understanding what kind of elf had come, and was very surprised by what he heard. Immediately after that, he headed straight down the dark corridor, turning his back to Dominica, saying that he needed to meet him, and she looked after him, distracting him. After which Dominica, lowering her head a little lower, closing her eyes, said that the lower elves are devoid of all loyalty and dignity if he thinks of hiring any of them, and Kim, turning around, listened to her attentively. After which he suddenly said that if he could not be trusted so much, he should boldly write them out of here. Why was he still in his labyrinth? And Dominica, continuing to bow her head before her master, said that she had thought about it, but after which she opened her eyes and, raising her head, fixed her serious gaze straight ahead, saying that, unfortunately, at the moment there are not enough scouts in the labyrinth, although they have archers with a wide viewing angle, but they still are not suitable for this role, and Kim, who was standing nearby, continued to listen to her attentively. Then she continued to say that that's why she thought that he might need a lower elf, and Kim, remembering his minions with a very wide physique, full of muscles, said that when they clearly lack dexterity, they somehow need to explore the map. After which he turned his back to Dominica and, closing his eyes, hid his hands in his pockets and said that then he would make a decision himself, and his assistant, looking after him, turned to him with worries, and at the same moment he said that I wasn't worried about it. A leader needs to resolve such issues. Kim, with a sharp movement of her hand with a face that did not express any emotion, hiding one hand in her pocket, opened the door of her pub while the Naga bartender was diligently wiping the plate with a towel. After which Kim greeted him with a gesture, pointing her hand towards her, and the bartender, continuing to sit at the counter, leaned one paw on the table, leaned the other against his head, as if saluting. In the very corner of the room, at a small table with a mug of booze, sat someone in a black robe and moved around a little. Immediately after this, he jerked sharply from his place and found himself directly in front of Kim, his cloak blowing in the wind. Dominica, who stood behind, was very surprised by what she saw, and Kim, who continued to stand in his place, looked with an arrogant look at the snow-white hair showing from under the hood and began a conversation. The elf with short white hair and earrings on her long ears looked straight ahead with a menacing look, trembling a little, while Kim said that it means he is the same elf he heard about. The elf with white hair, Rickshaw, is apparently looking at Kim and the Dominican Republic. Kim looks at the angry Dominican, who calls the elf names, calling her boorish. With an animalistic look and creating tension around herself, Dominica tells Rakshasha to show her respect for the master by calling her a dirty elf. The rickshaw driver looks the other way without interest. Suddenly, the elf lowered her head and closed her eyes. Kneeling down, Rakshasha says that the unique master of the throne, who is able to see through the veil of darkness, that this worthless wanderer of the underworld has illegally settled in his domain, standing in company against the backdrop of barrels and a small assistant on them, leaking dishes. Kim looked at her, listening to her request for the great honor of being presented before the great master of the labyrinth, to which Kim responded by telling her. The elf hid her gaze behind her hair and introduced herself as Rakshasha, a hired low elf, to which Kim noted that she seemed quite confident in her speed. In the background of Kim, the Dominican Republic is surprised at Kim's words that I would like to know only one thing, and that is how she had the courage to approach Kim with a weapon. Remembering the moment when Rakshasha, with a face completely covered in darkness and a glowing eye, opens his sword, while Kim himself stands as a shadow, showing only his crazy eyes from his entire face, and asks that she wanted to cut him down. Suddenly, the Dominican Republic, looking at the elf on the floor, says how some elf turns blue to do this, to which Kim turns to the girl, calling out her name. Kim tells the Dominican to stop. She closed her eyes in an attempt to tame her emotions. Suddenly, the elf Rakshasha tells the king of our labyrinth that this worthless, useless creature doubted the abilities of such a powerful creature in vain, to which Kim tells her to discard this sycophancy, noting that she hates this, and Dominica looks at the situation. The elf stood up in silence. Everyone was also looking at her from Kim and the Dominican Republic. Suddenly, Rakshasha confidently begins that she has never seen a person occupy the throne of the labyrinth before, and just wanted to make sure that Kim was definitely competent to use her services. Suddenly, Kim screams with joy, asking if he passed the test. The elf replies that yes, and she is convinced that it is pointless to try to harm Kim. Kim notices that this is very straightforward, and he likes it. In the background, the Dominican Republic is angry with the situation. Communicating as equals, Kim asks if she is a mercenary and what she specializes in. Rakshasha answers positively and says that she specializes in escort, reconnaissance, and information collection. Kim noted that this is ideal. Kim said that she was hired, to which the Dominican's face distorted as if her most precious thing had been taken away. Dominicana wants to say something to the master, shaking with excitement, to which Kim tells her to calm down, and she herself said that they need a scout. Dominicana wants to interrupt him. Kim calls the elf over, saying that they will continue their conversation while he shows her the labyrinth, to which Rikshishi, looking at the servant, responded positively. Finally, the elf grinned at the Dominican out of spite, to which the other one was already tearing her clothes with her teeth. The three of us, Rikshishi, Kim, and Dominicana, take a tour of the maze, and Rikshishi thinks it's such a mess. Kim points at something with her finger, the elf looked there, and the Dominican Republic is the last one walking with a dissatisfied face. Rikshasha thinks that this is absurdity and mediocrity. Out of the corner of her eye, the elf looks at the core of the labyrinth and thinks that it is not fenced in by anything and can be seen even from the corridor. Passing by Kim's assistants, Rikshasha notices that at the entrance to the labyrinth there are no traps, even the simplest ones, and the slaves have no hint of a serious attitude towards the matter. Seriously looking ahead, Rikshasha thinks about what this man is trying to achieve, and whether he fully realizes that he is the master of the labyrinth. They will pay attention to two assistants fighting in the corner. Rickshaw is distracted by them. Suddenly Rikshasha, pointing his finger at them, tells Kim that his slaves are shirking from work, to which Kim only managed to look at how his two little assistants were fighting among themselves. Kim replied that they had a day off today. Rikshasha asked again in bewilderment, and Kim replied that they had nothing to do today. Rickshaw asks directly to Kim's face where it has been seen that a slave in the labyrinth has a day off, to which Kim replies that this is how it is here, because providing them with enough rest and food on their feet is better than forcing them to work themselves to death. Raising his hand, Kim says that the more he uses his muscles, the less effective they are. Rakshishi asks again, and Kim remembers that he was once part of a research team. Replying to Rakshishi that he simply looks at everything from the point of view of greatest efficiency, Rakshishi, as if tired of their conversation, notices in his thoughts that he is too naive. The three of them are standing in the corridor, and Rakshishi flies into her thoughts that after all, a person is just a starling, and even despite the fact that he is the master of the labyrinth, she is sure that the labyrinth will not last long. The Dominican Republic suggests taking a walk to the training hall. Kim asks who is training there today. Dominican Republic answers that Nagi, and at this time Rakshisha assures herself that this is a hopeless place. Rakshishi thinks she will stick to the plan. A couple of days later, Kim sits on the throne, covering her face with her hand and analyzing that the labyrinth is developing too slowly, and to be precise, there are too few deep gems for them. The assistants work with gems, and Kim thinks that the gems they extract from the deposits are barely enough to pay salaries. The rabbit drinks water, and the green onion with an onion aims at him. Kim thinks that fortunately they have a lot of food, and there is also plenty of water. Our warriors attack a large monster in a horde. Kim notices that from time to time his soldiers hunt monsters near the labyrinth in order to get gems and other materials. Holding the red gem in front of her with two fingers and examining it, Kim says that they get about 3 low-level gems a day, and one of these only gives 3 units of energy. Suddenly he remembers what he spent almost all the gems on, and says that he thinks that he went too far then. With his hands folded across his chest, Kim says that he went too far, especially remembering how much he spent on conscripting soldiers. Kim, looking forward, asks Dominican how many combat units they have now. Dominican, looking at him, informs him that 2 soldiers died in the last battle, so at the moment they have 42 soldiers, 2 warriors, 1 magician, and 1 priest. Leaning back on the throne and also holding his arms crossed on his chest, Kim notes that the larger the army becomes, the more difficult it is to command everyone individually. Dominican Republic says that thanks to the scout, they began to fight wild creatures more often, which is why they lose someone something in battle. Holding his chin in his hand, the Dominican adds that if they had not called upon the priestess, their army would have died out long ago. Dominica takes her hand off her face, listening to Kim's expressions that their soldiers are at average levels but for some reason continue to die in battle, and he does not understand how the situation on the 15th floor has come to this. The Dominican Republic turns to the main character and says that there is no 15th floor in this labyrinth. Kim looks at her questioningly. Kim awkwardly continued that this could not be, and he ended up in a Naga labyrinth when he fell from the 15th floor, and only the 2nd level would be the deepest. Remembering the floor break moment, Dominicana says that she thinks the labyrinth consumed Kim, and after he took the throne, he returned Kim to his original place. The Dominican Republic adds that sometimes ownerless labyrinths find a potential master in this way. Kim takes her head and processes what she hears. Showing old, shabby things, Kim asks what happens. The reason why the things he found during the expedition seem to remain from the non-war days is because it was the most remote part of the geyser. Kim grabbed his neck and said wearily that even the exit through which he and the reporter had passed was in a dangerous zone. Kim asks what level of the geyser they are at then, to which Dominicana, covering her eyes, said that she had never left the labyrinth since the moment of the call, so she cannot say. Behind the high throne, Kim says that this is problematic, and thinks that so much time has passed, there is no point in worrying about it now, and besides, even at deeper levels there are safe places. Kim gets up from the throne, thinking to herself that there is no guarantee that the labyrinth is at deep levels, asks Dominicana if Rickshaw is still in the labyrinth, to which Dominicana replies that she is about to return from reconnaissance. The Dominican Republic asks Kim, who is leaving the throne and holding his hand by the neck, why he needs such a rude and arrogant intelligence officer, to which Kim replies because it is funny that he does not know what level his labyrinth is on. Kim, confidently looking forward, says that besides, she has been wandering around the geyser for quite a long time, and perhaps she will have a couple of ideas. Someone calls out to the elf sitting at the bar. The Rakshasa begins to bow and say that it is an honor for her to meet Kim in person, dear sir, interrupting her, and the Dominican Republic giggled. Pointing her finger at the elf, the girl told her to know that they couldn't let such unwashed servants like him into the owner's room. Kim stared at the Dominican Republic. Suddenly, Rakshasa asked arrogantly, why don't they put a door there, to which Dominicana aggressively asked what she said. Rickshaw and Dominican look into each other's eyes, creating sparks. Kim tells them both to stop. Standing in the three of them, Kim asks Rakshasa that she said that before coming here, she wandered around Geyser, to which she answers positively, and Kim continues if she knows what level the labyrinth is on. Rakshasa raised her hand to her mouth and said that she remembers how she once heard that people divided the underworld into certain categories. Rakshasa addresses Kim with her hand forward, saying that as a person born and raised in the underworld, she does not understand these categories. Taking his hand to his face, Kim lowered his gaze and said that this was logical. The Rakshasa confidently said that if they wanted, she could talk about her travels before they hired her here, to which Kim rather agreed, calling it a good idea. Keeping her hand near her face and closing her eyes, Rakshasa says to let her think, then she says that she is sorry to talk about it. But she says that right next to our labyrinth is the labyrinth of the King of the Water Dragons, creatures that were able to survive the war in the dungeon against the backdrop of the story of the Dragon's Eye with his followers. He exclaimed in surprise. Kim asked again. Rakshasa, moving her hand this way, says that she was there before coming to our labyrinth, and as far as she knows, that labyrinth existed even before the war. In the background of the Dragon's Eye is the King of the Water Dragons, Annextus, the strongest among the water dragons, and also the typical master of the labyrinth, who defends his throne for a long time. Standing in the same three, Kim crosses his arms on his chest and asks how close he is. Rakshasa replies that the journey to him takes about 4 days if you go the straight road. Kim says that it is too close. Kim put his hand on his mouth and wondered if the labyrinth existed before the war. They are poor 2 decades old, and he is sure that the size, rank, and number of warriors are at an incredibly high level. Against the backdrop of the arachnid with her spiders and goblins with swords, Kim informs that if the labyrinths have unequal strengths, then the weak labyrinth will definitely be absorbed by the stronger one. Kim recalled that when he was a slave in one labyrinth, he almost always came across battles, remembering the picture where he was little looking out at the fight between a goblin and a spider, continuing that thanks to this he was able to see many battles between different monsters. Rakshasa says that it seems that they already know about the existence of Naga's labyrinth, to which Kim, looking at her, asks why she thinks so. The rickshaw driver explains that between the 2 labyrinths there is a territory controlled by the Predator, the Bloody Leopard, and an encore of opponents appeared from above. With the warriors fighting in the background, the elf says that the dragons tried to subdue the leopard but failed every time, so Rakshasa doesn't think they took such a risk without a good reason. Kim asks, that is, they were not able to go straight, to which Rakshasa, looking down and raising his finger to his mouth, says that considering that dragons are forced to bypass the leopard's territory, then yes. The elf adds that plus everything, they are extremely slow, which is why their journey to the labyrinth will take about 2 months, to which Kim says that everything is fine and they have time to prepare, and the Dominican Republic listens. Kim turns to the elf in the background of the barrels, and says that it turns out that much more is known than Kim thought. To which Rakshasa replies that she used to work for them, without causing any reaction from Kim, but she excited the Dominican Republic. Dominicana points her finger at the elf and says that she is a spy, to which Rakshasa says not to misunderstand her. Rakshasa firmly and sternly says that she is an ordinary mercenary, and only does what she is told, and now she has been hired by the Naga King. Kim, having calmed down, said that he had one little thing for her. The elf immediately reacted, saying that if he wants to ask her to fight against water dragons, then she is okay, to which Kim said no fights. Kim says that he wants her to tell him everything she learned while working for the King of the Water Dragons, and then find out the number of their troops and the path they will take. Kim says that she doesn't think that they will treat her with caution if she herself left them, to which the elf turned and said that it would cost a pretty penny. Kim replied that she doesn't have to worry about that. Looking into the mug held in her hand, Rakshasa remained silent. The Rakshasa asked to give her a week. Kim stands at the portal. Dominica notices that the elf left with some food, and Yakim continued that they should get to work. Dominicana awkwardly said that she thought the elf was hiding something, to which the main character replied that he knew. Kim, looking at the Dominican Republic, replied that she asked to settle in a weak labyrinth, although she knew that they were on the brink of war and noticed that she was definitely planning something. Kim, moving her hand forward, says that she has no doubt that this is something in the interests of the water dragons, and probably she is just a sewing mercenary. Dominica agreed. She wanted to continue further. Dominica says that when Rakshasha told her about the water dragons, she did not feel that she could trust the elf. Rakshasha sits with a mug and says that Anextus does not take a bath, to which Kim confirmed that she is right. Kim, looking forward and crossing his arms over his chest, shouted that of course she was just waiting to sell them, to which Dominic looked at Kim in surprise. Dominica tells Kim, who is standing in front of the portal, that in this case, sending her all alone is not a good idea, but Kim says that it is even better, since they will think that the naked soldiers are all their strength, and that they have no deep gems, and that they were huddled in a corner in fear due to the impending war. Dominicana looked at him and says that everything is so, to which Kim replies that everything is so except for the part with the fear of war, and besides, he was surprised to hear something about dragons. Kim and Rakshasha's past moment is flashback, where she says that Anextus has been sitting in the shadows since the Great War, and Kim asks why. Rakshasha says, holding a mug in his hand, that he had heard rumors that people had weapons that could kill him, and before the war he was assured of complete immunity to all types of attacks. The Rakshasha said that the king simply disappeared into the shadows because he began to be afraid of people. Leaving the past moment, Kim says that now the king of the Naga has become a human, the very species that Anextus fears so much. Kim enters the portal waving her hand and informing that she will return in 3 days and bring a gift. The Dominican Republic responds positively. Leon, waking up from the sound of the bell, says that he will take it now. Taking the phone in her hands and leaning her face on one hand, she asks what someone needs from her on her day off. Suddenly, Leon warily saw something on the phone. Kim holds the phone away from his head so as not to hear Leon's yelling, who says that he called her first and asks what's the matter. Kim decided to join her team. Yaki answers in the negative. Kim, putting the phone to her ear, asks Leon if she is still going to repay him for saving her life, to which the girl replies that of course yes, and he can ask for anything. Kim says there are a couple of things that will be useful to him. 1 week later, the big warrior opposite the protagonist's successors look at each other. One dragon looked at the warrior from behind the shield. The other dragon costs exactly the same. The warrior in golden armor began to say that these snake monsters were no match for them, and that they could not even leave a scratch on the great warrior. The excited warrior says that he said the wrong thing, and you see it all because he is too powerful, and this is all because of their class differences and because of the power of the great blood. Then an even more joyful warrior says this because he is a descendant of dragons. The narcissistic warrior laughs, holding his head. Other less progressive dragons say that again he is for his own. Ordinary dragon warriors discuss that Kim will not leave a scratch on them either. Another warrior asks him to be quieter. The dragon says that his comrade has already forgotten how he forced them to listen about his endless power because they blurted out something incomprehensible to him, and every day he carries this nonsense about the descendants of dragons. The dragon warriors discuss that when they passed through the territory of the bloody leopard, the warrior in golden armor could not utter a word, and they said that he almost died. At this time the dragon combed his hair. The big golden warrior turns to the sound of the rumors and asks the dragons that they said something, to which the other warriors responded that they were simply delighted. Other wars begin to call the golden warrior a legendary descendant of dragons, saying that he is very powerful, and discuss that he is not just a descendant of dragons. He is a great dragon, raising his hands up in feigned joy, to which the golden warrior, laughing and waving his hand, says them that they are right in calling them scoundrels. Walking forward through the tunnel, the golden knight asks when they will reach the Naga's labyrinth, and he waits for the day when he can rest on their throne. The other war dragons say that their throne belongs to King Anextus, and the warrior had better be careful with words that might anger the king. But the warrior interrupted the dragon's speech, shouting that he had found another snake, pointing his index finger forward, creating a naive atmosphere around himself. Draken looks at Kim's assistant holding a pickaxe and asks if it is a slave, and he believes that the labyrinth is already very close, and most likely they are not aware of their intrusion at all. Suddenly, Kim's assistant starts to run away as Draken screams that this slave is running away and tells everyone not to let him get away. Draken chases after Kim's assistant, shouting that they can find the entrance to the labyrinth if they run after him and let the others hurry, to which the warriors shout to Draken to wait for them. The assistant is cornered and Draken's paws prepare to catch him, while the warrior says that he has finally been caught and he will pay for making him, Draken, sweat. Draken begins to shout to him to take them to his labyrinth, but suddenly the assistant disappears. Draken is shocked, and Kim suddenly asks if all dragon descendants are so noisy. Against the backdrop of Kim putting his assistant on the ground, Draken shouts asking who dared to desecrate the name of the dragons, saying that he is tired of living. Draken shouts to the standing Kim upstairs, forcing him to turn around and show himself, to which Kim asked again. Looking at them with his assistant, Kim replied that he was the king. Suddenly one of the dragon warriors says that this is a man. But why a man? And they urgently need to inform their king Annextus about this, to which Draken says with confidence that they should not panic and trust him. They will just get rid of him right here and now. Squeezing the bridge of his nose with his hands, Kim listened to Draken's speech about how he should attack him, calling him a human king, and he, a great descendant of dragons, will meet Kim face to face, to which Kim, tired, says that a descendant of dragons is this, that, and he is already I heard this 50 times while I was waiting for him here. Kim told Dominica to begin. Dominica shouted to the Naga, "Get ready," when suddenly Kim's assistants climbed out from the ledges from above the squad of dragons. At this time Draken realizes that this is an ambush and begins to swear. Stopping the moment in bewilderment, Draken asks to stop, trying to understand something. Looking up, he sees naked slaves with guns and asks if this is what they are doing. Dominican orders to take aim, and all the Nagas began to take aim. Draken, with his mouth open and pointing his finger at Kim, says that his labyrinth has only recently appeared, so why are they taking such risks now, asking Kim how he dares to call himself queens, and he doesn't feel sorry for his minions at all. Draken, looking towards Dominica, says, "Just look at them, because they can't even stand normally," to which Dominicana sharply responded to him to close his mouth and know his place, to which Draken asks how she dares to talk like that to the descendant of the dragons themselves. Armed with a machine gun and painting his fighting face, the Dominican Republic tells him that slaves and a great servant are enough to defeat him. Dominican points fire and all the Nagas start shooting their guns straight at Draken. The Rakshasa thinks to himself that this place is dark and depressing as he passes through the gate guarded by dragon warriors. Rakshasa walks down the corridor in black robes and notices in his head that there are traps everywhere, created for one purpose, and that is to take someone's life. A rickshaw driver passes by little helpers with pickaxes, one of whom has collapsed on the floor from fatigue. Thinking that there is no place or rest here and a completely meager supply of food, and the slaves are forced to do physical labor until their last breath. The Rakshasa looks forward angrily and confidently says to himself that this is what a real labyrinth is, and not some kind of paradise that a pathetic person decided to create. Rakshishi falls to one knee in front of the huge monster on the throne, beginning to call him the great king of the water dragons. The monster's eyes glow yellow in the darkness, and Rakshasa adds that the Naga labyrinth now knows about the existence of a labyrinth of water dragons, and soon they will begin to prepare for battle. Bowing his head to the ground, Rakshasa informs him that, however, Kim and his assistants are mining quite a few deep gems due to a lack of manpower. The elf says that she wants to take advantage of their despair of Kim and his inhabitants of the labyrinth and convince them to subjugate the bloody leopard, whose death will allow Annextus, the owner of the labyrinth of water dragons, to kill Kim freely. Kneeling at the king's feet, the elf suggests that the king begin an invasion of the Naga's labyrinth while their forces are exhausted from the battle with the bloody leopard, and perhaps the king can enter the labyrinth while Kima is away. The king stands up from his throne, calling Rakshasa a good fellow, and remarks that he will listen to her advice. Annextus walks to the side, ordering the elf to advise the Labyrinth Naga to attack the blood leopard a week after they enter his territory, informing that they will set out tomorrow. Rakshasa looks at him. The Rakshasa says with dismay that, as she said, it will take about 2 months, given the speed of their dragons, to which the king sharply replied that there is no need to worry about it. The Rakshasa looks at the huge king, who strokes the equally huge dragon with his hand, saying that he is going to go a different way. The moment of execution of Draken, the Golden Warrior, by Naga's assistants. Little helpers shoot at fighters from all guns, even flying away from the recoil force. One of the dragon warriors told everyone not to panic, wearing the same ambiguous expression, shouting that these pathetic human cannons would not be able to do anything. When we don't finish speaking, that same warrior gets a bullet in his ear. He looks at his hands, on which the warrior's blood is already flowing. The dragon warrior shouts that there is danger here and they need to inform King Annextus, telling them to retreat, to which another warrior asks with aggression and curses where they should finally retreat. Pointing his finger at Kim's Naga army, the dragon warrior shouts that they are surrounded. The gun battle continues, and Kim stands on the ledge, watching what is happening. Kim reveals that these illegal guns and equipment were made to counter the monsters of the underworld. In front of Kim's house on the shore, something is being unloaded from a truck. These weapons were created in large quantities in the hope that the illegal business would put them into circulation, but everything failed. Lian, in front of Kim, says that the power of the machine has been greatly increased, so I do not advise using it for too long for safety reasons, to which Kim, holding the machine in his hands and touching it in the box, says that it looks like Lian has a lot of connections, and she replies that while you are wandering around the geyser, one way or another, you meet a lot of different people. Staring at Kim, Leon says that Kim is already stronger than everyone she knows, even without all this, so why does he need weapons? To which Kim, rummaging in the chest, says that he uses them as toys. Kim notices after returning from purchasing the guns that they are quite effective against soldiers, although they cannot kill with the first blow. Looking at Dominica, who shoots a machine gun non-stop with pleasure, Kim notices that she has already gotten the hang of it. Shin looks down at Draken, at whom many bullets are flying. Suddenly Draken opens his eyes out of fear that it will hurt. Looking at his hands, he realizes that there is not a single scratch on him. Suddenly Draken looked at his comrade, whose head was being pierced by a bullet. Out of surprise, Draken accepted the situation that he was invincible. Standing proudly in front of an army of assistants and in front of flying bullets, Draken declares for everyone to look at him and says that Kim's attacks are nothing to him. Dominicana begins to shoot harder, writhing under the weight. Draken strikes athletic model poses, showing that he doesn't care. Suddenly Draken was afraid of our warrior, who was approaching him with a sword. The Naga warrior swung at Draken's head, hitting him, his sword breaking into pieces like glass. Taking the Naga warrior with his huge hand, Draken says that it is too weak. Draken threw the warrior into the wall with all his might. Laughing at the Dominican Republic, Draken asks if this is all they have, calling the Nagas useless worms. Dominicana with a bestial look takes out the rocket launcher and says that she will kill Draken with other curses. Kim stops her. Kim says that she will deal with him, to which Dominicana screamed his name questioningly, turning to him as if he were a hero. Draken looks ahead and is glad that even the king himself decided to do something without saying anything. Suddenly Kim flew through Draken, hitting him completely with his sword. Kim with a murderous look attacks Draken, delivering blows that make Draken sway stupidly. Kim noticed something. Suddenly Kim landed in front of him, and Draken had his head down behind his back. The next moment, Draken with enormous power smashes Kim's place into smithereens, and Kim managed to dodge. Kim attacks Draken's head, causing him to make little more than small talk, which is a bit unpleasant. Draken screams, opening his entire mouth, that he is in pain. Kim looks at him with questions. Kim is knocked down by Draken's tail. Draken's tail shoots Kim into the wall. The Dominican Republic shouts the master's name, to which Kim instantly replied that he is fine. Kim stands as if nothing happened in a whirlwind of dust. Draken, looking at him, thinks what's wrong with Kim. Draken looks at the calmly standing guy with surprise, and thinks that Kim is strong and his physical form is even better than that of hell spiders, but Kim has absolutely successful fighting instincts. Looking at Kim and his red eye, Draken wonders if this is a joke and if Kim is mocking him. Suddenly Kim broke away from his seat towards Draken. Draken began to scream in horror. Kim hits almost all of Draken's spots with his sword. Kim looks terrible for herself. Looking at Draken, who is slightly shrinking in pain, Kim understands that he has no vulnerable spots, and even the parasite's ability cannot detect a single one, indicating a point on Draken's neck. Draken slams Kim into the floor. Dominicana shouts the master's name, and Draken asks if he has finished him off. From a whirlwind of smoke, Kim says that just like life from a descendant of dragons, although they are all different, they have the same weaknesses, to which Draken says that this is not true and he is ideal. Draken hears Kim pointing to the area between the shoulder blades. Swinging a whirlwind of dust with his sword, making way for himself, Kim goes forward. With confidence and fearlessness, Kim says that this area will be his next target to attack. Kim opened his eyes at what he saw. He stands in front of the already changed Draken, noting in his thoughts that this dragon's aura has changed after he heard about his vulnerability. Draken created a terrifying aura around himself. The main character looked at the approaching yellow dragon. He noticed that the atmosphere around had changed dramatically. Kim looked down, clenched his hand into a fist, and thought that this was a slight tremor of the earth and vibration of the air. He had finally shown his true nature. The guy put his sword on his shoulder, looked forward, and realized that not a single attack could reach him before his transformation. And he couldn't even imagine what would happen now. He needed to attack him with all his might before he had a chance to attack first. The main character pushed off with such force that he caused a rock fall and flew towards the enemy. Kim looked at the dragon and thought that it was not moving. The guy flew past, striking his enemy with his sword. The protagonist landed on the ground, looked at the dragon's paw, which was bleeding, and thought that this was great. This attack broke through his scales. A red cross was visible on the enemy's back. The main character noted that his weak spot was clear in the palm of his hand, but he didn't even move. Maybe it was a trap. Kim put his sword forward, looked carefully ahead, and thought that he shouldn't dwell on this, just let him show him what he was going to do. A loading picture appeared in the form of 3 small slaves and information that a couple of seconds later. The guy, having destroyed the stone wall, extended his hand with a sword and rushed to attack. The monster continued to stand motionless. Draken opened his eyes wide, sweating profusely, and thought what terrible blue eyes he had. The king, this bastard, he didn't say a word about it. The dragon clenched his fists and remembered that he just said that some puppy owns this labyrinth, said that the master of the labyrinth is mediocre and stupid, and not that's all, but he even found out about my vulnerability. Will he really die here? Kim landed on the ground not far from the monster, who thought that the places he hit still hurt. Even though he has strong armor, this does not mean that he does not feel pain. Perhaps he cannot do it at all. It's okay to move after that. An energy explosion formed near the stone wall, and Draken looked at it and decided that he had to run. He would pretend to let him get away, and he would run away. The dragon looked forward in surprise and thought that he had disappeared. The monster stood motionless and did not even notice how the main character cut its scales on its chest. Draken opened his eyes and mouth wide in horror and looked down. He looked at his palms and thought, this is blood, this is his blood. He has never seen it before. He will definitely die, 100% will lie back here. He didn't even feel a woman. He doesn't want to die. Kim, with large glowing eyes, appeared behind the monster and was about to strike again. Draken looked forward and cowardly thought that he would die. The monster fell to the ground, covering its head with its paws, and the main character flew past it. The guy looked ahead in confusion. Dominic and Greenie peeked out from behind the rock, raised their hands, and looked at what was happening. Draken was on his knees in front of the main character, shaking all over and asking to spare him. He won't do this again, however. He was just following orders. He didn't want to do this. He's just an ordinary mercenary, and the king of the water dragons is a real bastard. Kim looked at the servant who was saying that they were done with the water dragon soldiers and replied that that was great. The guy folded his arms, looked down and asked, so what should they do with him? The dragon lay on the ground, hiccuping in fear, and the protagonist thought that they would put the dragon's remains to good use. Kim and Dominic looked at the monster, and the master said that it was not a problem to kill it, but to cut it up. After all, it was quite strong. Draken raised his head and with tears in his eyes said that he swears to be faithful to him and his labyrinth. The guy looked at the monster in surprise and asked that he was betraying his current master and swearing allegiance to him. The monster replied that that was exactly the case. Kim asked, in that case, wouldn't he betray him in the same way? The dragon put his paw on his chest and shouted that he swears in the name of dragons, he will never betray the Naga King. The main character gritted his teeth, grabbed the sword and angrily said to stop playing with it. And Dominique noted in surprise that this was a dragon's oath. She had never heard it before. The servant pointed her finger at the monster and explained that dragons are very noble and selfish creatures. They impose restrictions on themselves in order to please their enormous pride. The assistant ran her finger along the neck, presented the dead body of the creature and said, but once they take the dragon's oath, deviation from her words is equivalent to a painful death. Draken knelt down and lowered his head. The heroes looked at him, and Dominique noted, but what's strange is that he's definitely not a purebred dragon since he doesn't have wings, but he's capable of activating an oath. Kim turned his head and asked if it was true. The monster replied that this beautiful girl was telling the truth. The guy clarified that it was something like a curse of his family. The creature confirmed his words. Draken closed his eyes and put his hand on the back of his head, and the main character said that they had no pride for the life of them, and did not see a hint of nobility in him. The dragon stuck out its tongue and wagged its tail after the guy said that he thought he could be useful. They would find a use for his strong body, the creature said in response, thank you. A loading window appeared showing Greenie dragging a blue slave by the hair, and a few days later, not far from the Naga labyrinth. The main character looked at the weapon in his hands and asked that the scales of the king of water dragons were much stronger than him. The dragon replied that yes. The guy clarified that he did not have any weak spots. The monster said that he did not know this. Draken stood tied to the target on his chest and called his king. Kim asked what it was. The monster explained that he just wanted to say that, perhaps, on the outside it seems that everything is in order, but inside everything hurts and quite badly. The main character held a flare gun on his shoulder and said that he just wanted to prevent even the slightest hint of betrayal. The guy got down on one knee and fired. Hitting the target, the dragon screamed in pain. Draken turned his head to the side and stuck out his tongue, and Kim explained that death was better than some kind of pain. He just needed to test the weapon. Dominique looked to the side in surprise when she heard the elf ask that they managed to catch the dragon. She did not expect to see him in such a state. Rikshasha looked away when Kim asked that the two of them knew each other. She replied that it was the case. They were responsible for different assignments, so they rarely crossed paths. The girl looked at the dragon and added that it was unlikely that this stupid lizard would remember her. The elf looked at the guy who asked when the dragons would come to them. The main character held a weapon in his hand, looked at the mercenary, who replied that they were recruiting troops and preparing for battle. She believes that they have 2 months. Even so, she does not think that they will have time to call up enough soldiers to balance their strength. Kim turned his head and answered, that's right, their labyrinth has existed for decades. The guy looked to the side in surprise when he heard the elf say that she had one risky proposal if he allowed it. The Rikshasha looked at the master and explained that this was an attack on a bloody leopard. She presented a large red crystal and said that she was sure that the high-level abyssal gems that the leopard had would greatly help them in preparing for war. But as she had already said, even the labyrinths closest to him did not dare to get involved in a conflict with him. Kim crossed his arms and looked at the girl, who continued to say that before attacking him, she advises spending at least a week collecting gems and building up military power. And even if the mission fails, they should make sure that the labyrinth didn't die without them. Dominique looked ahead in confusion and noted that she was right. It seemed that this was their only option, despite all the danger. The main character put one hand on his belt, put the other one forward and said, "Okay," and asked for forgiveness for immediately giving her an assignment after her return. He invited her to draw a map of the Bloody Leopard Labyrinth. He gives her 2 days. She must do as detailed as possible, and clarified whether she could handle it. Rikshasha closed her eyes, lowered her head and replied that yes, but not further than the entrance to the maze. Kim said that then he would leave it to her. The guy and the assistant stood and looked at the place where the elf had just been. The main character closed his eyes, scratched the back of his head and said that it was time for him to return. Dominique looked after the departing master and asked where he would go this time. Would he bring human weapons again? The master replied that no, the weapons were not powerful enough, and besides, they were not so easy to get. He needed to find his savings. The maid opened her mouth in surprise and asked again about savings. The guy explained that he would return before Rikshasha arrived. Dranen stood with his head bowed and called to his king. He asked if he could move. A loading screen appeared with slaves roasting food on a fire, and it said, an hour later, somewhere inside Gate D to Paju. Kim sat on a stone, looked to the side and said that this place would be suitable. A message popped up saying, "Does he want to sync the cards?" The main character looked at the cards and said, "Yes, synchronize everything." A notification appeared with information that parts of the maps of the first, second, and third levels of Gazer were successfully synchronized. The pieces of paper lit up with red fire and began to connect. A map of the labyrinth appeared. One place was marked on the plan with a red arrow. Kim said, "Great, now he can get to the place where he left the gems." The main character remembered how he and his squad stood at the gates of Gazer during the last expedition. It took them about 4 days to get from the first level to the abandoned labyrinth on the third. Exactly how many days it takes an ordinary man to overcome such a path. The guy's eyes became different colors. He looked to the side and thought that he would be 10 times faster if he ran, and asked the parasite to find all the deep gems. Kim knelt down with his hands on the ground and thought, since he was also a child of the dungeon, he would be even faster, and said, increasing leg strength. Lightning flashed around the main character, and he decided that at 10, no. A screen popped up informing him that he had received a low-level abyssal gem. There were many reports that he received the gems. The guy stood on one knee, and lightning flashed around him, and he realized that he was 100 times faster. Dominique stood and looked ahead in surprise, and the main character came out of the portal with a backpack on his back and asked if nothing had happened while he was away. The servant replied that it was pretty quiet here. Kim lowered his eyes, opened his bag, and when the assistant asked if everything was fine with him, he explained that he had climbed into all the holes while getting to the third level. The guy emptied all the stones from his backpack onto the altar, after which many reports appeared that he had sacrificed a low-rank deep gem. Dominique looked to the side in surprise and asked where he got so many gems from. The master replied that it was all thanks to the parasite. Kim looked at the screen, which indicated that there were 435 stones in stock, and thought, it seems that this is enough. But in the upper levels of Gazer, only low-rank gems can be found, so this will not last long. It is unlikely to be enough for war. The main character imagined a squad of soldiers with broken spears surrounding the dragon, and began to think that now he needs to decide what to invest them in. Even if he calls on 100 warriors of the first and second ranks, they will be useless since they will not be able to pierce the dragon's scales. The guy looked at the screen, put his hand to his chin and said that it would take about a week to improve the maze. He asked his assistant if it was true that they had about a month left. She answered yes, although they could not confirm this information. Kim clicked on the panel on which it was written that the labyrinth had been upgraded to the 5th level. There were 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds left until completion. 100 stones had been written off from the remainder. The master thought it was worth the risk. After the improvement labyrinth, he will call on 5th rank soldiers and begin preparations for war. The main character folded his arms across his chest, looked to the side and decided that, just in case, he would call a couple now. A few 4th rank soldiers should be enough for a while. Information about the Naga guards appeared on the screen. They are medium in size, specialize in protection. Stern and calm guards will not let anyone through without your consent. Kim and the maid stood and looked at the sparkling core. The owner said that he was calling on the Naga guard. Rikshasha walked along the stone wall with a paper in her hands. The elf saw a huge horned monster approach a hole in the rock and thought that the king of the water dragons had decided to take a shortcut through the bloody leopard's territory rather than go around it, probably using slaves to dig a tunnel. The girl looked down and realized that the path from the Naga labyrinth to the Bloody Leopard required one day. The king of the water dragons would arrive within a week. The elf looked forward with eyes full of tears and thought, no matter how they prepared, the labyrinth did not stand a chance. The mercenary approached the entrance, and a huge guard blocked her path. The Rakshasa looked to the side in surprise, and the main character ordered them to stop because she was working in their labyrinth. The elf showed the master the paper. He clarified that it was a map. She replied that it was ready. Kim raised his hand, over which a rolled up piece of paper lit up with a red flame. He noted that this was an excellent job. The mercenary looked to the side and said, it seems that now they have more soldiers. The guy explained that he used the deep gems that he collected once. The Rakshasa lowered her head, raised her hand to her chin and said that with such powers they really have a chance to capture the territory of the Bloody Leopard. The main character clarified what she was talking about. The protagonist looked to the side and added that they were entrusted with the task of guarding the labyrinth while he was away, and the soldiers who would participate in the capture were here. Kim pointed his finger at a detachment of warriors standing near the wall. The mercenary raised her hands after hearing the master's words that these are the elite soldiers of the Naga labyrinth, yet they have experience in battles. She said that this is incredible. They do not have a chance with such and such troops. The main character folded his hands on his chest, looked at the elf and asked her not to worry. He would fight with them. She explained that this was not the problem. The Rakshasa furrowed her eyebrows and said seriously that they would be destroyed, and he might even lose his life. Kim looked at the elf and asked her to shut up. How dare she look down on his soldiers? The mercenary lowered her head, closed her eyes and apologized to the Naga King for her rudeness, and thought to herself what a fool she had been for thinking that they actually had a chance. The Rakshasa looked forward when she heard the gentleman ask if she had time to rest a little, and answered that yes, she had a good rest. The girl turned around and looked at the departing master, who said that he would like her to accompany them during the Blood Leopard raid. Kim looked away, put his hands in his pockets and added that they were leaving immediately. Rakshasa looked closely at the guy and thought that he asked to make the map as an excuse to force her to leave the labyrinth for a couple of days. No matter how you look at it, there is no point in it. The main character and the mercenary walked ahead of the army along stone walls and huge bones. The elf stopped and, without turning around, said that they had arrived in the territory of the Bloody Leopard and asked the soldiers to be extremely quiet. Rakshasa looked to the side seriously and said that the Blood Leopard specializes in stealth and ambush, so this is the perfect opportunity for him to attack. They need to be prepared for an ambush. Kim looked at the elf with eyes full of anxiety and said that she was very nervous. The girl replied, besides, being an apex predator, the Bloody Leopard has ruled this territory for decades. The main character turned around, and Rakshasa said that she would not want to die doing the work of a guide. The mercenary looked away, clenched her hands into fists and thought, even though she agreed to accompany them, it's still too dangerous here. She's not sure that she'll even be able to get out of here alive. The girl narrowed her eyes and realized that she felt a thirst for murder. The Rakshasa froze and felt something surrounding her. She thought that the controlled but enormous thirst that sent shivers down her spine meant that the Bloody Leopard was somewhere nearby. No. The elf lowered her eyes and decided that it was coming from her. The main character stood behind a girl with glowing red eyes. He called her and warned her that she would die if she turned around. Kim looked at her intently, saying that now they can talk. Rakshasa stood with her back to the master and said that she did not understand. He began to explain to her that it seemed to him that she did not particularly like the way he controlled his labyrinth. The main character looked at the girl, introduced the little workers and said that a loyal attitude towards slaves, warriors and henchmen, a naive bunch of weaklings, they would never be able to survive in Gazer. He understands why she thinks so. Kim bent the fingers on which the parasite was located and added that she should not forget that he himself was born underground and knows very well how everything works here. Rakshasa closed her eyes when she heard the master's words that he takes care of his comrades and gets rid of enemies. This is his path, and, unfortunately, he still cannot determine who she belongs to. The girl replied that she is just a hired one worker. The elf tilted her head and looked forward, and the main character added that she betrayed the Naga Labyrinth and sold information about them to the king of the water dragons. He would give her a chance to justify herself. Rakshasa spread her arms to the sides and turned to the master, saying that she used to carry out orders from the king of the water dragons, but this does not mean that this is the case now. She remembered taking out a knife and said that yes, she had been rude on the first day they met. The mercenary remembered the guy's surprised eyes and explained, but if she really was a spy, she would not reveal the fact that she used to work for him. The girl stood motionless and looked forward with the words that she also spied for him, and this is what she gets in return. Kim asked why he should believe her. The Rakshasa knitted her eyebrows, bowed her head and confidently asked the gentleman to believe that everything she said was the pure truth. The main character raised his hand to his chin and replied that this is true. This is what haunts him. The girl listened silently as the master asked how she was going to justify herself. Why did she walk from one labyrinth to another? The mercenary stood with her back to the guy and said that she was not going to make excuses or beg him, as she had already said he had no evidence. The creature began to crawl from the main character to the elf. Kim called her and asked if she had ever heard of parasites. The rickshaw turned her head and replied that she had only heard, but had never seen with her own eyes. The protagonist noted that there was one like that in him and in her too. The girl looked ahead in confusion. The elf looked with horror in her eyes at her hand, on which there was a parasite. The mercenary lowered her head. She saw how this creature began to spread throughout her body, and screamed when Kim explained that in their first meeting he placed part of his parasite into her body. It seemed that he liked to travel with her. The Rakshasa clenched her teeth and looked away after the protagonist said that it was special to travel into the labyrinth of water dragons. The girl closed her eyes and silently lowered her head. The guy folded his arms over his chest and listened as the elf said that he knew everything, but still gave her a chance. Kim explained that he liked her. The protagonist looked ahead carefully, and the mercenary sighed in disappointment. The main character extended his hand forward. The parasite returned to the host's body, and Rakshasa said that she greatly underestimated him. To be honest, she does not belong to either the Water Dragon Labyrinth or the Naga Labyrinth. The elf lowered her gaze and explained that she just wanted revenge. She looked forward confidently and added, to the King of Spirits. The girl felt multiple glances from eyes behind her. The Rakshasa turned around sharply and thought that this was where her end would come. The main character pointed his sword towards the girl and reminded her that he had said that she would die if she turned around. The mercenary fell to the ground, kicking up dust around her. The elf furrowed her eyebrows and grabbed her head with her hand. Kim stood with a sword in his hands and looked at a huge monster with long claws. She thought it was a bloody leopard. She didn't even notice it. The main character struck the enemy with his sword. The leopard jumped up sharply, and the stones scattered to the sides. The monster hovered in the air and watched as large pieces of rock fell to the ground. Kim, holding a sword in his hand, carefully watched the actions of the monster. The guy lowered his sword and tried to understand where the monster was, which moved with lightning speed from one wall to another. He thought that he was able to camouflage himself even during a battle, and this speed, however. The main character crouched down, looking up. The master and the parasite on it, with many eyes, looked carefully ahead. Kim jumped up sharply, putting his sword forward, and thought that he saw him. The Rakshasa sat and watched what was happening in confusion. The leopard, opening his mouth with huge fangs, fell to the ground, splitting the rock into pieces. The main character landed among the stones, and the girl leaned on her hand, trying to stay on the broken stone. Kim leaned forward and slashed with his sword, and the elf thought that although he had become a labyrinth master despite that, she had underestimated him too much. No matter how strong a person was, he would always remain a human. The rickshaw turned her head and looked in surprise at the guy who asked how long she was going to sit there, and she realized that this fact could not be changed. Now she could not perceive him as a person. The main character stood, lowering his sword, near a cloud of dust and said that they would continue their conversation after the battle. If he wanted, he could run away right now. Kim turned his head. On his face was a mask in the form of a fang parasite, and warned her to know that if their paths crossed again, he would not give her a second chance to talk. The girl realized that he was a monster that was born in the labyrinth. The Rakshasa looked to the side and asked if he could see the bloody leopard, and heard the answer that he could. The guy turned his head in the direction where the monster was hiding, and added that he was sitting still. Maybe he was recovering. Kim lowered his gaze, raised his hand, and thought that this is the first time he uses so much power of the parasite at once. It greatly depletes his stamina. If this continues, he will have to fight with his own strength. He must finish it off as soon as possible. The Rakshasa turned her head and called the master, and then shouted, "Bloody leopard." A huge monster appeared behind the protagonist's warriors, and the elf exclaimed that there was another one. The monster grabbed one of the main character's fighters with its fangs and pierced his chest. Kim rushed to the attack to protect his squad, with such speed that the girl even covered her face as he flew past her. The leopard hit the ground with its paw, but the guy managed to dodge. Kim clenched his teeth, took a fighting stance, drawing his sword back, and furiously shouted that he was a bastard. The main character confidently stood on the ground, holding a weapon in his hands, and looked at the approaching monster. He said that it reminded him of fighting spiders. He was already sick of them. Pathetic rats. The guy raised his sword. His eyes lit up in different colors. He mentally asked the parasite to save his strength. If they continue like this, they will lose all their stamina before they have time to deal with them. Rakshasa knitted her eyebrows, took out a weapon, and told the master that she would help the Nagas. He ordered her to stand there. The girl looked in confusion at the back of the main character, who told her to stay behind and watch the fight. He didn't need her help. The main character, without turning around, asked her not to underestimate his soldiers. The warriors stood in a circle with weapons in their hands, and in the center the magician tried to help a wounded relative. He put his hands in front of him and cast a spell, Benatrakam. One of the fighters with long horns lowered his head and asked what the condition of the victim was. The doctor replied that it left much to be desired. He could die if the treatment was interrupted. The magician looked forward after the soldier said that this magician is very important to the king. He must be protected at all costs. The leopard approached the fighter, who continued to say, until their king arrives. The fighter opened his mouth with white fangs and swung a large cleaver. He struck the monster's face. The warrior covered his face with his hand, protecting himself from the monster's attack, from which blood sprayed. The soldier looked at his opponent and growled furiously, grabbing the cleaver with both hands. The leopard grabbed the fighter's weapon with its teeth and crushed it. The warrior looked at what was happening in confusion. The monster hit the soldier on the back with its long tail. At the foot of the wall there was an explosion from the powerful push of the monster. The fighter was lying on the ground, and clouds of dust were flying around him. The soldier raised his head and looked at what was happening. The leopard grabbed the green warrior with his teeth and lifted him up. The fighter took the knife with both hands and tried to plunge it into the monster's head. The warrior clenched his teeth in pain and was surprised that he could not break through the monster's skin. The leopard lowered its head and stepped on the tail of the wounded soldier. The monster clenched his teeth tightly and raised his head. The fighter lying against the wall raised his head and saw how the monster tore the body of his comrade apart. The horned warrior opened his eyes wide and realized that they were losing. He remembered the first meeting with the main character and thought that for decades their labyrinth had been in ruins, and now they finally had a chance to start over. He was given the honorable role of being the first soldier of the Naga labyrinth. A picture of how he stood with his mouth open, greeting the master, appeared in his head. The soldier stood up, grabbed his wounded place with his hand, and thought that he swore that he would live to see with his own eyes the rise of a king who would not let them fall again. The powerful shock before the attack caused rocks to fall. The warrior grabbed the monster by the head and thought that from the very beginning his oath to destroy his enemies with the king was wrong. The monster's tail wrapped itself around the soldier's body. He flew to the side at the moment when another fighter came to his aid, standing with a cleaver in his hands in front of the enemy. The warrior raised his weapon and swung it. The leopard clenched his teeth sharply in an attempt to grab the sword, but the soldier managed to remove it. The weapon flew away from the monster's powerful blow to the warrior's hand, from which blood sprayed. A huge mouth of a monster with long sharp fangs opened above the soldier. A message appeared on the screen that the requirements had been met. The jaw clenched sharply right next to the soldier's hand, but he managed to dodge. A notification popped up that the Hall of Heroes was responding to the will of a Naga soldier. The warrior's body flared with blue fire. He grabbed the monster's tail. The leopard clenched his teeth, looked at what was happening, and the fighter thought how he could call himself a soldier and assure that he would protect his king. The fighter, engulfed in blue flames, climbed up the back of the monster with a thought in his head, when he is shaking here with fear, awaiting a miserable death. The soldier looked forward confidently. His face was disfigured from the changes that had happened to him. He said that today he would go to hell with him. A screen appeared with information, activating the heroism of a Naga soldier. We see how Quint grabbed the tail of his enemy with an enraged look. With all his strength, he began to throw it over himself and successfully lifted it from the ground. Hitting him on the ground, his body began to gradually transform into something else. Quint continued to throw blows that made the monster scream. Then he grabbed his claws. He gradually began to stretch these claws in different directions, putting a lot of effort into this. Soon, thanks to his great strength, he was able to tear these claws from his body. The monster screamed in pain, as if begging to spare him, but Quint continued to tear him apart. He struck the monster thanks to its severed body parts. A huge ball of dust formed around this monster. Quint held his fang in his hands, asking that after all this he calls himself the apex predator of this territory. Having finally transformed into his second form, he clenched his fists and called this monster a complete disappointment. The Rakshasa, standing behind him, was very surprised, not understanding how it could happen that he used heroism. It was clear from his face that he was sincerely surprised, because Quintus seemed to have deliberately taken so few warriors with him, and each time he tried to throw away these thoughts, but all the facts converged. He imagined in his head a monster in front of which a man stood with the effect of heroism, and thought that in order to activate this heroism, the soldier must have sufficient combat experience, and the effect will manifest itself only when the soldier has an insight or when a soldier encounters something that triggers this process. He began to look at Quint again and realized that even those who were subjected to heroism could not predict its appearance, and no one was able to activate such a powerful phenomenon of their own free will. He imagined the first Quint, behind him and thought about his words so that he would not underestimate his soldiers. Turning his gaze to the side, he could not imagine how many trump cards Quint had hidden up his sleeve. When suddenly he saw Quint again in his original form, standing right in front of the monster. A notification appeared stating that Naga soldier's heroism had been successfully activated. Quint looked at him in surprise and did not understand what kind of heroism this was. Then, throwing his sword aside, he said that he had no idea what just happened, but he knew one thing for sure. He began to activate his second form again and said in a very menacing tone that he no longer needed to hold back. Transforming into his second form, he again stood in front of this monster and prepared to fight it. Holding a huge fang in his hands, he sent it straight at the monster. Then he turned his gaze to the side and was very dissatisfied with what he saw. He saw that poor Nagi was attacked by this huge monster. Quint immediately rushed to help him and was able to repel the monster's attack. Immediately after this impact, this huge red monster began to disintegrate into small particles. Quint began to protect his minions with his body and shouted at her, asking where her fuse was and why she didn't just attack him. Rakshasa looked at all this and thought that this is exactly how bloody leopards fight. Their fighting style is based on camouflage, which can compensate for their low endurance. He imagined two forms of Quint who were angry about what was happening, and understood that even by activating heroism, the soldier would not be on the same level as the master who was able to track the movement of the blood leopard, so ordinary warriors could not even keep track of the speed of the blood leopard. He looked at how Quint protected them and realized that on top of all this he had to protect the wounded Nagas, which put him at a great disadvantage. Quint turned his frightened gaze towards his minions. Quint shouted to one of them if he was okay, and the other said that the magician was seriously injured, so he should try not to move. Right behind Quint, that same huge red monster began to appear again. While he did not notice it, he said that the battle was not over yet, so it was really better for him not to move. Immediately after these words, a huge wolf attacked his hand. But suddenly Quint was very surprised by what happened next. One of his minions saved him thanks to his magic and protected him from this monster with the help of his ice. They all began to grumble dissatisfiedly at the magician. Quint tried to break through this ice with his fists, asking why he was eager to fight when he was on the verge of death, and the magician replied that he used all the remaining mana to create this wall and now he doesn't have to worry about them. Quint looked at this magician through the wall while he said that he would not be able to destroy this wall, even if he put all his strength into the blow. So he can be calm and can easily defeat this monster. These words calmed the hero very much, and he said with a smile on his face that although he did not agree with him, he would have to trust him, and then he asked to freeze the floor as well. Quint began swinging his makeshift bat while the magician asked why he would freeze the floor, to which Quint replied that he was going to blow the place up completely. After these words, Quint hit the ground with all his strength with his bat, destroying everything around him. The monster flew up along with the destroyed floor. Then Quint swung this fang behind his back as if he was preparing to throw it. And then, as he swung, he threw that fang at him with all his might. As soon as he threw that fang, the monster disappeared in an instant. Then, without being confused, he picked up a huge boulder from the floor and began swinging it again. As soon as the monster looked out, he threw this boulder at him with all his strength, shouting that he had finally been caught. Rising from the ground, the monster was bleeding, but stood on its feet. He then charged at the hero again, growling furiously. Quint got right between its claws with his body and grabbed one of them. With a slight movement of his hand, he was able to tear off another claw from his body. As soon as he tore it off, he pointed that claw right at his eye. But the monster simply dodged his attacks, and Quint struck into the void. Swinging this claw, he looked closely at where to throw it, and said that this time he would not get away. Then his face changed, because he realized the stupidity of his opponent and simply remained silent. He noticed that this monster stood right behind this crystal dome, and Quint said that there must still be a limit to his impudence, and he did not believe at all that he decided to use his own enemies as a shield. Suddenly, right next to this monster, another crystal figure began to appear. The magician looked at him with a very menacing look and asked in the same tone how he dared underestimate them. Immediately after these words, he grabbed the head of this monster. Quint stood behind this monster and with a malicious smile said that he had finally been caught, but the monster decided to get out of this situation and tried to wrap its tail around the hero. Quint did not tolerate this and bit him on the tail with all his might. Then, with an angry expression on his face, he began to tear off this tail with his teeth. Having bitten off part of its tail, he simply spat it out to the side while the monster squealed in pain. Quint went to his eye and told him not to be dramatic, because he was just getting started. And then, standing on the head of this monster, he began to swing his bat while he continued to scream. After some time, we were shown this monster, which was already lifelessly raising its head. And soon he completely collapsed with a roar to the ground, while Quint stood in front of him with a bat in his hands. He wiped the blood from his face, saying that this monster was too tough. Suddenly, he heard clapping and was surprised by it. Turning his head, he noticed that Kim was sitting on this monster, who said that everything went quite wonderfully. Kim jumped down to him while he was on his knee, and Kim said that he only wanted Quint to buy him some time, but to think that he would deal with him himself. Quintus closed his eyes and bowed his head and said that because of his weakness they had lost a comrade. Kim looked at him displeasedly and said that he wanted to tell him that the death of this comrade in arms was in vain, to which he began to justify himself that he would never want to say that, and Kim added that it did not matter whether he was a soldier or Quint, they are all Nagas. Turning his head towards the rest of the guys, he said that this same thing applies to ordinary servants who fought with guns in their hands. Since they died fighting fearlessly, they are no different from him. Quint was very surprised by these words because Kim continued to say that he thinks too much of himself, and if he believes that he is responsible for everyone just because he has become stronger, so he should stop classifying his allies by judging them by his own subjective parameters. Quint bowed to him even more strongly and shouted that in the future he would not allow anything like this to happen. And Rakshasha looked at all this, realizing that Kim was not encouraging, but criticizing such a valuable warrior. With a slight awkwardness on his face, he thought that for the noble soldier Naga, criticism would bring much more benefit than praise, so in vain she doubted him as a king. Kim started scratching his chin, saying that since he had accomplished such a great feat, he deserves a reward, and he still hasn't rewarded him for that fight with the spiders. Quint opened his eyes wide as Kim addressed him. Then, looking up, he heard Kim say that the greatest commanders in history had this name, so a hero should have a name to match his title. Quint almost burst into tears after Kim said that from now on he would be called Quint, the general of the Naga army. He began to shout that he vowed to serve him for the rest of his life. After some time, we see how the guys are trying to carry away the corpse of this monster, and Quint says that they are going back to the labyrinth on his orders, and Kim asked if they will definitely carry away this Hulk together. The Rakshasha stood and watched as Kim spoke and pointed with his finger for them to be alert as the leopard was still alive. He looked forward, saying that it was a pity to leave other blood leopards here, but their thin skin was not suitable for making armor. Then, taking some object in his hands, he said that, apparently, he would have to be content with only this deep gem, and a notification appeared below that this object was the heart of a bloody leopard. Another notice appeared, which said that he could release its power through a special processing method, and in order to see the ability of the blood leopard heart, he would need a forge laboratory. Scratching his neck with displeasure, Kim said that he decided to attack the bloody leopards in order to get gems that he could immediately use. But who would have thought that he would only get this, and he believes that he would only waste it if he sacrificed on the energy of the labyrinth. Rakshasha looked at him dumbfounded while he said that she, apparently, had not escaped from him yet, which meant that he had passed her exam. Kneeling down, she said that she could not give him such an exam, and Kim said that she should not suck up to him. He turned his gaze on her very menacingly and said that they should continue their conversation. And so the two of them stand opposite each other, and Kim says that she said that while trying to take revenge on the king of the spirits, who destroyed her family and sowed enmity between him and the king of the water dragons, she stumbled upon the labyrinth of Naga. She listened to him with her eyes closed and her face very upset as he said that by using the water dragons that would consume the Naga labyrinth, she wanted to declare war on the spirit king. Kim turned his gaze to her and asked if he had said everything correctly, and she said that he had missed a couple of important details, but in general everything was correct. Then Kim added that he did not have enough time to listen to everything she had to say. They looked at each other, and Kim said that she could leave these details for later, so it would be better for her to say now when the king of the water dragons would arrive, and she replied that they left the moment she spied on them. He scratched his chin as she said that they had about 5 days until they arrived at the labyrinth. He scratched his neck and said that he thought that he would have about 2 weeks, so he did not know if he would have time to prepare the labyrinth for this so quickly, and she asked in a trembling voice if he didn't know about this in advance. She waved her hands, saying that he had planted a parasite on her. Kim turned away from her and awkwardly said that he had lied to her. Immediately after these words, she seemed to be broken inside. He presented that situation and said that the parasite would die immediately as soon as it left Kim's body, and before that, the one he released at the same moment was crawling along her back. She came closer to him and, clasping her hands to her, shouted that it turned out that his suspicion was only a pretense, and Kim replied that it was so, but although it was a deception, it seemed to him that he had done an excellent job with his task. She looked at him with a very surprised face, and Kim said that such a face is built by a person who himself led 2 kings of labyrinths by the nose. So you also need to be able to deceive. She pursed her eyes and lips, confirming his words that everything was as he said. Kim put his hand on his belt near his sword and said that he didn't have much time, so he would give her one last chance, and he promised that he wouldn't kill her now, no matter what choice she made. Looking sideways at her, he said that she would join the labyrinth of water dragons, who had 10 years of experience behind them, or would she join the newly revived Naga labyrinth? She looked down very awkwardly while Kim said that he was not forcing her to do anything, but if she went with him, then he could take revenge on the king of the spirits. And in general, he thinks that there is no need to voice that you will wait for her if they will go different ways. She asked him in a trembling voice to give her some time. She was completely shrouded in doubt and added that it was time until the end of the war with the king of the water dragons. And Kim asked that she was going to join the labyrinth of the victors. Then, sharply grabbing her by the throat and covering himself with some stripes, he asked that she really thought that he was joking with her. He held her by the throat and said in a very angry tone that, apparently, she does not fully understand the situation she is in now, so she is the first one who was able to live this long after betraying him, so he does not advise her anymore test his patience. His gaze was as if distraught, and he ordered her to choose, serve the king, who is easily pushed around, or serve the new king. Her face began to turn blue from lack of air. We were shown a small loading screen, then we were shown Kim's squad that brought this carcass to the top of the cave. Quint and the guys were surprised at what they saw. At that moment, Kim came to them, saying that he was glad that they all arrived safe and sound. Standing next to Kim was Rakshasha, who was unhappy that she was insulted by everyone who was there. Dominicana ran up to Kim, joyfully shouting that she congratulated him on successfully subduing the bloody leopard and on the emergence of a new hero. And he thanked her and asked if she had already introduced herself to Quintus. Dominicana happily said that although he had changed in appearance, that was all over. And Quintus began to shout with displeasure that this was impossible, because it was impossible for his king to make a mistake. Quintus began to shout